Today, we honor our Teachers of the Year and Educational Support Professionals of the Year. We appreciate your hard work, dedication to educate our future generations. You truly make a difference in the lives of so many young people. At this time, I'd like to introduce the individuals that came to congratulate you and to honor your achievement as an educator in the Jersey City Public Schools. We have our board members. We have our board president, Ms. Noemi Velasquez. At this time, we also have trustee Ms. Tia Razabala. And trustee Dr. Matthew Schneider. We also have a big supporter, community leader, and developer, Paul Silverman. And Ms. Javia Jackson, the lady behind the success. We also have our trustee, Ms. Ayafi. Trustee Ayafi. I also like to introduce, because you see the names, but you don't see us all the time, my acting deputy superintendent, Dr. Crisanino. General counsel, Mr. Pershnick. Acting business administrator, Dr. Francine Luz. Assistant superintendent, Dr. Savino. Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Ruane. Director, Dr. Galano. Director, Mr. Morales. Director, Ms. Cummings, Dr. Cummings Hippolyte, better known as Dr. Ruth. And Director, Ms. Terry Watkins Williams. We also have members of senior staff. Please stand, senior staff that I haven't called. I don't want to miss anybody. Director Cacaro, Executive Assistant, Human Resources, Security, Executive Assistants. Thank you so much. We are here to honor teachers and educational support professionals whose efforts have been recognized by their colleagues and administration. Your impact on our students will undoubtedly cause a ripple effect that will continue based on your influence. Let's all remember this when we face the difficulties our profession sometimes sees. There are no easy days. Nonetheless, you make a difference each and every day. This school year, we committed to Mission Forward, Go for the Gold. Each educator here is a proof that we have gone for the gold and won the top honors. You have won those honors. This is not the culminating of your career goals, but a confirmation to continue on and assist others as they go for the gold. Teaching is a reciprocal notion, and the energy and passion we put forward are returned to us in dividends by colleagues and particularly by our students. When we get up in the morning, ready to face the day, it is our students, the preparation ahead, and the hope of witnessing progress that motivates us as educators and mentors. This is who you are. You are the planners and the architects of the day for so many of our students. Each individual honored here today has created an environment for the children of the Jersey City Public Schools that has made them feel as though they can meet the challenge, any challenge. with you by their side in whichever role you occupy in that student's life, they can achieve the goal. It is through your unwavering efforts that the Jersey City Public Schools are fortified. You are not just educators, but agents of change, altering the trajectory for so many children's lives. Your inspiration, encouragement, and at times loving redirection leave a lasting imprint in our students. In Jersey City, we do not shy away from hard work. In Jersey City, we are determined, protective, and have laser vision fixed on the outcomes that matter most, the success of the whole child. Soon, children will march across our stages in graduation robes or fine garments, from preschool to high school seniors, and you had a hand in that student's success, as they have had in this celebration, your moment of shine. It's reciprocal. They bring the best out in you, and you bring out the best in them. Kindly accept my congratulations on all you have achieved. Let this moment continue to motivate you as you continue your service to the students in our district. I know we have soon-to-be retirees today. Let this be your confirmation of a job well done. Congratulations. At this time, it's my honor to introduce our board president to share a few remarks. President Velasquez.
Wow. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, teachers. I know when we're in the classroom, we expect to walk in and say good afternoon, good morning, and hear good morning. So good afternoon, teachers, and everyone else. Muy buenas tardes. I'm really honored, extremely honored to be here today, stand before you, not just as the president of a great board that Jersey City has as a school board, a hardworking board whose members we have here today, but more importantly, because I was one of you. I was in the trenches years ago, and one day, I was speaking today to Jose, where are you? Jose Negron, and we were saying, remember when we were honored? We were honored. We were in your seats many years ago. I will not tell you the year because you'll start counting backwards and you'll find out that I'm a little bit older than 29. However, I remember the honor that time when the state used to take us to Trenton for the weekend and we were treated like kings and queens. We deserved it then, you deserve it now, and you deserve a lot more. You know why? Because today, I would not go back to the classroom because of all the challenges that we're meeting today, and you meet them well, you address them perfectly, and you still give us the best product that you can give the city and the state of New Jersey. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations. While doctors are asked to practice, and lawyers are asked to practice, mind you, you made some of those. You are asked to stand and deliver. Isn't that something? Be proud of yourself. Applaud yourself because you are the cream of the crop. And you are here because we have respect for you, but more importantly, your students have demonstrated that they have respect for you. As the board president, I have chosen this year to present a book on a monthly basis from one of the authors that have graduated from our schools. And what I noticed reading those books is that some of them mention you. And that's so important because they couldn't be the author if you did not write that first page for them. So I thank you on behalf of all those students, and I thank you on behalf of the board and the district. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself. It is your day.
Thank you, President Velasquez. Every year, we have students who come and perform for the Teacher of the Year and their guests, as well as the educational support professional and their guests. This year, it's a little different. It's not musical or theatrical. This year, we have a poetry recital. Each year, we celebrate National Poetry Month, and it is a marvelous opportunity to celebrate poetry's expressiveness, delight, and pure charm. The students selected to present today represent a sampling of the many talented students in the district. It is a special occasion that reminds us of the integral role of poets and poetry in our culture. Poetry helps us appreciate the world around us and empathize with one another, a much needed emotion lately. At this time, I'm going to introduce Ms. Erica Schultz, Supervisor of English Language Arts, who will introduce the students performing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez, for inviting our high school students to recite their poetry at this very special event. And congratulations, teachers. Thank you for all that you do every day for students. 4 years ago, Jersey City Public Schools began an initiative for all our high school students to participate in Poetry Out Loud. Poetry Out Loud is a poetry recitation competition that takes place in all 50 states. The program starts at the local level. Winners advance to a regional competition, state contest, and then national finals. Dahlia Abdelkarim from Liberty High School, Lola Lamb from McNair Academic High School, and Mamie Traore from Lincoln High School are all the champions of their schools. They went on to compete at the regional level and all advanced to final rounds where they competed against each other. Mamie was the winner of the regional competition and competed at the state level, and today they are sharing this special talent with us for this event. So we are beginning with Lola, and she will be reciting 2 poems, then Dahlia, and then Mamie.
My name is Lola Lamb, and the first poem I will be reciting is At the Carnival by Anne Spencer. Gay little girl of the diving tank, I desire a name for you, nice as a right glove fits, for you who amid the malodorous mechanics of this unlovely thing are darling of spirit and form. I know you, a glance, and what you are sits by the fire in my heart. My limousine lady knows you. Oh, why does the slant envy of her eye mark your straight air and radiant, inclusive smile? Guilt pins a fig leaf. Innocence is its own adorning. The bull-necked man knows you. This first time his itching flesh sees form divine and vibrant health and thinks not of his advocation. I came in curiously, set on no diversion save that my mind might safely nurse its brood of misdeeds in the presence of a blind crowd. The color of life was gray. Everywhere the setting seemed right for my mood. Here the sausage and onions booths an unholy incense skyward. There a quivering female thing gestured assignations and lied to call it dancing. There too were games of chance with chances for none, but oh, girl of the tank at last, gleaming girl, how intimately pure and free the gaze you send the crowd as though you know the dearth of beauty in its sordid life. We need you, my limousine lady, the bull-necked man, and I, seeing you here, brave and water clean, leaving for the heavy ones of earth. I am swift to feel that what makes the plodder glad is good, and whatever is good is God. The wonder is that you are here. I have seen the queer and queer places, but never before a heaven-fed naiad of a carnival tank. Little diver, destiny for you, like as for me, is shod in silence. The years may seep into your soul, the bacilli of the usual and the expedient. I implore Neptune to claim his child today. Thank you. Thank you. My second poem is There Are No Kings in America by Aline Casanetto. We are not that kind of country. We are sanctuary for the hungry, the homeless, the huddled, held together by an idea our immigrant fathers believed in. Rendered, it meant independence. Pursued, it kindled war, ordnance, a fighting chance. 40,000 musket balls by themselves did not shape the boundaries on which we map our days. To draw our borders, we needed more than fire cakes, more than a pound of meat with bone and gristle, or salt fish and a gill of peas. We needed the faith and grit of people who were not yet Americans. To be an American is to recognize the sacrifice of the widow and the orphan. It is to understand the weft of tense cities expecting caravans and the heft of a child in a camp not meant for children. Or sitting before a judge awaiting judgment, what do we say to the native whose lands we now inhabit? What do we say to our immigrant fathers who held certain truths to be self-evident? Do we now still pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, our sacred honor? There are no kings in America. Only gilded men we can topple again and again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dalia Abdul Karim. My first poem that I will be reciting is From the Sky by Sara Abu Rashid. When I die, bury me in the sky. No one is fighting over it. Children are playing soccer with empty bombshells. From the sky, I can see them. A grandmother is baking her Eid makruta and ma'mul. From the sky, I can taste them. Teens are writing love letters under an orange tree. From the sky, I can read them. Soldiers are cocking new rifles at the checkpoint. From the sky, I can hear them. Under fire, death and water are brewing in the kitchen. From the sky, I can smell them. When I die, bury me in the sky. I said, for now, it is quiet. No one owns it, and no one is claiming to. My second poem is What the Oracle Said by Shara McCallum. You will leave your home. Nothing will hold you. You will wear dresses of gold, skins of silver, copper, and bronze. The sky above you will shift in meaning each time you think you understand. You will spend a lifetime chipping away layers of flesh. The shadow of your scales will always remain. You will be marked by sulfur and salt. You will bathe endlessly in clear streams and fail to rid yourself of that scent. Your feet will never be your own. Stone will be your path. Storms will follow in your wake, destroying all those who take you in. You will desert your children, kill your lovers, and devour their flesh. You will love no one but the wind and ache of your bones. Neither will love you in return. With age, your hair will grow matted and dull. Your skin will gape and hang in long folds. Your eyes will cease to shine, but nothing will be enough. The sea will never take you back. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mamie Traore, and my first poem is We Wear the Mask by Paul Laurence Dunbar. We wear the mask that grins and lies. It hides our cheeks and shades our eyes. This debt we pay to human guile. With torn and bleeding hearts, we smile and mouth with myriad subtleties. Why should the world be overwise in counting all our tears and sighs? Nay, let them only see us while we wear the mask. We smile, but oh, great Christ, our cries to thee from tortured souls arise, we sing. But oh, the clay is vile beneath our feet and long the mile. Oh, but let the world dream otherwise. We wear the mask. My second poem is We Are Not Responsible by Harriet Mullen. We are not responsible for your lost or stolen relatives. We cannot guarantee your safety if you disobey our instructions. We do not endorse the causes or claims of people begging for handouts. We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. Your ticket does not guarantee that we will honor your reservations. In order to facilitate our procedures, please limit your carrying on. Before taking off, please extinguish all smoldering resentments. If you cannot understand English, you will be moved out of the way. In the event of a loss, you better look out for yourself. Your insurance was canceled because we can no longer handle your frightful claims. Our handlers lost your luggage, and we are unable to find the key to your legal case. You were detained for interrogation because you fit the profile. You are not presumed to be innocent if the police have reason to suspect that you are carrying a concealed wallet. It's not our fault you were born wearing a gang color. It is not our obligation to inform you of your rights. Step aside, please, while our officer inspects your bad attitude. You have no rights we are bound to respect. Please remain calm, or we can't be held responsible for what happens to you. Thank you.
Educators and administrators, they are the reason why we do the crazy things we do. So let's give them another round of applause. Ladies, you are phenomenal. We wish you well, and we know we will be reading about you in the future. Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for putting it together. They are our pride and joy, and they represent many others that are working in their schools diligently. So thank you so much. At this time, we are going to break for our lunch. Thank you. We're going to start soon with the best part of this afternoon, the plaques of recognition for all our talented individuals. Many of us were fortunate to have someone in our lives, some caring adult who became our advocate or angel and pushed us when we wouldn't. We all doubt ourselves and need reassurance from someone who refuses to give up on us. I was fortunate to interview the Teacher of the Year at JCE TV studio. And each one of you, without fail, came in and had trepidations, were scared, and then something magical happened. I would ask very simple questions that you knew. Well, first I had to promise you I was not going to issue any questions that dealt with evaluation, assessment, data. So it was like, let's pretend we're in the teacher's lounge and we're talking, okay? And so we went on about what you love, what you do, what's the best part, and without doubt, there was a running theme, and everyone in the studio was able to say, you know what, they all talked about using and addressing the child as an individual, about who's there and building relationships. And that is what you do. You know, you expressed doubt, but yes, so many of you were there taking risk, just like you force your students. And at the end of the interview, we were chatting away, and we could have stayed there for another 10, 20 minutes without doubt. But it really was, it became clear to everyone in the studio that your craft, it became your passion, that you love your profession and the students that you reach each and every day. I also have the privilege of visiting schools and talking to many educational support professionals. Typically, you're walking around the building, making sure students are in class, they're going to the next, they stay out of trouble. So you connect with students facing obstacles, and yet you lead them to make good decisions, and you help them make careful steps and careful risks. As you walk across the stage today, we recognize you for your focus on going for the gold and the multitude of adventures you have used to help your students reach that goal. Each of you has achieved the honor not by prescribing a specific game plan to achieve this status. You achieve because of the work you set out to do, and you make an impact on the future. The future not only of our community, but the success and confidence of our students who will hopefully be standing in our places at one time in the future. The circle continues, and we have taken steps to ensure it's correct and healthy course. Today is your day to enjoy with your families and colleagues as we celebrate the distinction of your designation as either Educational Support Professional of the Year or Teacher of the Year. It is your shining moment, which reflects a beautiful glow on our district and enriches all of the Jersey City Public School District. Congratulations. Now, there's a little housekeeping. We will be presenting the awards. A cabinet member will call your name and you will come to the stage to accept your award. Receive a gift from Mr. Silverman and take a picture. Teachers will be called first, followed by the educational support professionals. To use our time wisely, I ask that 5 honorees be ready to come to the stage by lining on the left side of the stage. You can follow the order of the program. Thank you. Trustees, Mr. Silverman, would you please come to the stage? Dr. Crisanino?
Good afternoon, everyone. What an exciting day for us as the Jersey City Public School family. This is one of the highlights of the year for us because we get to introduce to everyone in the audience some of the best and brightest that we have the honor of being able to work with every day. So my colleagues and I are so privileged to be able to introduce those people to you, and we ask that you help us salute them and acknowledge them for all the hard work they do. I'm going to start with PS number 3, Ms. Lisa Garcia Gaitan.
I'm here with Lisa Garcia Gaitan. She's the Teacher of the Year at PS number 3. And we have the pleasure of interviewing you and learning about what you teach, how did you get started? So tell me, Lisa, how long have you been a teacher?
So I've been a teacher for 23 years at PS number 3 in Jersey, downtown Jersey City, and I'm a resource teacher. I started as an inclusion teacher. I've been a CIT and a resource, and now I'm back to resource.
Good. And what grades do you enjoy teaching the most?
I service kindergarten through 5th grade, so I get to see everybody except pre-K, because we also have pre-K classrooms in our school.
And what is, if there's one thing that you know today that you didn't know when you started out as a brand new teacher, what would that be?
The impact that I'm having on children, especially being born and raised in Jersey City, being a product, of the Jersey City schools, and being able to give that back now to the students that are in front of me every single day is such a blessing, and I'm really grateful for it.
What would you say to someone who is going to send their child to school, and you said you were a resource teacher, so you helped students who may have learning difficulties. What would you encourage our parents and guardians to do with children to help them succeed in school?
I would encourage them to read with their children every single day, to put time aside to really talk to them, ask them about their school day, ask them about what they enjoy, what they like, what they don't like, just making sure that they're present in their children's lives, because it's just such a busy time right now, and parents are busy, children are busy, everyone is distracted. So just to be present as they can be in their children's lives, because this time is going to just fly right by, and they don't want to blink, and then it's just, it's already past them.
They're
so
adults.
Just to enjoy it, enjoy every second.
Great. What would you, as a master teacher, now after all these years, what would you encourage your colleagues to do, to practice, to become that teacher of the year, that special someone that others look up to?
I think it's about building relationships. So I've always made sure that I want to build relationships with my students. Each student is an individual, and you really have to take some time to get to know who they are, what they like, what they want to be, what they want to do. You know, you want to be an inspiration to them, and you also want to be nurturing. Sometimes you have to be stern, and I'm a little bit of both. So I'm always, and they know that, and I think that they appreciate that. I think students appreciate structure, and they appreciate the nurturing and the time that you give them, It's so important.
Thank you. Did you always want to be a teacher?
I did not always want to be a teacher. Prior to being a teacher, I was a social worker. And I was doing that for about maybe 7 years. And then there was a news article in the Jersey City Journal, and they were looking for 12 people to go back to school to obtain a master's degree in special education. And I applied, and it was like American Idol. I was one of the lucky 12 that got in, so I was able to go back to school. And they paid for everything, and I did it in a year. And here I am, 23 years later.
You know what? We are very lucky that you are one of the winners of the challenge. The students have benefited and will continue to benefit. Thank you so much for being one of the best members of the Jersey City Public School District. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful.
Thank you.
After each one?
Yeah, you go ahead.
So I've got the exciting job of giving out gift cards to restaurants throughout Jersey City to honor the amazing education service professionals and teachers of the year. So, Lisa Garcia Gatan, PS3, you'll be enjoying Cangiano's Marketplace, downtown Jersey City.
Our next recipient, Mrs. Wanda Del Valle McLeod from MS number 4.
I'm here with Mrs. Wanda Del Valle McLeod. She is the Teacher of the Year at Middle School 4. She was selected Teacher of the Year by a committee, and we want to learn about you. So what do you teach, and how long have you been teaching?
I teach math, 6th grade, and I've been teaching for 26 years.
Oh my, that
Yes.
seems like yesterday
Yes,
almost.
yes, it does.
So only 6th grade? Have you taught other grades?
Yes, I taught my very first year, I taught 1st grade at PS number 9.
Oh, okay.
And then I went to middle school, so in middle school I taught 6th, 7th, 8th. I taught social studies, science, language arts, and math.
Wow. So you've experienced. What do you enjoy most about your job and your assignment?
I enjoy getting to know so many different cultures. We're so diverse, and staff and students. So I learned so many things that otherwise I wouldn't have been exposed to. I moved to New Jersey when I was 20 from Puerto Rico. So yes, it's been an eye-opener, and I've grown so much as an individual, as an educator personally. So it's been great. I love it.
Jersey City is the most diverse. You
Yes.
really don't have to travel.
Yes.
You get to know people from around the world.
Yes.
So how did you become a teacher? Did you always want to be a teacher?
Funny thing, I went to an engineering school, and my friend was going to be a teacher, my best friend, and I was going to be the engineer, and she's the engineer, and I'm the teacher. And when I moved to New Jersey, I worked in banking. I did office work, but that was my thing. I used to help kids with homework. My own daughter, when I had her, I wasn't a teacher, and I fell in love, and I said, I'm going back to school and finish just that, and I loved
That's
it.
wonderful.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
very lucky to have you. And obviously your staff agrees. They selected
Thank you.
as Teacher of the Year. What would you tell your younger self about the career of teaching?
It's every day is a new day, and there's so much to learn. We think as teachers we're going to be in control, but in reality, the students control us with their needs, and every day different, the good, the bad, and indifferent, right? Like I said to the kids, some good days are very good and the indifferent are very indifferent. So we had to be able to adapt and help them each and every day.
What would you share with parents as advice, as something that would help students be successful, especially in middle school? It's such a crucial age.
I always tell parents from even younger age children to speak to them, but ask specific questions, as opposed to, how was your day? I said, if I were to ask you, how was your day, is
Fine.
a lot information. Just ask specific questions. You know, did you speak to your friend today? How was that conversation? And did you have disagreement? Why did you have a disagreement? Could you have been more open-minded about it? So I give them those tips because they get frustrated, especially in middle school. So you have to be open to listen and, you know, kind of filter that information that will be useful to get to know your children.
What would you share with someone who's thinking about becoming a teacher?
I would say that it's most interesting because you're always learning. So although you're the teacher, you're always learning. So not only you're going to teach a subject, you're learning about family values, how people are so different and why they're so different. So staff, right? They're all different, and you have to be able to accommodate and modify it accordingly because everybody, it is so different. So at number 4, I've been lucky enough that to help the new teachers. So we have committees, and I do the first year Falcons. So I guide them through the first year, right? From staples and tape to the things that work in our school.
So actually, as an educator, we don't just learn the classes in college, but that colleague is really our savior as we become teachers. They make us better.
Yes.
And so what would you encourage people who may be thinking about teaching?
To make sure that you always have an open mind and connect with people that are positive, right? And be able to build those relationships. Like I still have friends that retired, and they're very supportive. And because of them, and obviously, you know, students and staff, administrators, parents, I've become a much better, well-rounded teacher.
That sounds wonderful. I hope that more and more individuals see how much fun you have working as a teacher and think about becoming teachers in the future. We're very lucky to have you, as the Teacher of the Year representing Middle School 4.
If you were here last year, remember the most popular restaurant we did was the Ashford. This year they've donated 20 gift cards to us, so it's very generous of them. So you'll be enjoying an evening at the Ashford. Thank you.
From PS number 5, Mr. Bill Searcy.
I'm here with Bill Serpis, who has been selected as Teacher of the Year for PS number 5, Dr. Michael Conti School. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Bill, have you been a teacher for a long time?
I'm currently in my 20th year. I've been at PS5 the whole time. I started off my career in the 5th grade inclusion, so I was there for about 5 years, and now for the last 15, I'm the math middle school inclusion teacher for grades 6 through 8.
Wow, that's a big assignment.
Yeah.
So you get to, what grades have you taught?
Like I said, I initially started with 5th grade. I did a year in 4th, and the whole other time in the middle school, grades 6 through 8.
That's a wonderful age, but a very challenging age.
Very challenging, yes.
Students change. What's your, obviously math is one of your favorite subjects. What would you say is one thing you would share as very important for teachers getting ready and who want to be that teacher of the year,
Yeah.
who want to be that excellent teacher?
For me, the most important thing is whatever you're teaching is to connect it to the real world. I have kids all the time ask me, oh, Mr. Serpis, how am I going to use this in the real world? And that's a legitimate question. So you have to be prepared to answer that. Everything you teach should be used when your students become adults.
So, recently, I was able to visit your school,
Yes.
and students just completed their projects, project-based fair. Every student presented. So, what did your class work on?
So my 6th grade class actually worked on a project that was about affordable housing and the housing crisis that we're having in our country as we speak. Also, it was about gentrification. So these are issues that are literally happening, especially for the kids at our school that live downtown, that is happening around them.
Yes. I did learn the property value
Yes.
and the rents are astronomical.
But through some of the research, our kids are becoming concerned. They're like, how are we ever supposed to afford living in Jersey City? I mean, how are we ever going to afford a house? But, it's not my goal to get them scared, but it is my goal to prepare them and to not feel blindsided when it is time for them to be out there in the real world.
Well, hopefully it teaches them the importance of a career that's able to pay for a home that meets your
Absolutely.
need. So what would you share with the parents who want to help their students, who want their students to succeed?
It's very important that you really engage with your child about their education. You have to foster a climate of the importance of education, and you really need to get involved. You have to monitor screen time, which is very important. And we all know our kids love being on their phones.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay for a little bit, but, you definitely have to monitor that. You have to foster an environment of the importance of homework. You have to be prepared. Without doing homework, it's impossible to really get ahead.
No, I agree with you. You brought up the phones and social media, but there's a difference between on time with technology and social media.
Yes.
From my point of view, students sometimes don't have the maturity to deal with the challenges of
I agree.
social media. Have you had any of such experiences, or your students are so advanced that they don't need?
Thankfully, in our school, we do collect their cell phones every day, so they don't have access to their phone during the school day, which has been a tremendous help. We don't have to deal with that extra distraction. So that's, thankfully, we don't have to deal so much with the kids with their phones. But after school, that's where the parents' responsibility has to step in, that they really need to monitor that.
So, did you always want to be a teacher?
Unfortunately, I wasn't a person that always wanted to be a teacher ever since I was a little boy, but I guess through life's path, I ended up substitute teaching at PS5. So I was a sub there, and I ended up teaching there. So I've only been in one building my entire career.
It's a great building.
But, I'm a true believer that everybody ends up where they're supposed to be. And I couldn't picture myself doing anything else.
What would you say to a young person, or not so young, who's thinking of a teaching career?
First, I would say don't believe the stereotypes that are out there about teaching. This is a hard occupation. From the beginning bell to the end of the bell, it's nonstop. And our job doesn't end at 3 o'clock. We have to do more work when we get out. There's plans to prepare, there's emails to respond to, there's tests to grade. So it is a very difficult position, but it's also very rewarding.
I agree with you. That makes our job really, we impact so many lives. So it is important to think about, yes, there is the hard work, but what are the benefits? Not always monetary, but in the feelings that we get from working with students. What advice would you have to our district or to the future generations about education?
That education is very important. and it's very difficult to be successful in life without education.
I think that's a wonderful concept to finish this interview. I truly appreciate
Thank you.
spending time and learning about what you do and how you help our students. Thank you so much, and it's very obvious why PS number 5 selected you as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you,
We're
Dr.
very
Fernandez.
lucky to have
Thank
you in our district. Thank you so much.
And for you, we'll have dinner for you at Hamilton Inn in Hamilton Park.
From PS number 6, Mrs. Courtney Holliday Oro.
I'm here with Courtney Holliday Oro. She's a teacher at PS number 6, and she has been selected as Teacher of the Year. What made the faculty select you as Teacher of the Year?
Oh my God, I was so excited when I found out. I was like so thrilled. I think because everyone was saying that the kids really were always, when I was on medical leave because of my breast cancer treatment. So while I was away, the kids were all asking about me. And this really wonderful woman, Mrs. Hart at the school, said to me, wow, the kids miss you so much. You know, you make such an impact on those kids. They really, really just are dying for you to come back. And they love that drama class. So, yeah, I think, again, the relationships with the kids.
So tell me a little about what you teach and how you get them to be confident and produce.
Yeah, well, I'm a drama teacher, and so, I want them to have fun, but more than anything, I really want them to learn how to project their voices and how to, show confidence in themselves and in their speech and in reading and literacy. One thing I really connected was, when you're learning how to read, and the kids are, they get nervous about, not knowing a word exactly how to pronounce it and how to say it out loud, and their peers, so building that confidence.
Well, so obviously this studio is the perfect place for you. So I'm going to ask you, what tips do you give your students that make them successful?
I basically tell them that just to make connections, like when you're, when you're speaking to someone on stage, to really listen and make the connection, and also to take your time, not to rush, and to breathe, and to just try to relax.
So as you're giving your advice, I'm trying to regulate myself here. So thank you so much for the tips. So how long have you been a teacher?
23 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
You always wanted to be a teacher?
Actually, I wanted to be an actress.
Oh.
But, I did a lot of stage managing. So what was really interesting was I worked with a lot of actors on their lines, and I'm preparing them, getting them on stage and getting them organized with the props and where to walk and where to stand. And I remembered that I worked with a kid on a play, and I was like, wow, we had so much fun together. I said, I would love to be able to teach that, to be around kids and teach them how to be on stage and work together. And when I got married, I met this wonderful woman who worked for the Jersey City Board of Ed. And she said, we have a performing arts department. I said, really?
Yes, we do.
And I was like, wow. So I just got incredibly lucky that at that particular time in my life, I was able to apply and work and an incredible job at PS6.
So teaching was a second career, basically?
Yeah.
Alternate route?
Yes.
Type of.
But I just fell in love with it. I mean, I can't imagine doing anything else now. I just absolutely love teaching.
it's a wonderful profession.
Yeah.
I truly have enjoyed my career as a teacher. The students are phenomenal. The staff working together. You have a very close-knit community within your school.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's a family.
It's amazing. Everyone works together. Everyone always supports you, asks how things are going. You know, if I have a student that's having a hard day, I talk to the teacher about it, the homeroom teacher. So we're always communicating. Google Classroom, the kids love it. I'm always posting little activities for them to do at home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
and we do warm-ups when they come in. You know, like they love the little. We do mime warm-ups. This thing called Mirror Mirror, and we warm up their voices with poetry. They love poetry. I love poetry. I don't know about them, but I love poetry.
you know what? Public speaking is so difficult.
Yeah.
So to empower students to feel confident, now I know when we've interviewed students at the school, they project their voice. They have that persona on stage that does so well, particularly because now social media is such a big component.
Yeah, people are posting their videos,
Yes,
and
their
they're so
videos.
influenced by everything.
Well, at least let's hope that your teaching has guided them to use quality
Yes.
content
Yes,
versus, you
yeah.
know.
And when they come in with me, there's no screen time with me. We do the old-fashioned way. The actors get their scripts. You know, I put them in groups. They work together. You know, they learn how to take turns saying their lines. And boy, it's so exciting when the light bulb goes off and they don't need me. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the idea.
They don't need my help. You know what I mean? They're so excited when they can say their part without me coaching, without me helping them. You know.
Teaching is facilitating. It's that coaching that takes place. So what grade levels do you work with?
Kindergarten through 5th.
Oh, so you have kindergartners performing?
Oh my goodness, and they love it. They and the parents are so shocked that they actually go up there and say their lines. They learn it. I mean, I work with them for months. I start with them in like a January, and then their performance is in April.
Wow.
So I give them plenty of time to you know, and I take their little scripts home, and they're usually like the poetry thing.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
allergies.
No, I know. I have it too. Like, so the rhyming words help them with the lines sticking in their brain.
Oh.
You know, because that's easier for them. So
it's almost like a nursery
Yes,
rhyme
yes.
and
they love
or
it.
song that they
Yeah,
would
they
remember.
absolutely love it. Yeah, they just did a play about. They had a Mother Goose one, and there was a play about the giant rutabaga where they pull a turnip out of the. And they love it. They had so much fun. I had this giant turnip in felt, and they were all lining up, pulling it.
You know, as you're saying that, back in the day, and then I was a classroom teacher a long time ago, we used to have plays all the time. Every year, every grade level put on a play. And students did, you know, memorizing the lines was so important. But it helped. So you brought back something that's so important, public speaking.
Yeah, they
and
love it. They love
communications.
it, yeah.
At a time when AI is taking over so much, interpersonal skills and communications will never be replaced.
No, I know.
By artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I agree. And I always tell them, you know, you're always going to, you know, you always want to talk to people, and they look at you, and the way you project yourself, you know, is so important. So I said, you know, make sure that you make that connection all the time, and that you know how to speak up for yourself too. And my challenge is I get like a really, really super shy child, and I get them to be the star of the show.
That's quite a challenge there, but I'm glad that they have you. No wonder the school selected you as the Teacher of the Year.
Thank you
it's
so
obvious that you love what you do.
Yes, the
and
passion.
that you have fun.
Yeah.
You are passionate, and it shows.
Thank you.
And obviously, the school community realizes. Thank you so much for meeting me here today and answering these questions. I'm sure the public will want to have their child at PS number 6. Not every school has the drama program, but you're very lucky to have
I'm
it.
blessed. I'm blessed to have such a great school community and such wonderful support.
So, and we're blessed that you're part of the Jersey City Public Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My job.
You're on.
The Feathered Fox at Maritime Park, the new name for the restaurant there, Liberty State Park. Enjoy.
From MS number 7, Ms. Beth Federico.
I'm here interviewing Beth Federico. She's an art teacher at Middle School 7. Thank you so much for joining me and talking about what you do as a teacher to make our students great. So
Thank you.
tell me,
It's a pleasure being here.
What do you teach?
I teach art, currently 6th to 8th grade. I have taught from pre-K to high school in the past, but I've been in middle school for many years now.
And since you've taught so many grades, what's the age group that you truly enjoy or that you see the most growth?
I think they're all different because like the younger grades, they have so much excitement and you can really get into their creativity. Like I could tell them I'm a witch and pull out a snake and they believe it and they're like, you know, you're teaching them how to mix colors and it's like, you know, hocus pocus. And then middle school, I think, is great because you can really tap into they may not even know that they're, have this ability, but you see it, and then you can create it and grow it, and it really, that's a very rewarding experience. And high school, just the skill, that they have the skill already, so.
By high school, many of them,
Right.
if they're artistic, they've discovered it already.
Yes.
But middle school, it's such a precious time because they're truly coming into their own.
They're developing, yeah.
So, what techniques do you use that help help the student discover their talents?
I think I just, usually you can see a particular talent by small things, like the way they're choosing to put their lines or the organization of their page. And then I try to push that. And, I get them into an ATC class so I can give them more personalized attention. And during that time, it really tends to grow.
And what about art for those students who may not go on to be artistically talented?
Right.
But how does that help those students?
I try to let them know that when I was their age, when I was in middle school, I could not draw. I was the worst. So I have learned techniques that can, create a better picture or the technique of how you could go about making something more realistic. So I share those techniques with them and I tell them if you honestly listen to what I'm saying and you honestly try from your heart, you will become a better artist and you will have that in your toolbox to go out. And if you ever had to explain something visually, that's something that you would have that you can take with you in life and use it.
Do you see a connection between the arts and one's well-being?
Yes, I do. I had done a little stint into art therapy and how mentally art can help you to deal with things. But I think definitely, I like to also I see art as connecting to so many things. So I like to make as many possible connections as I can. And whenever something new comes up, like this year, the garden, the aeroponic gardening, and it was amazing. I always like to take on a new challenge because you get to see the students in a different way and you get to expose them to things that they might not have thought of, but that is something that helps them in, wellness in their life. I did a whole thing at MS7 in butterfly gardening and working in the ground with them, and you're reaching a different part of them. And I think just the aesthetic, the beauty, and to have that possibility in your life is.
It's great to hear you say that. I truly believe the arts are what gives meaning to our being, whether it's the music, the visual arts, that they really give you that depth of character.
Right.
That whether it's producing it or appreciating. Some of us are not artistically talented, but I can appreciate
Right. And
the
I think,
beauty.
you know, when you look at the arts in terms, like cultures, the arts are what, you know, the cultures have created. So you get to see a lot about culture and the importance of.
We have such a diverse city, second most diverse in the nation. So how do you tap into that diversity within your student body?
Well, I try to get to learn where they're from, and then I try to tie in some artwork of the places that they are from. So that, you know, like there was a Russian student once, and I found some portraits that were done by a Russian woman, and she was familiar with the artist, and it was, you know, she took a pride in it, and she really wanted to teach everybody else about it, and that was, you know, that was nice. It was unique. And even in the foods, because we've been doing with the gardening, we've also been tying in foods and cooking, and, you know, it's just nice to see the rounded person.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
You know, reaching the whole child
Right.
to be their very best. What advice would you have for a teacher who's starting out, who, you know, it's at the beginning of their career?
Well, I had done a bunch of student teachers for a while. I went from none for like 20 years, and then every year I had a student teacher like back to back to back. And I would always say to them, be true to yourself. The kids know. They know if you're being true to yourself or not. If you're not a yeller, don't try yelling. If, you know, you can be quiet and you can be successful in that regard as well. You don't have to be, you know, this or that. Be who you are, and they will respect you for that.
Students are very perceptive.
They are. They are.
So sometimes it's not what you say, it's what you do.
Yes.
And they know.
Yeah, and show that love, that, you know, yeah.
Absolutely.
The passion for the subject and the love that you have for it. It becomes contagious.
Yes, it does. So what made the faculty at the school select you as Teacher of the Year?
Well, I was very honored that they did. I think it was probably because, like I said, I don't like to turn down any opportunities, and I like to work with everybody. So when something comes up, I usually say, okay, I'll try it, you know, and we'll get involved in that. And I think it's that I, you know, work with everybody, and I tend to say yes to opportunities.
Well, you have a school that has a wonderful culture and climate.
Yes, it does.
You work as a unit. From my point of view,
Yeah, it's a wonderful
everything's
school.
taken care of at the school.
Yes.
And so, just like a family, whatever the issues may be, get resolved
Yes,
within the family.
yes.
So, thank you so much. And it is obvious why they selected you Teacher of
thank
the
you.
Year. It's a pleasure. Even though you didn't mention that many of your students have been recognized for their achievements, so that's a testament to your
Thank you.
teaching. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure, and I'm glad that Jersey City is getting to know why you're such a fabulous teacher.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me on schedule here. Razza, the amazing pizza restaurant known as the best pizza in New York, rated by the New York Times. Enjoy.
From PS number 8, Mrs. Zabata Cyril Allen.
I'm interviewing Sabita Cyril Allen. She has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at PS number 8, the Treeford School. Congratulations.
Thank
It's a
you.
pleasure to meet you. And so tell me, what do you teach and how long have you been teaching?
I teach kindergarten, and I've been teaching it 28 years.
And you haven't been promoted?
I have
Not once?
No. I was promoted in the summer when I taught different grades. I've been up to the 4th grade, so in summer school.
In summer
High
school.
Yes.
Do you still enjoy kindergarten the best?
I do.
Why?
Because they're young, they're more moldable. You can teach them things, and they're receptive to it.
And they love their teacher.
I hope so.
Yes, they do. As a former kindergarten, that's how I started
Okay.
in the district as a kindergarten teacher. So they do love you. And so what do you do with your class that makes them successful?
So we start our day when they come in. For those children that don't have breakfast, they know. They practice their names, their letter of the week, their words, so they know while they're waiting for the other children to finish that they have something to do. After breakfast is finished, then we all break into small groups. We have ABC, writing, word centers, computer centers, and it's a rotation. They know how to rotate. So it's doing small group, a teacher-directed center. So everything is small group. And they manage the class because they call each center. They know when the timer goes off, where to line up, the next group goes. So it takes time, but in September, it's not as successful as it is now. Now they run the class.
So you're saying they're running the class. So what do you do when they're in those centers?
Well, in the teacher-directed centers, we do small group, whether it's reading, sentence structures, different activities within the teacher centers.
So you work directly
Yes,
with your
the-
students.
yes.
I think I knew the answer, but I wanted the public to understand that there is one group where the teacher
yes.
is, there is direct instruction
Yes.
and there is practice, one-on-one or, a small group to one.
Yes.
So what do you like best about the current programs that we're using?
Well, I like the opportunity that we individualize each child's instruction. We gear them, because I'm the ESL classroom, designated classroom, we gear things for the English learner. So it's different activities that we and my co-teacher, we put together to help these students develop language.
Right. So is there any work that's done with, they may be English language, they may have multiple languages depending on their background. How do you bring that culture into your class and into their learning?
So we do different, we have an All About Me unit, and they bring in different artifacts, they talk about it, whether it's food or little knickknacks from their culture, and they share it amongst each other.
That's great. Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, I did not. Well, my first year right after high school, I did a year at Rutgers College of Nursing, and then I transferred to now New Jersey City University.
That's wonderful. So I guess medicine was not for you.
No.
So what would you share with parents that would be something very useful for them to work with their children?
I encourage reading with their child every single night. Go ask them about their day. Even when they ask, what did you do today? What did you learn today? And they say nothing. Just encourage them to be more verbal in their experiences of the day. Talk about their day.
So you recommend specific questions that parents may ask? Or how do you communicate with your parents?
Email. I communicate when I because with kindergarten, we see them daily. So if I have concerns, or whether it's positive or concerns, I speak to them directly. And overall, we do class dojo.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
so you have multiple ways to
Yes.
keep the family
Yes.
informed. What would you recommend that individuals who are thinking about becoming teachers do to be ready to be successful teachers?
Just realize that it's a very difficult profession, and you have to keep trying. Like, there is no one set formula. You have to figure it out as you go and be persistent.
What encouraged you to become a teacher since you had started out for nursing?
Just life experiences just geared me to become a teacher.
So
Yes.
obviously, life taught
That's it.
you and guided you towards the right profession.
Yes.
We're very lucky to have you as Teacher of the Year, and obviously the faculty thinks that you are phenomenal, and that's why they selected you. So thank you so much for being a valuable member of the Jersey City Public School. We're very lucky to have you.
On Grove Street downtown near City Hall, a great little Australian restaurant, Frankie. Enjoy your dinner.
From PS number 11, Mrs. Barbara Gerdes.
I'm here interviewing Barbara Girders, who has been selected by her school, the Martin Luther King Jr. PS 11, as Teacher of the Year. It's a fabulous honor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you teach that made them select you?
Well, I've been at PS 11 now 24 years. I've taught almost every grade except kindergarten and 8th. Everything in between 1st and 7th. But currently, I am a pull-out resource room teacher, and I service students in grades 3 to 8.
That's wonderful. So for those that may not know, what is a resource teacher?
Resource teacher, so we pull out the students who need extra support in either language arts or math, and we're under the special ed department. We collaborate a lot with the child study team to reevaluate IEPs, make sure the students are meeting their goals and objectives each year. We also collaborate a lot with the classroom teachers, make sure that the students, again, are meeting their benchmarks or wherever they're supposed to be at each marking period. And yeah, I mean, I love it.
Thank you. No, that's a wonderful,
Yes.
Meeting the students' need,
Yes.
having those individual
Yes,
educational
a lot of
plans.
teamwork.
It's a lot, there's a lot of coordination that
Yes,
takes
yes,
place.
yes.
So what made you become a teacher?
Well, I had different phases, Dr. Fernandez. When I was younger, I thought I wanted to be an ice skater. Then I moved on to a vet. And then during high school, I was like, well, maybe I'll do some criminal justice. When I got to college, I was still undecided, but I think what inspired me was my mom. She was getting her master's at the same time when I was getting my undergrad at St. Peter's University. And she had a Bachelor of Science in accounting, but then she decided to do education, which was completely different. But just her experience, she went through the alternate route.
Yes.
So her experiences in the classroom and helping the children that she was servicing, because she went into the ESL department and she felt like she wanted to give back after coming from Cuba in the 60s. There was really no resources for them back then. So she became that resource for her students. So that kind of inspired me. And then I did like a work study at a family-owned daycare center in North Bergen. And just being with the 3 and 4-year-olds was like so precious to me. They think everything that you do is so grand and so big, and they listen to everything that you say, and they were so sweet. And I felt like, wow, maybe this is the road I should go down. This is my journey and my purpose in life. So I think that was kind of like what solidified me finally making a decision and saying I'm going into education.
So, no, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you did. English learners have gone through stages and not always had the support necessary.
Correct.
It's a struggle.
It is.
Having been one of those students, I understand. And so, so what do you do with your students now? Because these students struggle, may not be English learners, but they still are having difficulty mastering whatever the content may be. What do you do to help them become successful?
What I really love about the pull-out resource is that we concentrate on phonics. They need that foundation, and I teach so many different levels, and I have to meet the students where they're at. So, with the initial pre-assessments or, the baselines that I get, I tailor my lessons to really meet them where the need is with them. So it's a lot of planning, it's a lot of preparation, and it's a lot of collaboration with the classroom teacher as well. Like, we plan lessons together. That's very important, because if we're going to, see a growth in the students, we have to partner together, for the child. So it's very individualized what I do. And I said it takes a lot of preparation beforehand. If they haven't mastered the skills right then and there, then I need to go back and reteach whatever areas that they need. I'm doing that a lot with the new math curriculum. Like, I'm really concentrating on like the intervention lessons, which have been very beneficial for the students that I pull out. Because I've asked a classroom teacher, and they said because of these, remediation skills and repetition, they're understanding it a little bit better.
So, but that, again, is what teachers do, is
Yeah.
what foundational skills they haven't mastered yet.
Correct.
So that they can go on. And,
Right.
and math, it's so dependent on previous skills.
Yes, yes.
So if you
Always
don't know
bringing
one
it back.
concept,
Yes.
it's very hard.
Correct.
You can't divide until you're able to
That's
multiply.
what I tell my students all the time. I'm like, you guys are in 4th grade. You need to learn how to multiply. So we just drill the multiplication until they get it. And always constantly, like, again, it's a lot of repetition because they forget the skills. It's a lot of, like, overload sometimes. It's a lot of overload for us, too.
Absolutely.
Information overload. So we always have to take it back to, like, the basic skills in order to build up from there.
So, having had this experience as a successful teacher, what would you tell your younger self as you were going into teaching? What advice would you give yourself in your beginning years?
We don't have enough time, Dr. Fernandez. I mean, you learn from your mistakes. So I would tell my younger self to have grace. You will get it done, not all at once. I'm very type A, so I have to get it done like right away, and always have to plan and research, and I would probably tell my younger self to just, things will come with experience and with time.
Thank you. and many people who are type A, and I'm not going to say who, would have the same feeling.
Yes.
But that's also the drive that
Right.
makes you
Exactly.
successful.
Exactly.
So it's a balance between having a drive and taking your time. So
Correct.
It's wonderful advice. For parents, would you have any advice for parents in terms of things, how they can help their children?
Take the phones away for a little while.
All right, that's not such a popular.
Digital detox, a little bit. I mean, like, brain breaks here and there. I mean, we all should, actually, not just parents, everyone involved. Just to gather yourself before their child does work or whatnot. Have limits, set limits with that. I mean, it's not going to go away, obviously. It's here to stay.
No.
So we have to just find the balance with that.
I agree.
Yeah, have
It's
to
a
find the
challenge.
balance. It is.
And it's a challenge for adults.
Yes.
Because as I'm speaking to you, in between individuals, I look at my phone just to make sure that the emails or the message.
Right.
But it's setting limits. If it's an emergency, they will find
Right,
you.
to set limits and, speak to them, take them outside, go for nature walks. Nature's very healing. Just to kind of like take it back a little bit to the old school days.
So what do you do for enjoyment?
Well, I volunteer a lot at my church. I like hiking, I like reading, gardening.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you
I keep active. I try to keep active.
That's wonderful.
Well, my students keep me active. Plus, I'm a coach. So.
What do you coach?
Yeah, I coach volleyball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been a middle school coach now for 6-7 years, and I love it.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
So obvious, you love what you do.
Yes.
And it's very evident, and that's why the faculty selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Same.
And I look forward to continue celebrating with Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
We're very lucky to have you as one of our outstanding teachers in the Jersey City Public Schools, and PS11 is lucky to have you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you so
Fernandez.
much for this interview.
And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
And the Ashword, beautiful place on Newark Avenue. Enjoy.
From PS number 12, Ms. Christy Urbanski.
I'm here with Christy Urbanski. She has been selected Teacher of the Year by PS12. Congratulations.
Thank you.
They selected you as Teacher of the Year, obviously, for your abilities and your performance at the school. So tell me, what do you currently teach? And
I currently teach kindergarten, and I've taught kindergarten for most of my career. I've been back and forth from pre-K, first grade, but it's majority kindergarten. That's my favorite grade.
How long have you been teaching?
I started in an Abbott pre-K in Jersey City, and I taught there for 4 years, and this is my 19th year with the Jersey City Public Schools.
Oh,
So,
wow,
yes.
that's great. You look so young.
Thank you.
So it's been the day of primary teachers today.
Yes.
So what do you enjoy most about teaching young learners, especially kindergarten, the young ones?
Yes. I feel like I get to mold them and I get them fresh when they're young, and by the end of the year I see so much growth in them, and it feels like a big accomplishment to see how much they've grown from not knowing very much to being able to read and being so independent when they came in, not really being able to like zip their coat or even put their things in their desk. So I just feel like it's a good feeling when you see them at the end of the year, how much growth that they've made.
It is. It's very rewarding. In the primary grades, as a teacher, you feel accomplished.
Yes.
Because you see the growth, and it's so obvious. What do you incorporate in your lessons that helps students become independent?
Well, I like how we adapted the benchmark program, and the whole first month is foundations and routines. So it's less academic and more about expectations and the routine and the schedule, and it basically gets them to follow and behave how they are supposed to in the classroom before we start teaching them. In the beginning, it kind of seemed like, wow, we're wasting a lot of time not teaching the meat of the instruction, but I found it very helpful with how the students are able to follow routines better and follow directions better after working on the whole month of just the foundations and routines.
Yeah. Well, research shows that executive skills that are taught through those foundational skills are so important for success later on. Do you mentor other teachers coming into the profession, or?
Yes, we have a few new teachers this year, and I'm trying to help them as much as I can because they do seem a little overwhelmed. So anything that I could do to help them, I try.
So, did you always want to become a teacher?
When I was younger, yes. I remember like drawing pictures of me as a teacher, but then when it came to deciding my major, I chose accounting because I thought I wanted to make more money. And that was a mistake because within 2 years, I was able at least fortunately enough to be able to go through the alternate route program and get into teaching right away. So within 2 years of working as an accountant, I knew that wasn't the right thing for me, and I should have went with teaching in the first place, but it was an experience. So.
It's okay. Well, you may want to get a degree in middle school math.
No, I like kindergarten.
Okay, if that's what you like, we're very happy to have you. But I have to say, it's easier to move up in grades than it is to move down.
Right.
So primary teachers tend to do well with older students because you have the skills necessary. What do you do for fun when you're not working?
For fun, like now that the weather's nice, I like to walk in the park. I go to the gym, but mostly I enjoy eating and going to nice restaurants. So.
Oh, that's good. And that's always good. But is there something that you would tell your younger self as you were starting your career? You said you changed majors later on. What would you have wanted to know as you were choosing?
I think you should choose what you love to do, because maybe you want to go into something else you think about the money, and you might not be as happy as if you go into the thing that's really your passion. So I would think more about what's going to make you happy than what's going to make you money.
Follow your passion. It's always, whatever that passion may be, it's always great advice. What do you recommend to your parents that they do to help their students succeed?
With kindergarten, I would suggest that parents try to have their children be more independent before entering the school year. Just teach them simple things like zipping their coat, putting on their shoes, cleaning up their room, and that would be very helpful in the classroom for them to be able to not have to worry about all the little things and focus more on learning and instruction.
Cleaning up after themselves.
Right.
You know, there's a very famous book, Everything You Needed to Know in Life, you learned in kindergarten. So you are responsible for the next generation of success. Is there anything else that I didn't ask that you would love to share? Be brave now.
I'd love to share. I don't know. I just think it's important to develop a good rapport with your students so they feel comfortable and able to, feel comfortable asking questions, because that's what I've learned, that sometimes my students don't know something, but if you encourage them and you make them feel comfortable enough to tell you that they're having a problem and asking a question, then that could help them be successful in their learning.
I think that's wonderful advice. Would you share that with teachers starting out to communicate?
Yes, I would tell teachers starting out, try to find a teacher who you can lean on. Lean on your coworkers for support, because I think that's the most helpful resource that I found in teaching.
Yes, it is. You learn the practical application from your colleagues. Your next door neighbor becomes your lifeline as you maneuver the new career. What about communications with parents?
Well, this is my most challenging year so far because I have ESL, and they're mostly Spanish-speaking parents. So Class Dojo luckily has translation, so I use that a lot. And if I have to schedule meetings, then I have to find a translator within the building, which is very easy. Everybody's always willing to help at PS12. And just to always, every week, I try to give the parents our focus for the week. So they get the words that they need to know, the letters we're learning, whatever math skills we're learning, and I send that through Class Dojo. And try to keep open communication and let them know if they ever need to talk to me, we could schedule a meeting.
That's wonderful. Thank you. It's obvious why they selected you. You love what you do, and it is obvious in this interview that you're passionate about instructions. We're very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And thank you to the PS12 staff for selecting you. It's a pleasure
Thank
to
you.
have you as one of our teachers. Thank you.
From PS number 14, Mr. Ronald U. Coffey.
I'm here interviewing Mr. Ronald Cuffey. He has been selected by his colleagues at PS 14 as Teacher of the Year. Mr. Cuffey, what made the school select you as Teacher of the Year?
That's a good question. I think that I was selected as Teacher of the Year because of my my character, meaning like since I've been a teacher there, no one's never ever seen me upset or scream or yell or just be out of, just, I've always been the same, just calm. My demeanor's always been calm. I've always been cheerful. I usually always have an encouraging word to my colleagues to let them know things will be okay. And I'm always supportive. And also working with the students, my principal has always mentioned to me, Mr. Cuffey, you always go above and beyond with these students. And she's like, you're doing fine, but I stay after class, say like if a parent comes late, even though I'm supposed to leave, but I stay there. And I just make sure I take care of my students.
So what are you currently teaching?
Well, I'm currently teaching special ed, grades 3, 4, and 5. We really stress a lot with like computers. I integrate the Google Classroom with the students. We do a lot of like phonics, visuals. We do math. Man, we just do so much. I just try to keep them engaged. And if they're not engaged, then what I normally do is I'll modify something, just to find something that they do like so that at least they feel comfortable in the setting and they can continue to just grow.
That's wonderful. How long have you been teaching, and did you always want to be a teacher?
Well, I've been teaching now approaching 20 years. I haven't always wanted to be a teacher, but I moved back to Jersey City from down south, and I think that's where I got my calling, to come back. I started as a sub. I went back, got my, I already had an associate's degree, so I went back and got my bachelor's degree in special ed. And it was one of the best decisions I ever made because I really love my job.
That's wonderful, especially because it is such a field where there is a teacher shortage. Teachers of the handicap, teachers that teach students with disability, it's a hard to fill area, but it is such a special population that needs that specialized care, and we need to be ready for them. What would you advise your younger self about teaching or going into teaching?
What I would advise my younger self with going into teaching is I would stress the importance of investing in a good education, because I had mentors that stressed that importance to me. But growing up here in Jersey City, at that time when I was a youth, education was important, but it was like, But when I moved down south, and they really stressed the importance of education. So for me, returning back, that's what I would tell my younger self, is that education is an investment in yourself, and it's something that no one can never take away from you.
That's actually so important. It is the one thing no one can ever take. Fortunes come and go.
Yes.
Income can come and go.
Yes.
But an education no one can ever take. What's your relationship with your colleagues in the building?
Well, my relationship with them is a good relation. I have a good rapport with them. I've always have a kind word to say. I always acknowledge my colleagues. Wherever I go, I'm like, good morning, have a great day. That's always like my mantra. as soon as I come in the building. Good morning, have a great day. My administrator, my principal, she always said, "You're such a gentleman. You're always so polite and kind. And you're all, you know."
You do sound like her.
And I just let her know, you know, and she's like, "You're so thoughtful." Because if I'm leaving the building, I'll tell like a colleague, if you need to go to the restroom or something, I'll cover your class if you like. If they need help with the printer, sometimes they'll come to me and say, "Can you," especially with something on the computer or something technical, they'll say, "You got a minute?" I'll say, "Sure." So I always try to make myself available to my colleagues.
So you're part of the family. You're
Yes.
one of the family,
Yes.
a treasured member of the family. What would you recommend to parents in terms of helping their children succeed?
Well, some of the things I tell my parents of the special ed population is to, since their children have sometimes behavior issues, I just tell them to try to be patient with them, not to overreact. And the other thing I try to stress to them is, from my experiences, not to try to bring your child into your world, but try to go down into their world, because where they're at, they see things from just differently. And sometimes we just think these children should be like old enough to be like, you should know what I already know, and they don't know. You have to sometimes get on their level and just be patient.
That's wonderful advice. No wonder the school selected you as their teacher of the year. It is a pleasure to spend time with you this morning. Is there something you'd like to add that you think our community needs to know about the profession, where we need to go as a school community?
I think as a school community, our values in the community should be education. It should always be the number one list. Education and your health. We have to stress that. And the other thing is to spend time with your children. Like I tell my students, get this dictionary. If you just read one page a day, or even half that page, even if you don't know the words, just read it, or audio, listen to it. You'll broaden your vocabulary, because you have to be able to communicate and speak out here, but you'll just broaden, your communication skills. And a lot of times our students, they are not able to express themselves, so that's where a lot of frustration comes. So I just always stress education and reading.
Well, they're wonderful. Reading, whether, reading to our children, reading to our grandchildren, nephews, nieces, just that importance of education. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You said, it's the one thing they can't take, no one can ever take from you or any of us. So it is very obvious why the school selected you, and thank you for being one of our valued Jersey City public school teachers. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me.
Our first winner will get dinner at the Corner Pho, beautiful Vietnamese restaurant on Erie Street in the north end of Jersey City. Enjoy.
From PS number 15, Mr. Willie Thomas.
The pleasure of interviewing Mr. Willie Thomas, who has been selected by PS 15, the Whitney M. Young Elementary School, as Teacher of the Year. So your colleagues selected you Teacher of the Year. Yes. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what you teach, what grade levels, Mr. Thomas?
As you said, my name is Willie Thomas. I teach art at PS 15 from kindergarten to 8th grade, and I've been doing it for the last 40 years.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I don't look it, but I've been teaching for 40 years. 39 of the years at PS 15, and I was also part of the Visual and Performing Arts program at Jersey State University.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I have news for you. I have been here a little over 40 years.
Okay,
so
great.
we're colleagues when
Yes,
it comes
yes,
to
yes.
our tenure within the district.
Yes.
So how do you bring art? It's such a wonderful subject.
Yes, it is.
That you're lucky to have touch all the students in the school. What do you bring to the art lesson that really makes the students enjoy your class?
Well, as I teach, I make sure the students open up their mind and broaden their horizon. Whatever you put on paper, there's never a mistake. Everything can be improved. You work, you be creative, and make sure the materials that you're using them to your best of your ability. I show them how to work with various materials, and we just have a wonderful time exploring the world of art. Whether it's painting, drawing, working with clay, whatever we need to work with, I make sure that they learn the skills and they know how to work with the materials so they can be successful.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes. As the first year of being at PS23 as a kindergarten student, my art teacher was Robert Bauer. I like to throw names. Robert Bauer, he inspired me to become an art teacher. He's done so many wonderful things with the art, and I always said, well, since I'm self-taught, I can give back to the community and teach art. So that's where I'm at right now.
So since you were young, you
Yes.
saw your role model and you wanted to do. How do you create the next generation of Willie Thomases?
Well, I try to encourage them to do and to follow what I'm doing. So I have a roadmap. So this is what I'm doing, and I need you to follow. Emulate what I'm doing. Make sure that you're like a sponge. Absorb the knowledge that I'm giving. What you need to do is absorb the information, take what is good, whatever is not good, just get rid of it.
Okay. How do you work with parents and the community to help the students be successful in school?
So what I try to do, I try to bring the parents into the classroom. If I'm working on a lesson, I let them take part in what the students are learning so they can be successful. And whatever I'm doing in class, they can take it home and they can pretty much do the exact same thing.
That's wonderful. What would you recommend to your younger self? To do better or do differently or do the same?
Pretty much do the same. Do the same. Be focused, steadfast, do what you need to do to be successful.
That's wonderful. And so you'll be around for the next 40 years?
Yes, hopefully.
Wonderful. We look forward to having you teach the next generation.
Thank you very much.
Is there any message that you would like to share with our school community?
Well, just to be successful and for the parents to continue to work with the students, work with their children, to make sure that they're in the right path. They're doing the right thing in life and they're trying to be successful. That's the most important thing. Success is key.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you this morning, and it is obvious why the school selected you as Teacher of the Year.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to continue our careers together in the Jersey City Public Schools.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Good to see you always.
Our next recipient will be dinner at Light Horse Tavern in Paulus Hook.
And that person is from PS16, Mrs. Alexia Thomas.
I'm here interviewing Alexa Thomas. She has been selected by PS16, the Cornelia Bradford School, as Teacher of the Year. So it's a pleasure to interview you today. And tell me, what do you teach and how long have you been teaching?
I have been teaching at PS16 for this is my 5th year. I did 4 years in kindergarten inclusion, and this year I'm 3rd grade inclusion.
So you've always taught with the special education department?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long have you been teaching altogether?
5 years.
5 years.
Started at 16, and I've been here ever since.
That's wonderful. So, what made you become a teacher?
Yeah, so I think working in my high school, when I was in high school, I got to be a part of the special education program there, work with those kids, and I was like, I just fell in love with it then. So I was like, I want to pursue this going to college, and I've stuck with it ever since.
We're very lucky to have you. It's an area that actually needs teachers.
Yes.
There's a national teacher shortage, so it's wonderful to see that passion,
Yes.
someone so young. So you've always wanted to be a teacher. What do you use in your classroom that makes it successful for students to achieve and to excel?
Yeah, so I think working with the younger kids and the older grades, I've realized that hands-on approach is like the easiest to help them learn. I'm a hands-on learner, so I feel like bringing that in with them is also beneficial. Just seeing their faces light up when they build something, or if we're doing area and perimeter, they get to build that, measure it out, and just finding that they've learned what I've taught them is like coming out, I think is like so exciting. So I think the hands-on approach, building those kind of materials is the best way to get through to them.
So, you talked about hands-on learning. So how do you use it? In math, it's very easy. And language arts, how do you incorporate activities into language arts that makes it possible?
Yeah, so I play like different games with them, like reading games, building, so that we have blocks so like they can build on the words. Decodable readers, just having that hands-on. I feel like everything is like laptop-based now, so just even printing it, highlighting it for them, just making it fun for them to learn instead of sticking the paper in front of them, just like highlighting, making most of it into games with them.
Oh, that sounds. We all
Like
love
fun.
to play games.
Yes.
We all love to play games. So
Get them
that's-
excited, and then they're eager to learn that way.
So, did you have a teacher that you said, I want to be like so and so?
Yeah, I did. I had an algebra teacher in high school who, when you went to her classroom, you were expected, you knew what to do, everyone followed the routine, and I feel like I try to emulate a lot of what she does, or want my classroom to flow like that, because it is a positive learning environment. It's inclusive learning environment in which I envy to have all those things in a classroom. I think it is easier when you have 28, 29 kids in a classroom, and inclusion kids, it's easier your day to flow.
So you talked about your class size, and typically you have large class sizes.
Right.
And you work in an inclusion setting. How do you work with your gen ed teacher to succeed in such a...
So I think the co-teaching at 16 is modeled very nicely. The staff there get along so well that I feel like it is easy to bounce off each other. If the general ed teacher is helping a student, I can jump right in and help. If I'm doing small groups, she's teaching at the front of the classroom. So that is beneficial to have those two teachers in the room, but also we're able to play both roles when needed. I can teach the class, she can teach the class, we can both do small group, which is very beneficial in that setting.
That's wonderful. What do you use in the classroom that you find high success rate? Any of the curricula that helps, or what tools are successful?
Yeah, I feel like this year with the new Savas math curriculum, they gave us a lot of hands-on learning materials, which is very nice. Like, I enjoy using those materials with the kids, but also even just all the extra curriculum that comes with both programs. With Benchmark, there's so many things inside the curriculum. Their intervention kits with both of the curriculums is very helpful and beneficial.
That's great. What would you recommend to parents who want to help their students be successful in school? What would you recommend that they do at home?
So at 16, we do have a high success parent involvement rate, which is nice. So we always recommend just communicating with the kids. I think communicating with the kids and us communicating, it's always going to help the kids. So I would say open communication on all ends is the best way.
Okay. And what would you recommend to someone who may be thinking of becoming a teacher?
Yeah, I think it's a very rewarding job. You get to go in September and see the growth in June, which is amazing to see. It might be hard in September, but their success rate is always there in June. So I think just sticking with it and being encouraging, positive to yourself, easy on yourself is always the best way.
Well, it's obvious that you love what you do. There's a passion for teaching. We're very lucky to have you. Thank you for being a valued member of the Jersey City Public Schools. Our community is very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
While they're photographed, I want to say a very special thank you to Javia Jackson for putting this together, and Mr. Everald Oldfield, who had to leave, but they do all that running to get these gift cards from the restaurant. So you'll be at Cangiano's Marketplace. Thank you. Amazing. Congratulations to you.
I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Dr. Savino to come to the stage.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to introduce the next honoree. It is Mrs. Jenna Hughes from PS number 17.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Ms. Jenna Hughes this morning. Jenna has been selected by her colleagues at PS 17, Joseph H. Brensinger, to be Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a great honor. So tell me, what do you currently teach?
So currently I teach middle school special education. I have 6th, 7th, and 8th. I do a little inclusion, a little bit of resource. I've been at 17 for 13 years, but prior to that, I did 2 years of leave replacement there. My mom is a veteran teacher of Jersey City. She taught for 38 years at 17, even when it was the annex building. So it's so surreal. I feel like it's come full circle to kind of be teaching where I used to go with her as a little girl to bring your child to work day. So, yeah.
No, it's a pleasure. I knew your mom, and we worked together, so it is a pleasure. I guess it's in the blood.
Yes.
Did you always want to be a teacher, or?
I did. I did. Since I was little, she would come home with the old school teacher edition books, and I would sit down with my dolls. I would play. I'd want to help grade with her all the time. And then to be able to kind of spend a few years working together, really just kind of, she was my driving force. I went to school for teaching, and then she kind of pushed me to continue with my master's. So I did everything all at once. And now I see it in my oldest little girl. She sees me, you know, coming home and creating lessons and doing things, you know, that are exciting for school. And she's like, I want to be a teacher too.
Okay,
so it definitely.
We can send her human resources. We can
we'll
sign
start
a
her
contract.
early. But it definitely, I feel like it's just in us. You know, my sister's in the teaching field, my brother's in the teaching field. So we all, my mom must have been a real big role model because we all have followed in her footsteps.
Obviously, she did a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
So with that being said, what do you do with your students that really leads to their success and other colleagues recognizing you as a phenomenal teacher?
I think I have to take pride in my rapport with the students, and I have middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So, you know, a lot of times it could be a little hard to connect to them, but I feel like I do a really good job at not just connecting with them academically, but also on a social level, so they know that I'm there for them, you know, and I think being there for them and knowing that they know that I'm there to support them really allows them to take those extra leaps and extra risks because they know, you know, pass or fail, I'm going to support them and I'm going to bring them, you know, back up. And I try my best, especially in special education, making lessons that almost promote choice. So whatever skill or strategy we're learning, I like to provide opportunities for the students to kind of choose how they're going to demonstrate their understanding, whatever makes them feel comfortable, because then I know that they'll truly, work hard, and it feels good, like I know they feel good when they are successful. So I think definitely just the way I create lessons and just my rapport with the kids, I think are my top two.
Your top two, well, they sound, when we feel supported, we're willing to take risks.
100%.
And so what would you recommend to a teacher who's just starting out, first, second year, or doing their student teaching? What would you recommend?
Definitely take risks. I mean, sometimes I know teaching can be challenging. Classes, can be challenging, but really don't give up. Try and see there's good in all of the children. Try and connect, figure out a way to connect to all of them. Make the lessons that are engaging. Make the learning fun. Because sometimes I feel like, the kids lose sight of that sometimes, especially as they're a little older, and just kind of, connect with them. There's so many ways to make lessons connect to them, to the outside world, whether it's sports or games or, fashion. Just connect with them, and don't, even on those hard days, don't give up. Just take a deep breath. Remember why you came into the teaching field, because when they succeed, it's so worth it. I mean, seeing like some of our 8th graders, get scholarships, it's just so great. You feel so excited for them, like you do your own.
Yes, they become your children.
Yes,
They
yes, your temporary children.
Children for a while. What would you recommend that parents do to support that progress and to support their children?
That's great, because I feel like I have 3 little ones, so I can kind of relate to what we do at home. And I feel like a lot of times you put a lot of pressure on yourself, to be like, what can I do to help them be, the best they could be at home? And I really think it's simple. Just a little, take the time, in the evenings, read, sit with each other, read, talk about the book. What did we read about? Who were the characters? What was your favorite part? And then it can turn into a simple, like, let's draw our favorite part. I think sometimes we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to try and feel like we're not doing maybe enough at home. And I think it's keep it simple. Read to them every night. Make learning fun. I know I have a 9-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old. So I want them to love learning. So we try so many different ways to make things fun. We bring out paint, we bring out sand, we read together, the siblings read together. I think it's just important to keep it fun for them at their age.
That sounds like great advice. So, any other lasting words that you would like our community to know about you and teaching and learning? That's so important.
That's a good one. I think it's just important for everyone. I think sometimes, teaching has definitely changed, and I think it's so important for everyone. Just value the teachers, value education. It's so important, and I think parents and teachers coming together is so vital for the children's success. And even as parents, get involved as much as you can, in your children's school. I run the PTO at my kids' school, so it's just so good to just be involved. Be involved, make learning fun, make education fun, and anyone wanting to go into education, do it, because the reward is so great at the end. Like when you just see them successful, even like the 8th graders, like walking on, it's emotional. Like we watch our 8th graders leave, and you've had them for 3 years, and you just, you're just so excited. Like they become yours, and I think it's such a great profession.
Thank you. It's obvious why you love your profession. It's a pleasure.
Thank
you. We're very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
And you'll be enjoying an evening at Batello on the water in Newport. All these restaurants that I mentioned, if you could make sure you say that you're a Teacher of the Year, or the Education Support Professional of the Year, and they will treat you as a VIP.
The next honoree from PS number 20 is Mrs. Mona Lisa Messiah.
I'm here with the opportunity to interview Mona Lisa Messiah, who has been nominated by her school, PS 20, to be the Maya Angelou School, to be Teacher of the Year. It's a pleasure. Congratulations. So tell me, what do you teach at PS20?
I am currently a kindergarten teacher, and I've been teaching for 24 years, and I've taught various grades, but I've been in kindergarten for the past 12 years.
Oh, wow. That's a phenomenal grade. Did you always work at PS20?
I've always worked at PS20. I started in 2001, and I've stayed with my school, and I've watched the children grow, and I've watched my students becoming adults, and I've also had children of those children. I've taught over the years.
So how do you enjoy teaching in the primary grades, those young learners?
I love it. I see growth almost immediately. It's a really tender age when they're coming in, and they're looking at you to foster that environment that promotes learning. They're looking at you for that nurturing personality, that warm embrace, and I enjoy it. Every morning I get up and I'm happy to go to work to see those little faces and smiles and to see the growth, the progress, and celebrate those little accomplishments, even though if it's how big or how small, you see it. And I enjoy the warmth and the love I get from watching these little children grow.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
I've always wanted to be a teacher. Since I was a little girl growing up, I come from a family that has had 4 teachers in our family, and I remember watching my aunt as she prepared those lesson plans manually with those ink pens.
Oh, wow.
And when she would make her projects and create ways to foster or engage her children, I would help and I would do some of the activities. And if they didn't work, she would change it the next day. And I said, I want to be just like that when I grow up.
Did you have teachers who also influenced you besides your family members?
Oh, yes. My family, of course. And, I'm an immigrant to this country. And I started in Brooklyn. And I actually had a few teachers who saw my strengths and my weaknesses and worked on it to get me where I am today.
Obviously, they were just as successful as you are
And
today.
I've seen them over the years, yes.
And I'm sure they're very proud.
They are.
That you became a teacher as well. What do you use in your class that helps your students succeed? In terms of techniques or the way you present the lesson, how do you present lessons in a way that help your students succeed?
A lot of hands-on activities, and of course, with training and professional training. Over the years, I've learned to change my lesson plans to grow with technology, to make it more engaging, use the tools, using visual cues. You're always growing and learning. And I'm the type of person where I would ask for help if I need it. I would visit my colleagues or my peers' classroom and see what they're doing differently. I've also mentored over the years. I've had a couple of teachers who come to my classroom and watch me teach. So I use different ways, different methods to get my lesson across. A lot of it is hands-on and allowing them to take risks and try new things and feel like they're not making a mistake, that we learn from our mistakes. So it's easy for them to see that, okay, if I didn't do something this way, maybe tomorrow I'll try it a different way.
That's wonderful. So is there a message that you would share with individuals who want to be teachers, who are thinking of the profession as something they would want to do, or maybe not? They're afraid, like, no, I don't want to do that. What would you say to them?
Well, teaching is not only about delivering the instruction or lesson, it's more about shaping the minds, being involved, letting them know you care. And I think over the years, I've always embraced them with love, with care. My classroom is warm and inviting. And I think once you get to, when you realize, hey, this is something my children would like. They want to come see you every day. So it's not just delivering the instruction, it's showing them you care, showing them they mean something, they're valued, and they will thrive to do well. And ultimately, I love coming in, and I love to see that. It gives me a reason to come in every day when I see their faces and smiles. So I would say take risks, make your classroom warm and inviting, and let them know you care. And it makes a difference.
Absolutely. I know why your colleagues selected you as Teacher of the Year. It's very obvious. Is there a message that you would share with the community about the importance or interest in education? Why is it it's so important?
Well, when you think about it, teaching is the only profession that basically teaches about other professions. And a lot of people don't give teachers credit, and we do. We're not just teachers in the classroom, we're mentors. We listen, we are counselors, we're moms, we're parents, we're everything to our students. They see us, every day. So teaching involves a lot more than delivering a lesson. And, we should be respected more as teachers. And if you would like to be a teacher, then just show you care.
It's obvious. I believe that our community, the feedback from parents typically I get is they love their teachers, their children's teacher. They may have, negative statements about someone else, but not our own teachers. But you're right. You brought something up that, our profession touches doctors, lawyers, engineers, entrepreneurs, astronauts, you name it, they sit in our classrooms.
Exactly.
Before they go anyplace else.
It stems from us, and we pretty much opened up the window for them to see the world. And I believe in that. And, sometimes my own children think it's corny, but I would take pictures and I would bring it back into my classroom and I would show the children, hey, I went to visit this place. This is what it looks like. I went to the Martin Luther King Civil Rights Museum, and the fifth graders were talking about it, and I brought it back and I said, hey, this is what it looks like. Look what the bus looks like. Look what the cell looked like. Yeah. So I bring it back into my classroom. If I go to the beach, I bring a shell back and let them see what it's like. So opening up the doors for them to see different ways and different things, it will give them the drive to do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona Lisa. It's a pleasure, and I understand why the school selected you. We're very proud and thankful that you're part of our district.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
Thank you.
And you'll be enjoying an evening at the Corner Pho, amazing Vietnamese restaurant on Erie Street.
Our next honoree is Mrs. Judy Benally.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Judith Benally. Judy has been selected as Teacher of the Year by PS22, Dr. Weber School. It's wonderful. Congratulations on that recognition.
Thank you.
So could you tell me about what you teach and how long have you been teaching?
I have been a Jersey City Public School teacher since 1995. So I'm finishing up my 30th year. I have been a special education teacher for many, many years in my entire career. I have taught inclusion. Most of my career has been working in inclusion, primary grades, second, third. I have done resource on and off for many years, pull-out replacement for many years. Currently, I am working in resource, and I am pulling out children specifically and working with phonetics instruction on Sunday.
Okay.
I love what I do. I love what I see, the improvement in my children when they're able to no longer need me anymore and they go back into the classrooms and are completely inclusion.
That's wonderful. To become obsolete in our
Yes,
students
that's
with special
exactly-
needs.
yes.
So it's a testament to the good work that you're doing. So you've always taught at PS22?
No, when I started in 1995, I was a baby, 23 years old. I started at public school number 12. I was there for, I don't know, maybe 10 years. I don't remember. It goes by so quickly. I went to public school number 24. I taught there for many years. And then finally, under Oscar Velez, I went and transferred over and I became a teacher at public school number 22, and I've been there ever since. I love Dr. Anderson and Mr. Lalas. I love my school. My teachers are great. So it's a great school to be at. I love my children. I love the community. So it's a great school.
That's wonderful. It's always a pleasure to enjoy time with our colleagues. Obviously, they think the world of you. They selected you as Teacher of the Year. So you talked about Sunday and the phonics program that you use to help students catch up if they're missing that skill. What else do you use? How do you empower your students through your programs?
Empowerment, I think, really is when the children themselves, that they see that they're improving and that their fluency is improving, they begin to see like what it is that's happening with them and how they're able to read more. And I think they empower themselves when they're learning. And to me, that's so great. I've had parents that have come up to me, especially when a child is no longer in my program anymore. And when the parents, in particular, are so appreciative of it, because I've had children enter in 3rd grade from other districts, non-readers, and to have them within 2 years no longer need me. And the parents are like, oh, this is awesome. And I'm like, oh, yes, it really is.
That's wonderful. I mean, what we want for our children is their success. And to become obsolete is a good thing.
Yes, it is.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
My mother actually was a special education aide for the state of New Jersey with children who were severely disabled. There are like stations within the different counties. At approximately 12 years old, that was the point when I had decided that I wanted to be a teacher. I lived in Hoboken in Jersey City. My cousins and I, there's 5 of us, and I've always been the oldest and have always wanted to teach and be bossy sometimes.
I don't know what you're talking
about.
about.
I don't know. So yes, at that point in time, at about 12, I went to Rutgers University. I initially started to want to become a history teacher, and then I changed. I said, I think there's more of a need for me to become a special education teacher. And then at that point, I did that.
Well, that need for teachers of the handicapped, teachers who address the needs of students with disability is so important. It's a national shortage.
Yeah.
So it is, we're very thankful that you decided to stay with us and have spent your career here. What would you recommend to your younger self going into the career?
I think that I should have immediately gone into my master's program. So I did it slowly. I think that I should have went from Rutgers directly into the master's in special education program. It took me about 10 years, and it was hard because I was young and I also had children. And I think that it would have been a better decision to do it early on. So like that's always a recommendation that I have for people that are going to school. Okay, just do it, just get your undergrad and then get your master's right away. I think that that's very important to do that because there's so much wealth of knowledge, especially when you're with other teachers who have been in the career more often, for longer periods of time. So I think that I would have learned more earlier.
I guess specialization.
Yes.
It's wonderful. And learning. That's what we promote. So ourselves, we would want to be learners.
Yes.
We are lifelong learners, but to have that formal instruction early on. For individuals who may be thinking about going into a career in education, what would you say to them?
You have to really want to do this. You have to really have a love of children. I think that my biggest driving force is seeing children improve. And you have to want that. You have to want to see that. You have to want to make that change. So that's what I would tell the young.
That's wonderful. Anything you would share with parents in terms of helping their children succeed?
Right now, I think that especially with phonetics, I think that parents need to be more in tune with what it is that they're working with children, and children learn, the young children, young, like 3 years old or 2 years old even maybe, working with sounds and putting sounds together, and then eventually building that fluency. I think that's really key working at home right now with the youngest children.
So thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
it is obvious that you love your profession.
I do.
And that's why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. We are very lucky to have you within our district and that you've called us home for a very long time.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. But I still have you beat. I've been around 40 years, so it's okay. It is a wonderful profession, so thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being a dedicated member of the Jersey City Public Schools.
Thank
We're
you.
very lucky to have you.
Thank you very much.
And you'll be enjoying dinner at GP's Restaurant, an Italian classic in Guttenberg. Used to be also in Jersey City, now up in Guttenberg. So we thank GP's Restaurant.
From PS 23, Miss Julia Alba.
I have the pleasure of sitting with Julia Alba, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at the Mahatma Gandhi School, PS 23, as Teacher of the Year. Welcome, Julia. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure to have you. What do you currently teach?
I teach middle schools, schools 6 to 7 and 8, self-contained, learning disabled, severe disabled.
That's a pleasure. How long have you been teaching?
Oh, I would say just about like 6 to 7 years. I don't even count it anymore. To be honest, it goes so fast.
Yes, they do. They fly. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Oh, yes. Ever since I was a little girl, my mom was a teacher. She was a 3rd grade and middle school teacher. And I always see her as like my role model for everything because I remember seeing her working very hard in school. And when she will leave, back in the Dominican Republic, we don't have all day teaching. We have like in the morning and then we go back and home and take a break, and then we go back again. So when I see her leaving, we used to play pretend classroom, and of course I was the teacher. I was the teacher, and then my siblings, they were my students.
Oh.
And I remember doing all that, and this is how I knew that I wanted to be a teacher.
Obviously, it paid well. So all the time you've spent, how many years did you say again? 6 years?
6 or 7 years.
Oh, okay. So you've always worked with us in Jersey City?
Well, I was an inclusion teacher from the beginning. I was one of the first ones to be hired as an inclusion teacher when we did not know much about inclusion, you know. Yes, I was at the beginning. The very first time that we got inclusion going on in the district, a long time ago, many years ago.
So, but that was quite a while. That was more than 6 years ago.
No, 6 years teaching severe
so
learning
that's
disabled in
self-contained?
the self-contained, yes.
Oh, yes. But in the profession of teaching, you've been...
like 24 years.
Ah, that's
Yes,
what I was...
yes.
Because inclusion was quite a while ago.
Yes, many years ago.
Yes,
Still
and remember we used to practice and have, you know, professional development together and marriages and everything else.
Yes.
So what do you use in your classroom now? You have students with disability who may be experiencing challenges in terms of their learning and development. How do you reach them?
Well, we use a lot of visual aids. Of course, computer and technology is a plus. We have to use it. A lot of graphic organizers, a lot of inputs from my peers. What are they doing? What works? What does not work? It's a try and error kind of thing, because this is a good thing about teaching, that today we're trying this. If it doesn't work, and then we try something else tomorrow. It's no right and wrong. So we use a lot of that cooperative learning, kids working together, trying to figure out things, hands-on activities too as well.
So that's great. And you said something very important, that we try it this way if it's not. So you tailor your lessons to your students' needs?
Of course, all the time. This is like, my brain doesn't stop thinking, let's put it that way, because today I'm planning for something, but I know that most likely tomorrow I'm going to have to tweak it a little bit and change it a lot, because we want to get to those students. And then that's the most important thing. And we tried our best, 100%, like, how can I do that? And sometimes things, they don't work out the way we want it, and then we have to change it again. And it's an ongoing thing. It doesn't end just right there. I go home and I'm thinking. And it's probably like 6 o'clock and I'm still taking notes. Remember when I was an in-class support teacher, I think that teacher probably hated me, because I was like, oh my God, because it was my first year doing 5th grade. I went from 3rd grade to 5th grade. You know the gap, okay, you see me? So I was just like thinking, how can I do this? And then he said, okay, we're going to do this lesson together. And then I said, okay, let me see. So I found some ideas and I put it together, because my brain is working. I'm like texting him, hey, what do you think about this? Do you think we could do it that way instead of this way? So a lot of collaboration was essential, but my brain is always working. Even in the summertime. I'm always thinking about how can I rearrange my room, making it more inviting for the kids, making those corners that, for students to take a break, to work together.
So obviously you enjoy what you do. And, when you say my brain is always working, is you're always planning and adjusting your lessons.
All the time.
So it's a pleasure. What would you recommend to parents in terms of ways to help their children succeed in school?
Well, I think for parents, I think it's very important that the parents are always present for the children, get involved. Make sure, ask the teacher, what can I do to help my child? Because most of the parents, they don't know. There were simple things like read. Right now they have technology. They can go to My Own, is one of the applications that we use, and we recommend it. So they can listen to it and ask simple questions: where, when, and where, how. Very important. And then it doesn't have to be formal. It could be informal, like making learning fun, take them places, ask questions. Let's see how the memory goes. And those are the things that we need to encourage parents to do all the time, because not all of them they know. And not all of them they come to see us. But I think getting engaged is very important. Talk to the teacher, have a transparency going on, a communication going on. Any concerns, go talk to them. I think that's very important.
Great. What would you tell yourself, your younger self, when you started teaching? What do you know today that you wish you knew when you started?
I didn't know it was going to be rough to begin with, but it is. It's fun, too. It's a lot of fun, so never give up on anything. Keep trying all the time, because we have to, if something doesn't work, then you have to be open to other things, okay? And I think that's something that we need to always have it in mind. Treat everyone with respect, which is what I try to do in my classroom, okay? Show the students that you care, okay? Because that's super important. Not only academics and social life and everything. And make a difference for them, because you know what? The only thing that Anybody can take a lot of things from you, but knowledge they can never take away from you. And keep trying, keep reading. I would say the little younger me, keep reading, learning more to get more strategies. Not the ones that you always do, but the ones that they're out there. I'm sure they're out there. There are always new things to try.
So it's obvious that you still are the learner. Even though you are the teacher, you are also the learner. It is a pleasure, and it is obvious why the school selected you as Teacher of the Year. Your love and passion for teaching and learning is very obvious, and we are very lucky to have you in the Jersey City Public Schools. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was at this restaurant yesterday for a beautiful lunch. Uncle Momo on Grove Street, downtown Jersey City. Enjoy an evening at Uncle Momo.
Our next honoree from PS number 24, Ms. Doris Fajardo.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Doris Fajardo, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at PS 24.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank
It's a
you.
great honor for your colleagues to
Thank you.
determine you are the Teacher of the Year. So tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you teach, and how long have you worked with the district?
I've been with the district since 1997, and I've been with the special ed classes. This year, and a few years back, I've been doing the severe learning disabled children, and I love it. I love what I'm doing. And, it was a dream of my parents that I become a teacher.
Okay.
And being of Cuban immigrants also. And I fulfilled their dream, not realizing that it was mine too. So I thought that was,
So they knew better.
They knew better.
They
Yeah,
knew
they
the
knew better,
profession
yes.
for you. So that's wonderful. So was it always, you said it was your parents' dream. What was your dream as a career originally?
I have like 3 years at St. Peter's. I was going to do therapy and try to go into psychology. And for some reason, Sunday schools at church, I was always surrounded with children my whole life. So my parents used to say that, listen, look into this career. And when the opportunity came up for teacher assistant, I said, okay, they backed me up with that, and I took it. And I love it.
And you love it.
I love
You work with a challenging population or a needy group of students, because you said they're severely handicapped students, disabled.
Yes.
So how do you reach this population to make sure that they are reaching their goals and they're extremely successful?
What I do is I learned throughout the years that to work with this type of group, I have to know how to teach them so they teach me. They teach me so I can teach them. And so I get to know them, I know the parents. It's sort of like establishing a really good relationship with them where you develop trust, which I do in the classroom. And I see that a lot of them came to me like these years where they couldn't even read. And I have one that was reading in class the other day. So those little things to me just, make me feel like I'm Teacher of the Year all the time. That's how I feel with them all the time, yeah.
That's wonderful. That's a wonderful
yeah.
feeling. But it's not a little thing. Having a student who has challenges, become successful, become a reader, it's a great success. It's the Academy Award of teaching,
Yeah, I know.
basically.
Yes.
So what would you tell your younger self as you were going into teaching? What do you know today that you wish you knew starting your profession?
I would say you have to develop a lot of patience. You have to be very patient in order to be able to service them and assist them and be a good listener, you know. And a lot of times just take a break from whatever it is that they're doing. Okay, what do you need to do right now? And know, you know, how they think and what they do. And it's just, to me, something that, for example, I went to Jersey City schools. So I went to number 5, I went to Ferris, I even went to number 2, which became condos now. So being a student of this district showed me that many of the things that I learned, even back when I was younger, like, for example, they make fun of me a lot of times because the teachers I had for language arts always made us pronounce, like, at the end of a word, long. You had to do your L, your G's at the end, and the ending sounds and things like that. And I saw that with this generations that are coming now, it's possible to be able to show them that, yeah, I learned just like you did, and yeah, everything is possible. I want them to know that they can do whatever they want to do. And I have a lot of them that are aspiring to become, I had one that wanted to be a lawyer. Most of the ones that I've helped, yeah, you can go to college, you know, they're working on that. So I want them to know that this is a class. Like, I was just speaking to one of my students, and she was very angry because one of the kids said, oh, you're in that special ed class or whatever. And she said, it's not special ed, it's extra help. And, you know, I tell them it's just extra help. You just need, and we're doing the same thing. You know, I try to establish that just because they're in here, they're still doing the same that
curriculum,
yes,
the same
that
standards.
the same that the kids are doing. So they're writing. You know, I sit with them. It's always a one-on-one in this type of class, where when I was doing the inclusion, it's more like working with your group as they needed it. Here, it's more like you have to interact with them. So excuse me. So it's rewarding. I just love it. I love what I'm doing. And
Well, it's obvious.
yeah, I do. I love it. You know, I'm very proud of them. You know, they've moved from kindergarten levels, which is what I had. They've moved into, like, 2 students went into 3rd grade. There's 2 more that are going this year to Ferris with 3rd grade levels, you know. So, I mean, that's what it's about to me.
No, that's what it's all about to any of us
Any of the teachers,
who've
yes.
been teachers. It's about making progress. Some students have challenges, and it prevents them from being as successful. But we want to find ways for them, whether it's audiobooks or, you know, because sometimes their acuity, mental acuity is there. They just may have something that prevents them. So that's a way to really reach them.
Yeah, and you have to target that. For example, I have some of them where they test with a low IQ. You know, and the thing is, it's also their disposition. Like, you know, yeah, you can't do that, but why? You know, I don't accept not, can't. I don't like those words. And the other thing that I'm very focused on in the class is they have to respect each other, the discipline. You know, a lot of them, oh, you have a great class. Yeah, but it takes work for them to know that once you have that established, then it becomes like automatic pilot with them. Yeah, oh, I don't want to do that. I have to do this.
Sometimes you need to reset the pilot, and they get a little active, and you go back to, whoa,
yeah, right.
We went too far. Let's reestablish the protocols in here.
Yes.
But obviously you do it automatically, and they don't have an issue.
Yes.
Because from what you're saying, it's the, she always has a great class.
I know,
That class does not exist. There's a great teacher who makes a great class possible, but.
Oh, you know, like I said, I grew up, I don't know, you're Cuban like me, and you know, parents are very strict.
Oh, yes.
When you grow up and you're not allowed to do this, and my mother's focus was always in Cuba. There was a kindergarten class, Mommy, you need to do this. This is what you have to do also. So you kind of follow
your parents.
the parents' road, and they were very happy, and up until their passing, they were very happy to see that I was able to fulfill their dreams, you know. So and it becoming mine more than anything. That's why I say, you know, how did my parents know this stuff? So.
Well, parents, we know a lot of things. We don't always, but obviously they watched you, and they saw you in action, so they made it. But
I'm sorry, Ms. Fernandez, but also the other thing I tell the kids, because now like I have this issue with my ankle and I had surgery on my hip years ago, and I tell them, they see me with the crutch, oh, Ms. Fajardo, there's nothing wrong up here. It's just a physical thing and you can overcome. And I've had some that have come in with an ankle problem and things like that. And okay, come on, let's get ready to, continue. And they know that there's no excuse for you not to be able to fulfill your academic dreams and goals, like for them, whatever they want to do.
So it is obvious why they selected you. It is nice to live up to our parents' dream. And sometimes, they don't even know the beginning of how much they've, given us.
Yes.
And I'm sure every parent in the community wants the same thing for their children. So we here with one fabulous teacher, as we are with so many that really help our students achieve their very best. So thank you so much for being such a talented teacher and giving so much to our students.
And thank you, the Jersey City Board of Ed, for, accepting me this way too, because I know, I just say, I'm just grateful for it, and I just love what I do. And I want to continue with that. They always tell me, like, go into administration or become, I was like, I don't want to leave the classroom.
I know.
I love the classroom.
It is the best place. And there's the classroom, and then for me, I have to be honest, I'm going to share now, it's when I interview the Teachers of the Year. It takes up 3 of my days, which puts me behind with a lot of emails. But I find it so rewarding because it brings home why I do what I do.
Yes.
And this is such a valuable profession. And we have so many in our district that really work very hard for our students. So thank you so much for this interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
And we can say thank you again to the Ashford for dinner at the Ashford.
Our next honoree from PS 25, Mrs. Kristen Knapp.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Kristen Knapp today. She has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at PS 25 Copernicus School, to be Teacher of the Year and represent the faculty. Congratulations.
Thank you for this honor.
It's a great honor,
Yes.
and I'm so happy to meet you and interview you. So what are you currently teaching?
So I'm currently a first grade teacher in the district. I'm co-teaching. So I have a co-teacher that works with me in an inclusion setting classroom. We teach language arts, math, science, social studies, all the subjects.
It's an all content areas in first grade.
Yes.
So how long have you been teaching?
So this is my 20th year teaching. I actually started teaching in Jersey City. I was born and raised here.
Okay.
I grew up in the Greenville section. I started teaching at 34 school.
Okay.
And then now I'm at 25 school.
So how many years?
I have 20 years.
20 years. That's
Yes.
so you've always taught first grade, or?
Kindergarten, first, and third. So always the elementary.
Oh, okay. So you're a primary.
Yes.
Basically a primary. What grade do you enjoy the most, and why?
I like first grade the most because you're teaching children how to read. So they come in, they're learning the alphabet in the beginning of the year, and by the time they leave us, they're learning how to read books. It's just so much growth and progress made.
Absolutely. My hat is off to every first grade teacher. It's probably one of the hardest grades. The one that, for me, I taught it for a short while, made me feel the most successful as a teacher, because the amount of growth is so much.
Yes.
But it's a lot of hard work. So I do recognize how much you put into it. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes, I've always had a passion for teaching since I've been a student and started school on my own. So I have 3 younger brothers, so I remember coming home from school and my mom would be the principal and I'd come home and I'd create a whole little classroom and do their homework with them and just anything I learned in school, and I'd always like the scratch and sniff stickers and just positive reinforcement with them, which now I incorporate into my own classroom.
Oh, so they were the test students.
Yes, yes.
I'm sure they appreciated that when they were little.
Yes, well, my mom appreciated it. She didn't have to do any homework. I took that part over for her.
That's wonderful. So what techniques do you incorporate into your class that help students master the standards, the skills?
So I try to motivate and challenge my students. So we have all different learners in our class. So for the high students, I try to challenge them, and the ones that are struggling, I offer extra support, whether it be like small group through multi-sensory instruction, and always having that home school connection. I think the parents play an important role in their child's success. So I make sure I'm not just calling parents like for concerns, but also if they have something positive that happened, if they did well on a test. And we've been pulling them for small group for extra support, and I'll call the parents and they're happy to hear those
I think every
stories
parent
too.
wants to know whether their child is successful or not. And when the news is good, we all love good news.
Yes.
So
And
that's
just
a
the
wonderful.
students too, like when they grasp a skill and it's that like cliche, like aha moment, but you see their faces light up and they're just so proud of themselves.
Yeah. Actually, spring is really good. The
Yes.
start of spring, because by now all the students are on track. So
Yes.
they've had that aha moment.
Yes, yes.
When they become the independent
Learners
readers,
in
they
reading.
become that successful student. You talked about what you incorporate. Are there any techniques that you find are the most successful with a variety of students?
Yes, well, we do the Orton-Gillingham program, which is a multi-sensory program in the district. So I've seen so much growth and progress with my students from beginning till now. We do blending board sound drills. We use a lot of sands, writing, wiki sticks. So it's a lot of hands-on learning where they're really grasping those skills.
Have you done any of the additional training?
Yes, I have.
Oh,
I've
I'm
done
glad.
two sessions, yes.
'Cause that
I'm
is
always
so-
signing up, and you never stop learning as an educator.
No, you never
so.
do. A couple of years ago, I learned about it, and I said, we need to bring it into the district.
Yes,
So
it's an
I'm
excellent
glad
program.
I'm glad to hear that, because it's not just a program, it's a technique.
Yes, that we can use.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect, I'm glad.
Yes.
And so that will always be with you. So I'm glad you're teaching first grade. You're
Yes.
going to use it very successfully. Are there any messages that you would share with our community, parents, guardians, in terms of helping students be successful in school?
I would encourage parents or the community members just to get involved in their child's learning. I think it's vital as parents, teachers, administrators to all work together as a team. And when you work together as a team, the students are encouraged, motivated, they're into their learning, and they want to do well and impress you and make you proud.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure the parents would want to. Would you recommend teaching as a profession to others?
Yes, yes. I love teaching. I just love being there. It's like my home away from home, my happy place. I try to, in the beginning of the year, I go in and set it up just as I would my home at home, and I want the students to come in, be excited to be there. So in the morning, they walk in, we have like a morning greeting, so they could high five, smile, wink. So I think the attitude, a teacher's attitude sets the tone for the day. And if you're happy to be there, they're happy and they want to learn and be successful.
Thank you so much. It's
You're welcome.
obvious why they selected you. Congratulations, and thank you for being such a valued member of our Jersey City Public Schools. It's a pleasure.
Thank you,
to
Dr.
be part
Fernandez.
in a team with you.
Yeah, I'll hold it. I'll hold it for you. I'll hold it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's say thank you again to our friends at Maritime Park, who is now the Feathered Fox.
Our next honoree from PS 26, Mrs. Marissa Carbone Froston.
I have the pleasure of having Marissa Carbone Froston here with me today to interview. Marissa has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at the Patricia Noonan School, PS 26, and they have selected you Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, Marissa.
Thank you.
What do you teach?
I teach self-contained preschool disabled.
Oh, wow. And you've always worked there?
Yes, I started at Regional Day, I did a maternity leave, and then got moved to PS 26.
Thank you so much. So what do you do in a preschool disabled class that really helps the students flourish?
We work on daily living skills and basic self-help needs to get them ready for the next part of their education.
So, and did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes, yes.
And any specific grade levels? Or?
I actually went to school to teach exactly what I'm teaching right now, preschool disabled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So is that a specific license or a P3 plus?
P3 plus teachers with disabilities.
With disabilities.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a field that, you know, there's a national teacher shortage, and to really meet the needs of our students, it's great to have people who have the full credential. As growing up, did you play at being a teacher? Did you want to be a teacher? So,
teaching is in the family. My mom teaches preschool now. She taught kindergarten for years, and a couple of her friends were also teachers, and some went on to be administrators, so I grew up with it.
So that's a family tradition.
Yeah.
Growing up, did you have teachers who influenced you and said, yes, it's not just my family, this is the person I want to be?
Yes, I had quite a few teachers who were fantastic.
And there was one that that really is your role model, your ideal?
Mm-hmm.
Who would that be?
In high school was my English teacher, Barbara Muti. She was fantastic. She taught me to love poetry, how to understand things that didn't come naturally to me. She taught me to look for deeper meaning in everything that I do.
It's good. So you talked about daily living skills.
Mm-hmm.
So with a 3-year-old, what are daily living skills?
Daily living skills for a 3-year-old can vary. But in our room, we really look to see if they can transition from the mom or the caregiver to us. And then in the classroom, we work on sitting and attending and really using our eye contact to make needs and wants known.
Are they verbal?
Some students are, some are not, but we adapt. We use a variation of language and communication in the room. We use sign language, picture exchange programs, echoic prompting, picture prompting, sentence strip prompting, anything that really makes it more conducive for the individual child.
That's good. How many students in your classroom?
12.
Oh, that's a large class size with such a need.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a large group of students with disability at your school, as well as a large number of preschool students.
Yes.
How does having that large community within the school impact your skills?
It's really comforting because everybody's so welcoming and adaptive that you can call anyone for help and they will come immediately, whether they are trained or not. They are ready to jump in and help. And also it's nice for the support to have a large community of self-contained teachers from various grade levels, because if I have a higher student, I can ask a coworker for some tips for higher learners. If I have a lower student, I can go to my pre-K colleagues, or if I have a student who we might think is tearing into inclusion or gen ed, the gen ed pre-K teachers are always willing to share advice and tips for us.
What would you recommend to parents who may have a student who is special needs, or who they may have their doubts, how can they help identifying and supporting that child to be independent learners?
First, I would have them really trust their teacher. Teachers are there all day and they see specific things that might not be happening in the home. And once those are identified, it's important to look to guidance counselors and child study team for advice. If it's a more hands-on student, there's therapies that they can get in school and outside of school. Yeah.
And so, what would you say, what would you wish you knew when you started teaching on like year one that you know today that would have helped you on year one?
To take things as they come, and it's not always going to be like a cookie cutter situation. Be adaptive.
So not just the students, the teachers have to be
Oh,
help.
yeah. Yes.
That's wonderful. So it's very clear why the school community selected you as
you.
Teacher of the Year. We're very happy
Thank
to
you.
have you, and congratulations. I look forward to your company at the Teacher of the Year luncheon.
Thank you so much. Me too.
Thank you so much.
you.
My brother Eric and I have been developing in Jersey City since 1981, and this is one of our top nights of the year, one of the top days of the year. So we love what the teachers and the education service professionals do for our students, and continue to make Jersey City a great place to live. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And you'll be enjoying an evening at ROTSA. Yeah, fantastic. Congratulations to you.
Our next honoree is Dr. Perry Slotkin.
I'm here to interview Dr. Perry Slotkin. He has been selected by his colleagues and faculty at the Alfred E. Zampella PS 27 to be Teacher of the Year. Dr. Slotkin, what made you decide to become a teacher?
Well, I always enjoyed inspiring people to reach their greatest potential. Early on, I was a chiropractor and was involved in an accident, and I kind of fell into a position that I just absolutely love it. So it helps me achieve my goal of inspiring people. They just happen to be younger.
So this is your second career.
This is my second career.
And what do you currently teach?
I teach middle school science, 6th and 8th grade.
Oh, great. And are there other projects that you're involved in?
Yes.
I do know that. So.
Currently, I was asked to help with a 5th grade project. So I don't normally teach 5th grade, but I figured these are the children I'm going to have next year, so I jumped right on it. The eMerge, I think it's the end of the month, with Miss Udak and Miss Mataliano, the two beautiful people. And I do the Lego robotics, which I think we've become pretty known in the district for that. And I do want to say that it is all the children. I find what they're good at and help them bringing it out. So all the things that we've achieved is all the children.
That sounds great. So what techniques do you use in class to engage all the students?
Oh, great question. I like the engagement part. I find what they like to do and let them do it their way. Kind of, we used to call it differentiated instruction. I don't know if that's still used, but I allow them to draw, and I use a lot of poetry, haikus and tankas, and all different methods. And I always start with real life experience. I get them to appreciate something that happened or something they're familiar with. And then from there, I draw out the curricular and the DCIs that we're supposed to be teaching them. But it always starts with something that they're familiar with.
Well, that's building background knowledge.
Building background knowledge.
Individualized instruction. So you're using all that in a very practical manner. What would you share with colleagues coming into the field? So a brand new teacher starts. What would be your advice to them?
Well, every student is different. And understanding them at their level is very important, but keeping the bar high, okay? For the high jump, once you jump over the bar, they never lower it. So my bar in the classroom keeps going higher. So once a student does something, even if they're struggling, their bar is never going to be lowered for them. And all of a sudden, they see that they're going higher and higher at whatever pace. But find the bar, find the level, and don't lower the bar for the children. Let them, once they make that height, they could do it. They could do things. Find what they're good at and let them do what they're good at.
I think that advice would be great in life in general.
In life in general.
So that we could do that. What do you wish you had known coming into the profession that you know today?
That's an interesting question, because one of the things I say a lot is a wise man once told me, and I read a lot, so I'm always learning, not necessarily new things. There's a book, The Secret, and it's not really a secret. All the things you're supposed to know, you already know, you just don't realize how good it is that you know it. So it's not that you're learning new things, but you're realizing how good the things are that you know once you see them working. Appreciate what you do and keep raising your own bar. And that's the best advice.
Well, that's great. Considering, so most of what you've said centers around literacy, poetry, books that you read, and yet you teach science.
And yes, I teach science, yeah.
But again, how do you make that connection with science?
Well, we just gave the NJSLA, and to prepare for them, it's almost impossible to prepare the content. Science doubles every year. The science is immeasurable. If you teach the skills, and with the Savas group, the Savas Learning Lab, with my coach Jessica, she told me, not told me, but I started using the cross-cutting concepts more and more, and teach them patterns, teach them cause and effect, teach them, and through literacy, things that they're already familiar with, and then incorporate whatever curriculum you're up to. So I could be teaching 5th grade curriculum using the skills and the patterns. And it's not necessarily the content they'll get. It's the skills and the application of the skills to whatever content's given to you. So the content is not as important as the skills, in my opinion.
No, that's great. I think I could be here all morning talking about teaching and learning, but it is very obvious why you have been selected. And you also failed to say that with your robotic team, you're not only a Jersey City Public School champion, you've also placed at the state and plays.
Yeah.
So.
I took the children to the states where out of 80 schools that all won their districts, we placed in the top 20 for the robotic game, for the scores. And so now the goal is higher now. Now I say, okay, we can get top 20, now let's try and get in the top 10. And that's gonna be the next goal.
I'm sure. So I'm waiting for the next competition. So
December 1st, I think
December
it is.
1st.
Yeah. Archaeology is the new topic. We're already starting to meet.
Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
And I'd like to thank my principal, Ms. Yanatelli, for allowing us the time to do so much robotics and all the STEM. She lets me do the garden club, the eMerge. I do a lot of extended day, and it's all science. Yeah.
You know, I find that...
So I do appreciate that.
No, she's lovely. And many of our principals, when they focus on science, children love.
They love it.
They love it. You know, Mr. Wizard was famous for a reason because he just made science practical. And it's a fact that children love.
Yeah, and that's what I make it very practical and very real. And we're doing evolution. It's very hard to teach evolution. So start with an object, a watch, a car. Show me the evolution of the car. And then I compare it to evolution. And that they understand because they picked the object. Yeah,
Sounds
very practical.
Very practical.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you, and I look forward to seeing you again.
And let's say thank you to Light Horse Tavern in Paulus-Hook. Beautiful place.
Our next honoree from PS 20A, Miss Cindy Slane.
I'm here with Miss Cindy Slane, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at the Krista McAuliffe PS 28, to represent the school as Teacher of the Year. Cindy, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
Well, I teach 6th grade language arts and social studies. A little bit about myself. I started out actually at PS 24 school back in 2001 and have just been at 28 for the last 8 years.
That's great.
Yes.
So have you always taught middle school or?
I've always been either 5th or 6th grade, but this is my second career. I started off at Human Resources working in the city, and there was just something in the back of my head that was like, I always wanted to be a teacher, so I did the alternate route program and decided to become a teacher.
So you said 2006 you started?
2001.
2001, wow. So it was, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
So what do you know today that would, you wish you had known when you started out?
I think that it's just that you need to treat each student differently. Like everyone has a different expectation or a way to handle themselves. So when you meet somebody at their level or the way that they learn the best, it really helps. And I learn from students just as much as they learn from me.
So what techniques do you use to really bring that out on your students? And
I like to do a lot of like collaborative projects. I like to do a lot of positive communication where we really get the interest of the kids out there and they get to feel like they have a voice and that they can share their thoughts and their ideas with their classmates. So it has to have like a nurturing environment where they feel like their voices are really being heard.
Oh, that's great. What would be one of your favorite lessons to teach?
I just love novel studies. I love a good novel, putting the computers away, grabbing that book in their hand, the chapter book with the Post-its, because I feel like you can do so many different lessons throughout that. One of my favorites is Out of My Mind, doing that book, because the kids really seem to love it. And you can do every single strategy just in that one novel. So I really love just focusing on that with them.
That sounds great. How do you mentor new teachers or, you know, people coming into the profession?
I have mentored in the past before, and I also now do the morning mentoring for the past 8 years with the students. They come in on Friday mornings early. There's a group of teachers, and we get together with the kids, and we just kind of have like a little morning session, crafts, sports, just kind of getting some SEL in there with the students and making them feel part of like PS 28 family. And you see that it really does help the students when they're in their classes or they run into you in the hall, they have a friendly and familiar face.
So seems that human connections.
The human connections.
It's the theme that I'm getting from your conversation.
Absolutely important.
So how could parents support students to really make those connections at school?
I mean, I know at our school, and I'm sure across the city, there's so many after-school programs and opportunities for the students to be involved, from science and STEM to sports to extended day to all the different clubs that we have in our school, book clubs and all that fun stuff, and chess. Just get out there and participate, because you're always going to find that person then that maybe you connect with your own personal interest, and like just make a friend, and then the students feel like they're a little bit more comfortable in the building, and that's when they really shine the most, when they feel like they have someone on their side.
So I guess AI is not going to replace teachers with
I hope
human
not.
connection.
I don't think so at all.
I don't think so. I think we realized a couple of years back when we had to do remote that it just was not the profession where remote. I mean, there are activities that can be done, and it's practical in some instances, but at the end of the day.
I don't think it replaces that people-to-people connection.
No, and it's obvious why the school selected you.
Oh, thank you.
You make that connection. You make it come alive. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure. Is there anything you'd like to add about so the community can get to know you?
I don't know personally, but I think we kind of covered everything.
Okay, so there's no pressure here.
Thank you.
It's just about the community getting to know our wonderful teachers. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you to our friends at Cangiano's Marketplace, who just turned 5 years old last week, downtown Jersey City in Hamilton Park. You're welcome.
Our next honoree from PS number 29, Miss Eloisa Campos.
Today, I have the pleasure of interviewing Miss Eloise Campos. She has been selected by her colleagues at PS 29 to represent the school as Teacher of the Year. Ms. Campos, congratulations. It's a pleasure to see you again. Could you tell me a little bit about what you teach and how long you've been working with the district?
I am as a world language teacher teaching Spanish in School 29. Now I reached my 25 years. So I am ready to go, but I am very happy to be the Teacher of the Year all this year to prove something to myself and to my colleagues too.
No, it's a pleasure. So how is this, have you always been a teacher or is this a second career for you?
No, I started in Peru as a regular teacher, early childhood, and then when I came here, was the best thing to do to teach Spanish.
That sounds like a great idea. So always a teacher.
Yeah, always a teacher.
As a child, did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes, yes.
So you were the one playing with the dolls?
The dolls and with my aunts and with my cousins. We would have a class over there, and I was the teacher. Yes.
So how do you get your students to be interested in learning a second language and just participating?
I am always singing with them from the beginning to the end, and they know more Spanish singing than the regular thing I like to introduce. But I get them with the vocabulary words, with the singing all the time. I'm singing pictures, anything I can take, remember. They can remember, no, with the words and. Like a visual, like listening, and like they have to repeat.
So, okay. So I'm going to have to come and enjoy your singing Spanish classes. It is a pleasure.
Like, hola, hola, ¿cómo estás? And they answer, yo, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. This is what they do.
You know what? Singing music into it makes it fun.
Yes.
So you make a connection with your students.
With the students, exactly.
So what do you think the teachers saw in you to select you as Teacher of the Year?
Well, I am always available for anybody, for the students, for the teachers. When they need something from me, I can do it. I help a little bit over here, a little bit over there. And I am always available and open to help, not to help.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun.
Yes.
And a wonderful colleague.
Yeah.
If there are teachers or individuals who want to become teachers, what would you say about the profession? What would you recommend for them if they want to become teachers?
To have a lot of patience, because it's not an easy work. It's not easy. But when you go and get the students and you start to go through them, you start to love them. You start to love them, and I receive a love every day. Every morning when I am my post, they come and they call Miss Campos, and they come and hug me. And I said, I am not supposed to hug them, but I do it because, you know, they are little. And even when I am third grade and fourth grade, they come and hug me too. So this is what I am very close to them.
Well, human connections are so important.
Yeah, it is.
In my conversation with many of the teachers, that seems to be one of the things that sets the Teacher of the Year apart, is making that connection, that human connection.
Yeah,
that
the
is
human connection, yes.
That is so important.
It is.
What do you wish you had known when you started teaching that you know today? Of the many things you know today, what do you wish you had known when you started teaching?
What I can do, what I can say. You know, with the years, you have an experience. So what I had in the beginning, I have to go more and more to practice more and more and to reach my goals through what I did something that wasn't enough, so I go little by little on and on.
So I guess you learned from every year
Yes, every
to do
year.
things better and
Yes.
to that.
And when I can do or when I can reach my goal in the class, I try to go down to reach to reach my goal with them, and finally I do it. I do
Okay,
it.
so you adjust your lessons, you
my
adjust your delivery to
yes,
make it sure. Well, it's obvious why they selected you as the Teacher of the Year.
And I very appreciate all my colleagues. I have all of them in my heart, and I will live with them in my heart too, and it will be very.
We'll go with you very happy.
Yeah,
It is a
yeah,
pleasure.
yeah.
I got to meet you a very long time ago when you started in the district.
Thank you
And,
so much.
You know, along our careers, many of us work together, so it is a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it is obvious why you have been selected as Teacher of the Year. You are wonderful to our students.
Thank you.
In Harborside, on the waterfront in Jersey City, new restaurant District JC. Enjoy a night out. Night out is here's the night.
Thank you.
Night out.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Our next honoree from PS number 30, Miss Deborah Hardy.
I have the pleasure of sitting with Miss Deborah Hardy, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at PS 30, to represent the school as the Teacher of the Year. Miss Hardy, can you tell us a little bit about what you teach and how many years you've had the pleasure of working with our students?
So I teach children.
Okay.
I teach children. I'm on a 3-year cycle, so I teach children with specific needs.
Okay.
And I receive them in kindergarten, and I loop with them, kindergarten, first and second grade. Now they're in second grade. They have tremendous growth and ability, talents, and skills. This will be my final year with them because I do a loop.
Oh, that's right.
I loved them so much. When I first got them, they were in kindergarten. They couldn't talk. So I'm saying to myself, how do I get them to speak? Language arts has been a tremendous key. And now they're nonstop talkers.
So now you have to get them quiet. Well,
Yes.
that's a great. You actually teach my 3 favorite grades.
Yes.
K1 and 2.
Yes.
That is so. So how do you, and what do you incorporate into your lessons that helps the students develop that literacy and language skills? And
So what I learned to do was every morning I set the tone. We come to the learning rock. We start with a growth mindset. We have affirmations. I am. And then we do deep breathing, and we remind ourselves of our skills, our talents, and our abilities from within. We have a lot to offer the world. We go forth, we examine the subject matter, we have reflections, how are we doing? We have our partners, we ask, do you need help? Kindness is our rule, and we debrief, we celebrate, we take breaks, we exercise, we breathe, we write in our journals, and we look at learning from a life-giving perspective. We're going to be doing it all our lives. So we're meeting people, information, technology, and we're learning what works, what didn't work, and then we start a new day with new beginnings.
Well, that sounds fabulous. It's almost a what to do in life versus, the classroom.
Yes.
So that's phenomenal. How do you address the parents in terms of working with them to ensure their children's success?
So with the parents in the beginning, because I had the same parents, we're on a journey. And we have to develop their mindset. We have to get them ready for the 21st century. We have to look at what best will work with this child, and to practice developing the habits, the skills, the behaviors we want to see. Don't focus on the negative. Focus on what works. Establish the same environment at home. Replicate it. Reinforce it. Don't do the homework for them. Allow them to embrace mistakes. Allow them to think, what is the first, the next, the last step? Go back, regroup, check it out, and learn from it.
That sounds phenomenal.
Yes.
So why do you think the teachers, your colleagues, selected you?
I love my colleagues, my staff, my administrators, Dr. O. Very supportive, a growth mindset, and Dr. O takes the leadership role in establishing what she wants to see in each classroom. Are we working with the children? My colleagues, we are faithfully doing. So when you see me, you see them. I love them, they love kids. We embrace each other as a family, a community, a network, and we're in this together to bring up scores and to support each other. So it's a good staff, it's a good parents, and we're very supportive, and in this, we can achieve the impossible.
That sounds phenomenal. Thank you so much for all that you do. It's obvious why they selected you as their representative, really.
Yeah.
Because what you're sharing with me is that you are them.
Yes, we're one.
You're one. So thank you so much to the faculty of PS30 and all that you do to support our youngest learners.
And thank you so much for heading the district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Give it up, everybody. The Ashford's giving it up. We got the Ashford for you for dinner for you.
And now I'd like to call my colleague, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, Ms. Ellen Ruane.
Good afternoon. To all the honorees this afternoon, congratulations, continue to shine. I'd like to introduce the next set of honorees from PS33, Ms. Joanne Retka.
With Joanne Rexa, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at PS33, Dr. Rafaelitis School, to be Teacher of the Year, to represent the faculty as their Teacher of the Year. Joanne, it's a pleasure to see you again.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
And could you tell me about what you're currently teaching and tell our community about your history with the district?
Okay, I'm currently teaching fourth grade Hope at PS33, and I teach self-contained, so I teach all of the subjects. I started in '91, in the old PS20, because I know it's been rebuilt and renamed. And I was there for a very brief amount of time, and then I got called over to PS33, and I have been there since. So most of my career has been at PS33.
It's a very small, quaint little school, but a very close-knit faculty.
Well, I was told when I got an interview there that I had died and gone to heaven.
I was there for a very brief moment in my career.
I mean, yes. Actually, the year you were there is when I started teaching 4th grade. I had taught 1st grade prior to that, and 3rd grade inclusion for a couple of years. I looped for a couple of years. I did departmentalized math for a couple of years. So
So you have a strong background.
I have a lot of varied.
So, you know, it's, I've always found that it's easier. Teachers find it easier to move up a grade level than to move down. That as children, you know, when you have worked with younger students, you understand how to present content in such a way that as you experience older students, it becomes easier. It's never easy, but just less complex.
Yes, and older students need you less. You know, so you can focus on some of the children that are possibly having a little bit of difficulty, whereas 1st graders seem to need, everyone seems to need you.
Everyone needs individualized. Well, it is such a phenomenal grade level. That's the foundational grade in terms of literacy, so it's so difficult. What do you know today that you wish you had known when you started your career?
I took things probably a little too seriously when I first started. Everything that didn't go perfectly was a catastrophe, you know, and you beat yourself up and you want to find a way to do something better. So I would tell my early teaching self, relax, you're doing okay, you know, it's good. And I also wish the technology that I have to use now was available back then. It's enhanced my teaching so much.
That's wonderful to hear. But it's that happy balance between technology.
Oh, absolutely.
And how do you get the students to really give, because you teach hope, so these are students who are more advanced academically.
Yes.
How do you get them to produce their very best?
You'd be surprised because a hope child is often very self-motivated. Sometimes they're tough on each other, but actually they're tough on themselves. But I think I just expect, and they know that I expect. So they want to do things to make me, you know, proud of them, proud of themselves. And also I tell them, like, if you stay in this hope system and you go to the academy and you go to academic, that there is just a lot available for you. Like, there's so many opportunities if you stay on that path.
So hopefully they do, and every child meets their highest potential. So that's the idea. What would you recommend to parents in terms of way to help their children succeed in school?
Well, for starters, just be there for them for whatever they need. It's hard, working parents, you know, finding time. You know, it is so difficult. But being there for them, offering them help with whatever they may need help with, communication with the teacher. You know, as soon as you see something that is not to your liking, you know, getting a hold of the teacher, starting a conversation to help things to resolve themselves so that they can move forward.
That's great. And how do you encourage new teachers coming into the profession? How do you support them? Do you mentor, or do you work with your colleagues to support each other?
I don't mentor. I did student teach a little bit. We're a small school, so I guess there's not a lot of opportunities for that. But I mean, I have an open door policy, so anybody who wants help or needs help, they can come and ask. And I'm always offering my 2 cents. You know, I like to offer my 2 cents because, you know, you do things and you find a better way to do it, or you find an easier way to do it. You want somebody to not have to stumble.
And why do we need to reinvent the wheel?
No, exactly.
So it's great. It's understandable why they selected you as
you.
Teacher of the Year. You represent the faculty with pride, and it's a wonderful little school.
It is.
And so thank you so much.
Thank
It's
you.
a pleasure to see you again.
Same here.
And to our community, this is an example of one of the phenomenal teachers we have in our district.
And we can thank our friends Tom and Colleen and Mike and John from Hudson Hall, great place on Marin Boulevard.
PS 34's honoree, Mrs. Sandra Festa.
I'm here with Sandra Festa, who has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by her colleagues, the faculty at PS 34, President Barack Obama School. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
It is such a pleasure to be here with you. So tell me, what do you teach?
I have been teaching 5th grade math and science.
Oh, wow. How long?
So I've been with the district now for 26 years.
Oh, wow. Always at the same school?
No,
or?
I wasn't. I was at public school 23 for 15 years.
Oh, wow.
And then I've been with PS 34 for now 11 years.
So you've had plenty of experience.
Yes.
What do you enjoy teaching the most?
I love science. And I actually love both math and science. I think it's extremely important. And several years ago, I participated at the Stevens Institute engineering program, the 3-year program. So I like to incorporate the STEM with the activities. I think the children learn so much more with the hands-on activities. And I'm also, I love math. I think 5th grade math is crucial. It's the introduction of decimals, fractions. It prepares them for the future of their mathematical career.
So you participated at the Stevens Institute?
Correct.
And what made it so special?
Well, that is actually the first time that I really got to enjoy science. It just opened up my eyes to engineering. And so many people in downtown Jersey City work as engineers.
Yes.
Right? They all come in to this country as engineers, and I just thought it was an opportunity for the children to be exposed to engineering and have our own children as engineers in our own country.
That's great. And so how do you reach your students to ensure their success?
I push.
And how do you push?
I am all about structure. I push. I am on top of the children. I am an individual that checks homework, especially for math. So I personally check their homework so I can know exactly what they know and what they don't know, so then I can troubleshoot any issues immediately. So then there's no confusion or anything like that.
So you, and how do you encourage students to participate? What do you do with your students for them to want to be in your class and be successful?
Well, I know one of the most important things for me to do in the beginning of the year, we're in our classrooms many hours.
Yes.
So my classroom has to be set up where it's comfortable, it's homey, and the children feel comfortable in it. So having that structure of a home is important, having them comfortable. I just am consistent every single day. And I think I have the same personality, the same structure. And I think I also keep them aware of their status. I always show them where they were where they are and where they're going to be, and that was the goal.
So you build that rapport and relationship and get them involved in their own destiny.
And set up goals. Like here, when they achieve something, I praise them. So if they get to a certain level, when there's a certain growth, I'm like, hey, look, this is what you did in 2 months. You went up 3-4 months. Let's keep on going. You know what I mean? And they have to achieve their own goals and understand and realize what is their goal.
That's very important. So you love science the most. What activity in science is your favorite?
Well, currently we're doing the eMERGE competition, right? So the children love that.
Explain what the eMERGE, so that our community can learn about it.
Awesome. So we, the second, third marking period, I introduced them to renewable resources, wind, solar, all that, anything to be a sustainable community. And so this year, our challenge is building a city that's sustainable. And so I did composting with the children this year, a little bit, small portion, understanding how to reduce carbon, right? Understanding what is carbon, the benefits of carbon, and how we as human beings produce a lot of carbon, and the benefits of carbon, and also carbon is not good for our environment as well. So I try to teach them how to, the Minecraft is how to teach them, they're building their own city, and then they're thinking about the whole aspect of a green city. And the children are really doing well with it, and they love it, to the point that they want to stay with me for lunch.
So, and it's not just lunch they're giving up their playtime with recess.
Spring break, those children, the winning team that I have right now, gave up their entire spring break just building their city right now. So I did a competition among the children, and so there was 6 teams, and then I selected 2 teams, the top 2. The top 2 then competed with one another, and now I selected the one that's going to represent our school.
And that will be at the district-wide eMERGE competition.
Correct.
That it's an amazing day because we have such talented students. And it's not just the talent, it's the creativity.
100%. And they're all different. The city that they built, the winning team, when I viewed it, I was in awe a little bit, because I couldn't believe the thought that went into it.
Let's not do any particulars. We don't want to give away your secret.
No.
So we want to make sure that they're successful. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes, I did. I left home early. So, you have to pay the rent. So I was working in corporate America to my mid-20s. And I was working the nights. I was a production supervisor for a corporate company. And I always had a backup plan. And so I did my paperwork to be a substitute teacher in case something ever happened, if I lost a job or anything like that. And one morning, I received a phone call that they needed a substitute at PS23, Miss Reynolds.
Oh, okay.
And I said, sure, why not? And immediately when I went to PS23, when I met those children, I witnessed the diversity within the community.
Oh, yes.
The community is so beautiful, the Journal Square community. The children were wonderful. They were middle school children. And I was in a rush to becoming a teacher.
So you fell in love.
I fell in love.
At the first date.
I did. I fell in love with the children, with the families, with the parents, with the teachers, with the staff, everything about that community. I fell in love with them.
It's an extremely diverse community
area.
And it continues to be. It's very diverse.
Hardworking families, decent people.
Very nice.
Yes.
Lovely. I'm familiar with 23. And it's a very diverse,
Right.
you know, you name it, it's there.
It's there.
So that's good. So what would you say to someone who's thinking of becoming a teacher?
Well, I always said that you can't treat children equally. You have to treat them fairly. For instance, look at every child as a special picture. Don't have a frame mentality or have the frame prior to the picture.
Oh, okay, custom framing here.
Custom framing each child. You know, don't get a picture and snip it to fit that frame. Everyone is different. Everyone's growth is different. The light bulb moment is at different moments of their lives.
So it is obvious that you are passionate about your craft.
Thank you.
I'm glad you left corporate America to come. It's always, you know, so important that teachers need to love what they do. It's really the
100%.
success.
Right.
There will be easy days, hard days, but it's that love for the final product, success for children, that really makes it special.
Right.
So with that in mind, I want to thank you for being committed to our community, to our schools, and to PS 34. They're very lucky to have you.
Okay, thank you so much.
How many in the room know Tommy from Brightside Tavern? Everybody knows Tommy. He was generous enough to donate some gift cards as well. So you'll be enjoying a night at Brightside Tavern.
Congratulations. PS 37's honoree, Mrs. Jamie Ortega.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Miss Jamie Ortega, who has been selected by her colleagues or the faculty at Cordero, PS 37, to represent them as Teacher of the Year. Jamie, it's a pleasure to see you again. I've had the pleasure of meeting you before. So tell me, what do you teach and how long have you been teaching?
I teach kindergarten right now at Cordero, PS 37, and I've been teaching for 15 years.
Really?
Yes.
You seem like you started yesterday.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
Have you always taught kindergarten?
No, so I started actually at PS 15 as an assistant teacher. And from there, I wanted to pursue my master's degree in special education. And that's exactly what I did. And once I finished, PS 37 called me to be an inclusion teacher. So I started off as an inclusion teacher in second grade. And from there, I went to first grade, and now I'm in kindergarten.
Oh, wow. That's phenomenal. So how do you help your students meet their very best, reach their potential with such young learners?
Yes. So in the beginning of the year, what we do is I get to know them. I get to know them personal. We read books and I connect with them. We do also assessments, so I see what level they're on. But just throughout the year, I make sure that I develop relationships with them and their families.
And their families. We
Yes.
can't forget their
Yes.
families. So how do you work with parents to help their young learners?
I get that a lot because for report card night especially, and just meetings throughout, they always ask me, oh, what can I do? And I'm always telling them, just stay and continue to be involved. Make sure you listen to what their passion is and always show up to games, volunteer in school, just so they can see that you're interested just as much as they are.
And so,
Yes.
So you've been teaching now 15 years.
Yes.
You've been working with the district. So what do you wish you had known when you started 15 years? What do you know today that you wish you had known?
Wow, that technology is going to change a lot, and that technology will become a part of just teaching. You know, when I first started, it really wasn't. It was just about teachers doing thematic lessons but now it's more, we can research a lot of things online and incorporate a lot of videos and just different ways of teaching. So yeah, so just the technology and how it's grown and developed.
So do you enjoy working with technology?
Oh, absolutely. I love it. Whenever there are workshops on Google and all that stuff, I like to sign up to make sure that I'm up to date because it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
Do you work with colleagues and help them along?
Oh, yes. We turnkey a lot. Absolutely.
That's wonderful. So as a child, did you always want to be a teacher?
Oh, absolutely. My mom was, my parents were immigrants, and so English was very limited. So my mom couldn't get like a lot of jobs. So what she did was she babysat like neighborhood kids. And that's where I would take them and I would help them and then I would end up teaching them.
So you've been a teacher since a young age.
Yes, developing.
Well, obviously it paid off. You followed your passion.
Yes.
What would you say would be ideal for students to succeed? What skills would help students the most to be successful in school?
Wow, there's a lot of skills. As far as like academic, reading and writing, definitely. But I would want them to just continue with their passion. Like, don't give up on what you really like. Continue and pursue that no matter what. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Persistency, yes.
It is absolutely great. So where do you see yourself in a few years?
I see myself in that chair.
Okay.
Just like you said.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much. Well, we look forward. So are you still going to school?
Well, not right now at this very moment, but yes, I am continuing and looking to see where
the next.
Yes, absolutely. The next step is, yeah.
That sounds great.
Absolutely.
So it's understandable why they selected you as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Jamie. And to our community, this is one of our excellent teachers, and we're so lucky to have you at Cordero.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
When I met Jamie earlier today, she had a special request for Rumba Cubana, so that's where you're going.
PS 38's honoree, Mrs. Erica Costa.
I have the pleasure of sitting and interviewing Miss Erica Costa, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at PS 38, to represent the school as Teacher of the Year. Welcome. It is a pleasure to sit with you.
Thank you so much.
Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you're currently teaching?
I've been teaching at PS 38. It's my only school. I got hired when I was only 21 years old. I teach ELA. I've taught 6th grade, 7th grade, and my passion really is writing.
Okay, so how long have you been a teacher?
10 years.
Oh, wow.
A decade.
A decade. That seems like forever.
Seems like forever ago.
Yes, it is. But so your passion is writing.
It is.
So how do you convey that passion to your students and help them develop that passion?
So when students walk into my classroom, writing is something that I get I have to write. It seems like such a tedious task, but I start with writing in front of them. So letting them see me make those mistakes, letting them see my thinking process, and it helps them to feel safe and to feel comfortable enough to try it on their own. So by doing that, I feel like they feel comfortable to write.
So a typical writing lesson, you give them a prompt, you work with them. Walk me through how you do
So typical writing lesson, I do start either by modeling it for them or I will give them an exemplar from students from previous years and show it to them and show them how they've progressed. So I don't just show them the final copy of what a score of a 4 would be, because it's overwhelming for them, but I would show them that student how they came to me in the beginning, right? Like they would just write one paragraph, and then the process at the end, and just make them feel like I can do it too, because that's how I write. So I can become that final polished version, the student who has made so much progress.
That sounds very promising.
Yes.
Typically, students struggle.
Yes.
And even as adults, sometimes
Yes.
we struggle about communicating, especially in writing. So you went to school to become a teacher, obviously,
Yes.
right out of high school.
An ELA teacher.
ELA. so you're certified middle school?
Middle school, high school.
High school, great.
Yes.
So what is your favorite assignment to teach?
My favorite assignment to teach.
Or is it a specific genre? Is it a specific book, response to a book, a journal?
It does seem a little off task being that it was writing, but I do love to teach Socratic. I do that before the writing so that they feel comfortable speaking and articulating their thoughts.
Could you explain what the process is for people in our community who may not know?
So Socratic method, the students are arranged in a circle. You can have an inner circle, or you can I start with just an outer circle. And they're encouraged to just have conversation with each other and be respectful and refer to each other by name and not use the slang that they usually use when speaking to each other, but how to have like formal conversations with each other. I try not to, I'm just like an outside observer. I don't even interrupt. And at first they struggle, but that struggle is so important, right? They need to struggle. It feels very awkward for them. They're like, Ms. Costa, you're not gonna say anything? You're not, like, we need help here. And I say, figure it out. You got it. So, and then that leads me into the writing. So you see how you articulated yourself. You're able to say what you think. That goes into your writing. It may not be super polished, but that's what a rough draft is. You just write what you think. It does lead into their writing, just them having that discussion with each other.
Thank you for sharing how you use the Socratic method in your lessons. And it's almost like an oral version.
An oral version.
Of their writing.
It is intimidating, but not so much, because they're just having conversation with each other. And once they get used to that, it just becomes natural. And I've recorded them in the past, and I said you can play it over and over, and you can put that in your writing. See how that then becomes writing. You don't have to they overthink the writing process so much. They think it has to be super perfect, and it doesn't have to be super perfect. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You make them polish it?
Yes, of course. But it's just getting them to start is such a struggle. But I enjoy watching them struggle because the outcome is beautiful to see them, how they've progressed.
So, are you a writer yourself?
I was when I was in school, but now with teaching and being a mom, it's very difficult to still even read novels and write. I do a lot of grading.
I guess you have a lot of essays to grade.
I do have a lot of essays to grade. That's my reading.
It sounds phenomenal. What would you say to your younger self as you started teaching? Now, you have 10 years of experience. What would you wish you had known when you started?
That you don't have to be so perfect all the time.
That seems to be a theme with a lot of the teachers who are here.
I felt that teachers were just like so perfect and that they had it all together.
You look like you have it all together.
Oh man, but I struggled. Yeah.
No, that's great. So, what would you...
I'm sorry.
No.
It was a tough first year.
It was tough.
Yeah.
What made it tough?
I just thought I had to be this perfect person and I couldn't make mistakes. And when I allowed my students to see me struggle, and to accept that I'm not perfect. It made all the difference. Yeah.
But, I'm sorry that I brought back unhappy
okay.
memories, but you're here 10 years later as Teacher of the Year.
I know.
And that really is the beauty. As human beings, as educators, we go through the same uncertainty. Believe me, you're not alone. And it doesn't matter at what level of the organization. We all have doubts. And we all have, I wish I knew.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for caring.
Yeah, thank
caring enough to do the hard work to overcome that difficult time. So, you will continue to grow as an educator, and your heart is in the right place.
It is. My heart is in the classroom.
Your heart is in the classroom?
Yes.
And that's what we need, people with heart in the classroom, because that's where our students are.
Yeah.
And they are the most precious
They
commodity we have. So
they need us.
They need us.
Yes.
And you do a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Your dedication. It's a pleasure. And it's humanity. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Be well and continue to grow. I'll keep a tab on you and see how you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Next time I visit the school, I'll make sure to visit your
Thank
classroom.
you. I hope you do. I hope to see you again.
Yes, definitely we'll see you for one of the plays. So I know you have a performance. So thank you so much for your hard work, and it's very obvious why the faculty selected you as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's say thanks again to George and his daughter Adriana from GP's Restaurant in Guttenberg. GP's. The jobby is writing down who's going where, and when we send our thank you notes to the restaurant, we let them know to expect you. So when you go there, they'll see you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. The honoree from Public School 39 is Mr. Don.
I have the pleasure of interviewing one phenomenal teacher, Mr. Esenshigara Waiwe, who is Teacher of the Year at PS 39. His colleagues thought he would make the perfect representative as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you.
Could you tell us about what you teach, what grade levels, and how long have you been with our district?
Actually, I've been with the district over 27 years.
Oh, wow.
Right, and I'm an autistic teacher, 3rd to 5th graders. I'm at PS 39, and I was a teacher at Regional Day School from 1998 to 2006. Then I became a teacher at PS 39 from 2006 to now.
So you have, you work with children who may be on the spectrum. How do you help your students become their very best and achieve their highest potential?
Actually, the first thing I do, because I've been with this population for a long time, so I always like to encourage them, because I always let them know, even though the disability that they have or they experience, I'll make sure that it doesn't affect their thinking ability. But I always tell them that it doesn't matter the severity of your disability, you can achieve your goal. And a lot of them have the potential, but some of them need a lot of help to push them to achieve that goal. So I always encourage them.
Well, I think pushing most of students tends to be with many of our students, that we need to push them to be their very best. They have the potential, but they haven't reached it yet. So what techniques do you incorporate into your lessons that help students achieve that goal?
Actually, I use a lot of what they call it, ABC chart.
Okay.
So what I do, because most of my kids, because of their disability, they rely a lot on prompting, but at the same time, I engage them I try to break the activities or the materials into a small sequence. So instead of giving them like 10 activities, I kind of minimize it to like 2 or 3 so that they will not be overwhelmed and frustrated. So that helps them to be focused and engaged. Because when it becomes like overwhelming, they seem to act up, act out and they become also frustrated.
Well, we all become frustrated at some point. So breaking it down into small. So you talked about ABS to our public.
ABC, sorry.
Okay, I apologize. So what does that technique entail?
They say like that, like I said, breaking it down into small segments.
Okay.
Right.
So any task will be broken down
right.
into small
Right.
tasks. What do you know today, as an experienced educator, that you wish you knew back when you started teaching?
Actually, what I know today, because I think it's a good thing though. I always have like a high expectations on my students, but because of their disability. So when some of them does not meet that criteria, high expectations, I become kind of like disappointed. So, but now that I know more now that, I need a lot of patience, even though they are not there yet, but eventually with hard work, they will get there.
So, okay. So frustration on your part, they're not getting there fast enough. I think that we all experience that at the beginning of our career, but obviously you've mastered that and found ways to help. How can parents who may have a child with a disability listen to you, and what message would you share with them on how to help their children achieve their potential?
Well, some of them parents, cause I do an intervention program too. So, and I encourage my parents. You have to be patient with the kids, because they learn through more repetition. As you repeat the activities, they seem to grasp it, but it needs a lot of work and a lot of patience, because that's how they learn best, through repetitions. So I encourage my parents, always don't be frustrated, because it's hard as a parent. If you're teaching your child or helping your child with the homework, if he or she is not getting it, you become kind of like frustrated. But because they learn at their own pace, you have to have that patience to deal with it. So do not get frustrated. Eventually it will happen.
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay. And why do you think the teachers selected you?
Because of the, as I said, I've been at 39, almost like 15, 16 years now. So they know my work ethic, and they know how, like any child that comes to my classroom that move from grammar to middle, they see the difference. Even some of the teachers from middle school, they come and compliment me, Mr. Nwaiwe, thank you for doing a good job. The kid that came from your room to my room, I see a big difference. So overall, in the whole building, they know that, like how I care about these kids, even though they are special needs, but I still try as much as I can to get the best out of them.
Obviously, they see you every day, and they are a good judge of character. I've visited your classroom. I've met students that you help tremendously.
Right.
So it is a pleasure. Is there something else you'd like to add for our community to know about you?
As I said, I never, initially I didn't want to become a teacher, but when I became a teacher at a regional day school, with the help of my late brother Eugene, who passed away, Eugene Igwe,
Yeah.
and Mr. Dines.
Oh, yes.
Let Mr. Dines, God bless his soul. So they encouraged me, and I found out that these kids, they need an advocate because of their handicap. So they need somebody to be there for them, to be their spokesperson. So that's what really encouraged me to becoming a teacher, and I still have that at the back of my mind, to continue to help these kids to excel. Like I said earlier, I know they have a lot of potentials, but you really have to make sure that they meet that the goal that you set for them.
So it's obvious that part of your reward is really watching the children succeed and grow.
Right.
So thank you so much for
Thank you.
everything that you do in terms of getting them ready, supporting them, and working with them tirelessly throughout the years to really support them. So it is obvious why you were selected to be Teacher of the Year. Thank you so much for
Thank you
being
so
part
much.
of the district.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fernandez.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, we'll say thank you to the Ashford for you.
The honoree from Public School, Middle School 40 is Miss Amanda Sika Azari.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Amanda Sika Irizarry this morning, and she's a teacher at Middle School 40, Ezra Nolan Middle School. Congratulations, you were selected by your colleagues and the faculty as the Teacher of the Year to represent the school. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So could you tell us a little bit about what you teach and how long you've been in the district? So
I've been working in Jersey City Public Schools for 26 years.
Oh, wow.
I teach a self-contained special ed behavioral class. Love it.
Okay.
I've worked as a CIT before. I worked as a lead teacher, and currently in the classroom, I feel like at 40, I feel like I'm at home.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. So did you always want to be a teacher?
When I was younger, no, I thought I wanted to do something with art. Then my senior year, we did, like community service, and I worked in a special ed classroom. And that was my first experience. And then it was really my mother that pushed me and said, why don't you become a teacher? And when I thought about it, school wasn't always easy for me growing up. And I was lucky I had such a great support system at home. And my parents did everything they could to show me that I could do it. I just learned in a different way. And that's what I want to do for my students.
That's wonderful. We have, each child has their own way of doing things. And so finding the right match. So how do you engage your students who may have difficulty regulating themselves or learning? So how do you address those needs?
Okay. Well, first, it's very important that I form a personal connection with everyone, my students, their parents. When they communicate with me, when the parents communicate, I feel like we get a lot done. The kids know that we're all on the same side. They know that we're working for them. I try to always keep in mind that every kid is different. Every child is different. Every class that I get every year is different. So just because I've been doing this for 26 years, every year I have to try new things. I have to change what I'm doing. I have to find out what their interest is. If it takes me calling their football coach for recreation, to get them back on track, we'll do that. Show up at their games, show them that they're loved and supported. That's it.
We all need to be loved and supported.
Yeah, and they want to work for you. When you show that you respect them and have interest in them and listen to them, then they do work for you.
So that connection. How do you work with the parents in making that connection? Because you mentioned working together, but how do you make that connection?
Yeah, so we parents can reach out to me daily. Like I set up a texting
app for them. I'll have parents that text me at 9 o'clock at night with a question. I just always keep an open door, and I always try my best, even though I'm running around at home with my own kids, to take, 5 seconds to answer a parent's question. They can monitor their child's behavior online. I'll have parents double checking, are their students in school that day? So I always tell parents, I don't want to bombard you, because we do, sometimes we can have a difficult environment, and I know why my students are with me. So I tell parents, I'm not going to give you that phone call every day that you're dreading. Sometimes I'm just going to ask you, can you speak to your child? This is what happened today. I'll let them know if their day gets better. I'm going to send you a message later that their day. So it is constant communication with the parents, and they can reach out to me at any time. I feel that's really important.
That's wonderful. Do you engage in other activities with your class or other students in the school?
We do. I'm a big advocate for my students. I make sure, actually our school is excellent at making sure that they are involved in everything. My students don't miss out, and if I ever feel like we're forgotten, I will make sure and advocate that they take part in everything. Some of my students were there when you came to our school. One of my students was greeting you, and he actually mentioned that he went somewhere else and he saw you there. It was the high school fair.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And he said, "Oh, I saw her there, the one that I was walking around." So, I really don't have to work too hard at making them be involved, because they are. The school just does such a good job. They always think of us, and I know, that we can have difficult days in our type of classroom. However, everyone comes to chip in. Everyone.
You say about the school, but it's really the people that are the school.
It is, and that's why just being chosen as Teacher of the Year, I really feel like it's all of us. We're like one unit. If someone, like I said, our door is open for teachers too, and we're always open for each other. And I have not encountered anyone at Middle School 40 that has not offered to help, asked for help, and it's like a family there. And I think that's what really works. We communicate. Like maybe I need an incentive for one of my students and they've made a connection with another teacher. So I may have one that I allow him, he leaves 5 minutes early to go dismiss with, students from another class that he has friends in, and the teachers, they're open to that, and they're open to helping us, achieve whatever we can.
It sounds like a family, a great family.
It is.
You may have some rough days, as every family has them, but what do you regret ever becoming a teacher?
Never.
Never?
Never. 26 years, and I don't know, it's what I know. I don't regret being a teacher. I don't regret the type of students that I work with. I want the challenges. I want the challenges. I want the students that I could really see that I'm making a difference, and I could see the progress. And I am lucky because I do get them for 3 years. I've even had students this year. I currently have an 8th grader graduating that I had in kindergarten. Oh. I was his kindergarten too, so full circle. But just things like I saved his journal from when he was in kindergarten. Oh. And I gave it to him when I got him in middle school. And just the fact that I kept it, meant so much to him. So, I would never change what I do.
Where did you teach him in kindergarten?
I was a teacher at P.S. 17.
Oh, okay.
And I was his kindergarten teacher.
That's where I know you from. I'm like trying to, rack my brain as to where do I know you from? Oh, okay. Yep. So we've been around for a while.
We've been around, yeah. I started at Academy 2.
Okay.
Years ago.
I worked at the team program, Carpe Diem. Where else? Special education department. Was here at Snyder for a little bit, and 17, and then 40.
Oh, wow. But
So
you
I've
know
been all
what? Having that experience, I'm sure, made you a better educator. And I think when we move around, it also teaches us that no matter where you go, they're children.
They are.
They're all common. They all want to have fun. They all want to belong. But that's what we want. We want to be part of a family.
Yeah.
We want to belong. We want to experience joy.
Yeah, and I think every school that I've worked at or position that I've worked at, it just built me to be a stronger teacher. Because, my first year, it was not easy.
First years are never easy.
Right, it's not easy. And I always tell the new teachers, it gets easier. It may look like, I have it all together all the time, but we don't. No one has it together all the time. So that's why, I always tell them, just come to me if you need anything. Just show up. That was the advice that was given to me, years ago. Show up. Just show up, be consistent, because they need that, and it's only going to get better and easier for you.
Absolutely. What do you wish you had known when you started out?
When I first started out, I kind of felt like college didn't really prepare you for what I was stepping into, right?
Yes.
I really had to practice and learn patience. In the beginning, sometimes behaviors or different situations would make you feel like you're, in knots, and I just really learned how to be patient, speak calmly all the time. People say, you never yell. You never yell. And I say, I don't need to yell. We don't need to yell. I get much better results by, just
lowering
my voice, listening, making the students feel respected, but still know that I'm in charge, that there is a line. Like I'd like them to see me more as a motherly figure than a friend figure. So, I come in with that attitude, and just patience is the biggest thing I've learned.
I think it's a great lesson for all of us to learn. So it's become obvious why your colleagues selected you to represent the school as Teacher of the Year. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the honor. And I look forward to enjoying your company at the Teacher of the Year luncheon. It is a pleasure to have you as one of the colleagues in the Jersey City Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we'll say thank you to Light Horse Tavern for you. Enjoy an evening out there. Enjoy. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Miss Michelle Judson is the honoree from PS 41.
With Michelle Judson, who has been nominated by her colleagues as the Teacher of the Year. She will be representing the school, Fred W. Martin School, PS 41. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor to meet you, Michelle. And so can you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Yes, I teach students with autism. I started teaching in 2015. I worked at Regional Day for 2 years, and then I transferred to 41 School, where I've been since then. And I teach students that are age 3, 4, and 5. The young students.
Very young students.
Very young students, yes.
So, with such, you've worked at Regional Day,
Yes.
now at PS 41. What do you enjoy the most about teaching?
I enjoy getting to know the students, finding out, what it is that they need and being able to service them and help them with their communication skills, self-help skills, and whatever else they need to succeed as, bigger students.
Yes,
older students.
they're little ones.
They're little ones, so they start out, they need to know everything. So it's nice to be able to get them when they're young and to be able to teach them all the
So
things that
you
they need to
have
know.
a sponge in front of you.
Little sponges, yeah, they learn everything. So you got to be very careful about what you're teaching, making sure that they get all the good information.
That sounds great. Did you always want to be a teacher?
I wasn't sure. I started actually later in life. I became a teacher, a little bit later in 2015. I had already worked in the financial services area, and then I just started teaching
So it's
later.
a second career.
Second career for me, yes.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
What made you change?
I had a young son, and I worked a lot of hours, and he needed me home. So once I changed over and started, I started subbing at first, and I was able to help him. So after that, I started, I became a teacher because I saw how he started really developing after I stayed with him.
So
yeah,
I'm sure that he's benefited from it.
He's benefited a lot, yes, from my change.
So that's wonderful. How do you manage your students or support them for them to master skills and whatever goal you're trying to teach?
Okay. First, I meet them where they are. I have to, assess to see what skills they have and which ones they still need, and then I just take it from there, make a personal plan for them, and then we just go from there. Work with them individually as much as I can.
How many students in your class?
This time, I can have a maximum of 12. I can have up to that, but today I have 11 students in my class.
Okay, that's still a good
Still
size.
good amount, yeah.
You also have a paraprofessional who works with you.
Yes, I couldn't do it without my paraprofessional, so yes.
Yeah, no, it's teamwork.
Yeah, it's definitely teamwork, yes.
It's teamwork, especially with little ones.
Yes.
They're really dependent on the adults.
Yes.
So what do you know today you wish you had known when you started teaching?
I believe that now I work well with parents. Working as a community with the parents involved makes it a lot easier. It took some time for me to really realize how important it was to get everyone on board, have the parents involved, send them a list of what you're working on, and have them work on that at home. It really expedites the process of them learning.
So I guess you double team and make sure.
Yeah, we do double team, make sure they're doing it at home, they're doing it here, and then there's no, usually they're able to learn it, whatever it is we need them to learn.
That sounds great.
Yes.
So are there any new practices or programs that you're implemented recently that you're excited about?
We're starting to just use more technology. Have the students, they seem to know a lot about technology, the little ones even when they come in. So as far as having things on the tablet or programs that they can use the tablet for, it seems to help them, motivate them to use the programs.
So the little ones know technology.
They know a lot. They know a lot more about the cell phone and stuff, I think, than we do sometimes. They know a lot, yeah.
It's obvious that technology is here to stay.
It is definitely here to stay.
It's definitely here to stay. So what would you say to your colleagues about techniques that they can use, even though they may not have students with disability in their class, or they may have a couple who are included?
Yes.
What could educators use to help students who have individual needs?
I would say read and find out about the updated technology strategies that they have out there, and learn your student, and then be able, try to be able to match the technology object with the student, and see what it is that will engage them and motivate them for learning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, any regrets? You came into teaching.
Oh, I love this job. I love teaching, so I plan on doing it for as long as I can.
Sounds like a plan, and we need you.
Thank you.
It's a field that has teacher shortage. Not as many people are going into the field, but we like to value our great educators. So Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
It's a pleasure to have you, and we're very lucky
Thank
in
you
the
so-
Jersey City Public Schools.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Pleasure being here.
Thank you.
We have an evening for you at the Corner Pho, Vietnamese and Asian cuisine. Delicious spot.
Miss Mildred Diaz is the honoree from Regional Day School.
I'm here with Mildred Diaz, who has been selected by her faculty, the staff at the Regional Day School, to be Teacher of the Year, to represent the faculty. Congratulations.
Thank you very
It's
much.
great to have you.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
So this is my 24th year of teaching. I started directly right out of college. My first experience at Regional Day School was in my junior practicum. And as soon as I walked into those doors, I knew I wanted to teach children with autism, and I've been doing it ever since. I actually left right before COVID for about 4 years, and I taught PS16 kindergarten. But my love for the children with autism was still there. It resonated, and then I wound up going back to regional, and I've been there ever since.
That sounds like you met the right place for you.
Yes, indeed.
What makes you love Regional Day and teaching children on the spectrum?
A lot of things. First, we have a great staff there. We're all like family, and I think we all help each other out, right? We kind of piggyback off of each other. My paraprofessionals are amazing, and we pair ourselves as positive reinforcements to the children. And because we do that, we see progress in them. We see growth, whether it be something small to something big, we see the growth in them, and I think it's because we understand the dynamics behind autism, and we create programs in our classrooms to help them.
So how do you reach children who have such needs? How do you reach their potential?
Well, when they first come into my classroom, I obviously look into their IEP, right? I see what kind of things, what kind of goals they have for that particular school year. And we assess based on a lot of different data strategies that we have. So we assess that way, and then we pair ourselves as positive reinforcements with that child. And 9 times out of 10, it could be in the form of edible reinforcement, something tangible, something as simple as a high five or a hug. We learn the different types of strategies that will help them become better functioning members of society, which is what we want them to be.
Sure. So you started teaching right out of college.
Yes.
What do you wish you knew then that you know today?
Good question. I think I would want to know that every child is different. Every child is unique. Every child comes with their own set of guidelines, if you will, of how you have to approach them and how you have to be able to get to them, right? I heard another a colleague say that they're sponges, and they truly are sponges. So you have to be able to learn how to navigate through those little webs, if you will.
It sounds phenomenal.
Thank you.
What would you say to teachers who may feel that they have challenging students or challenging situations? How would you encourage them?
Every day is a challenge, right? Every day you walk in through those doors, you're going to face some type of challenge. But I think the reward at the end is what makes it rewarding. And I think that teachers have to take each day as such. Take it as each day. And whatever happened the day before, don't let it carry over. Don't bring it home. And just be there for those children. They need the support more than we can ever imagine. And sometimes our school is their safe haven, and we want to provide them a safe haven, so just be their safe haven.
Obviously, you've done that.
Thank
you
you.
enjoy it.
I do.
You left and came back.
I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
It takes a very special person.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
To work with students that have challenges, but obviously it's a natural for you.
Yes.
So thank you so much for supporting such a important population.
Thank you.
Because we want every child to reach their highest potential.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. It's obvious why you were selected.
Thank you.
And we're very happy that you are a member of our Jersey City Public School
Thank you so very much.
community.
It's a privilege. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You'll have a night out up in Guttenberg, New Jersey, at GP's Restaurant. Enjoy.
The honoree from Academy 1 Middle School is Mr. Damian Cestaro.
I'm here and I'm meeting with Damian Cestaro, who has been named Teacher of the Year by his colleagues at Academy 1. Congratulations. It's a pleasure. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you're currently teaching?
Sure, thanks. It's an honor to be named Teacher of the Year. I teach English at Academy 1 Middle School, 8th grade English. I've taught that for 15 years now. For the first 3 years of my career, I taught 7th grade English at PS 34. I was an employee at the Board of Education for years first, and I was going back and forth between there and St. Peter's College to get my degree. And yeah, it's 19 years now as a teacher, and it's amazing how fast that's gone, but I don't regret it at all.
That's good. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yeah, I had to come to that on my own. I feel like I always was a teacher. I was always the kid that had a random fact that enjoyed telling somebody something that they might not have known, even if, they were like, yeah, no, I knew that already. But there were times where...
You were a teacher before.
Yeah, like I was a teacher when I was a kid, unofficially. I would come home from school and excitedly tell my parents about what I learned that day. And it was basically I was teaching my younger brother stuff. I was teaching my parents. So I've always had this almost annoying enthusiasm for sharing what I know with other people. So I feel like it's a good job for me. It kind of fits.
So you found your path.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
I don't know what I would be if I wasn't a teacher, yeah.
I'm glad. So what makes you successful as an English teacher?
If I had to choose one word for that, I think it would be, well, one word, but I'll put another one in front of it, passion. Hopefully contagious passion is that I'm very lucky in that in my career, I've gotten to teach stories and books that in my own life I've loved and that have made a difference to me. I remember reading The Telltale Heart in freshman year of high school, an Edgar Allan Poe story about a man who kills another man for his eye, and I was just like, what are we reading? This is the coolest thing I've ever read in my life. I've never read anything like this, and from that moment on, I just had this passion for reading a different story, if it puts you in a different time period or in the mind of a different character. So as a teacher, I feel like that is one of the things that I do the best is that, and it doesn't work for everybody, but as I'm teaching, I don't have to pretend to be in love with what I'm teaching. It's genuine, I love the subject matter that I teach. I've always been a reader, I've always been a writer. I used to teach Shakespeare, the classics. That kind of stuff is centuries old. It connects you with the past. It connects you with all those people who have loved it, and there's this rich academic history behind it. So when I get up there and when I introduce a concept to them, like we're gonna study the way this author uses flashback or the way this author uses figurative language, it's my hope that my enthusiasm and my passion rubs off on them.
That's good. So what is your favorite genre or novel to teach?
I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. A couple of years ago, I got to teach The Hobbit. That was one of my favorite books growing up, one of my favorite movies. So that was amazing for me. I got to do some really cool projects with the kids and have them write in the runes and create maps and do character studies. That's been one of my favorites. But I also really love, like I said, I love Shakespeare. I used to teach Romeo and Juliet every year. This year, even though we don't teach Shakespeare anymore, I still kind of like to keep that tradition alive in my class, and I take my kids every year to go see a Shakespeare play. So this year we got to go see Macbeth at the Shakespeare Theater of New Jersey, which was incredible. It was a great performance. So we got to go see a really great professional live show. So yeah, I mean,
That's
the classics.
phenomenal.
The classics. The genres that I love the most are probably sci-fi and fantasy, just because I grew up really enjoying those. Yeah.
That seems to be very popular. But do you encourage your students to find the genre that speaks to them?
Absolutely. I tell them a lot of times that if they want to be, they will be the best teacher they've ever had. Because I feel like, in a way, this is no disrespect, because some of the teachers I've had I've loved, but I'm the only person who's with me my entire life. Every moment. I'm the only one who has access to my own brain, just like they're the only ones who will ever. I try to instill in them the desire to learn. It's even if it's not language arts, like whatever your interest is. If you're into ecology or natural science or history or math,
Art,
dig into that,
music.
explore it, whatever it is. Find your passion. For me, I'm lucky that I found my passion. My passion is helping other people find theirs.
Yes.
In a way. So, I mean, that's one reason why in my class I don't like to just stick to language arts. I like to, mix in some marine biology. If they didn't know anything about bioluminescence or sharks, we'll take a few minutes. And whenever I see that something I've said to them has sparked an interest, I can see it. Then even if it's okay, we have a few minutes, we need to indulge that. I need to take that natural curiosity that they have and fan those flames. And I've had a lot of success with that.
That's wonderful. What would you recommend to teachers starting out in terms of the profession?
Just because of kind of like how I said, in my own arsenal, my passion has been my most successful tool. I would ask them if they have that. Ask them if it's something that they couldn't imagine themselves not doing. Because we've had teachers that treat it like a job. And it is a job, of course, but it's more than that to me. It's a career, it's a calling. And I think the best teachers that I've ever had are ones that just can't help but this is who I am. I'm a teacher. Anything you need, I'll help you with. That kind of enthusiasm, that kind of love for their students, for each individual unique kid. God, how boring would the world be if we were all the same? I love
Very
the fact
boring.
that I look out, and one of my favorite things about teaching language arts is that open-ended questions, as frustrating as they might be to some of my kids, it enables me to hear how each and every one of them is thinking. And I love that. I want to know what their individual viewpoints are, the way they think of a certain thing. So I would tell a person who's thinking about going into teaching, do you honestly think that you have passion for that and that your students will respond to it? Because kids are amazingly perceptive.
Yes.
They know when you're not into it, and they know when your enthusiasm is real. And that's one thing I've heard over my career. I'm very, very fortunate to have said that, to hear that from kids is that, and parents, I've heard so many times, my kid didn't like language arts before your class, my kid didn't like reading, didn't like writing, and now they won't stop, and that honors me in a way I can't express.
That's wonderful to hear.
Thank you.
It's obvious why you were selected as the Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
It's really a pleasure to hear a faculty member who speaks so eloquently about their subject matter, but the passion of teaching and reaching students.
I think it's our most effective tool to get kids to want to be lifelong learners, which is always kind of my goal.
That's it. We need to, live and learn for the rest of our lives. So thank you very much. And now the community also knows how great our faculty is. And Mr. Cestaro, it's a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure for here too. It's an honor. Thank you.
It's an honor.
Again, thank you to the Ashford for another meal for the honoree.
Idris Zahidi is the honoree from William Dickinson High School.
I am here with Idris Sahidi, who has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by his colleagues at Dickinson High School. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Right before I get started about myself, I want to also thank my colleagues and my administration for treating me well. As you can see, I'm on the younger side, so it's a very, very big honor to be here in front of you and in front of the rest of the city trying to represent everybody.
You're obviously a wonderful representative as Teacher of the Year. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Of course. So first, I immigrated here when I was very young from the country of Morocco, a North African country. I had the pleasure of growing up in Jersey City. I attended PS11, Martin Luther King Junior High School. Martin Luther King School. I also attended MS4, the AP program, and McNair Academic High School. After that, I had the opportunity with my friend who was Musab Ali, the previous board president, and my mother, who was a teacher before me, tell me that it's one thing to be a part of a system, but another to help recreate it and reshape it. So I had the pleasure of working at Dickinson High School now for 4 years and a half, almost going on my 5th year, hopefully tenure. And now I'm able to give back to the community that raised me. Being an immigrant, I serve a really big role in terms of reaching out to the Muslim community at Dickinson High School, the Arabic-speaking community, the French-speaking community, which is the whole African set of nations, and now I'm learning Spanish through my students who are a big part of the Latino community that I represent William L. Dickinson High School.
So you're a science teacher?
That is correct. I teach biology currently. I had the pleasure of teaching the regular course, the honors course, and the dual enrollment program, which is very vital for our students who are willing to work a little bit extra and get the associate's degree while they're getting their high school diploma.
Could you explain the dual enrollment for our community so they can learn about what's available to our students?
Of course. So in terms of the dual enrollment program, it's a program where students are able to acquire 60 credits while they are taking simultaneously high school credits. So they come out with 60 credits, which is an associate's degree. So students have the capacity of having only 2 years left post-high school graduation to acquire a bachelor's degree. Now, also, it opens the road for technical schools because of the fact that some students may not want to pursue higher education, but they would like to get into a trade school. So, number one, it helps in terms of building their resume. Number two, it helps expose them to the college level and post-secondary school requirements and requisites. So in an overall sense, what students are able to experience is both the high school blend and the college or post-educationary sense before they even leave Dickinson High School.
That's a wonderful opportunity. Additionally, if students decide along the way they're going to change their majors in college, it allows them the time to change majors, finish a master's degree. So thank you for being part of that great program. So you said your mom was a teacher. She was you wanted to be a teacher or you were encouraged to be a teacher?
So for me, I've always wanted to work in public education in one way or another. The highest level of my goals is public policy, but I don't believe you can do that properly without being in the classroom first. See how it is to work in the classroom, learn strategies and techniques, see what are realistic, counters from the students that they will respond to. Then once I'm able to do that and do it properly, I would like to be in the administration level to make sure that I have that oversight as well. But in a general sense, my mother, before she passed, she made sure that I understood that, number one, you've been gifted to have an opportunity in this country, an opportunity with teachers that are well-versed in their space and discipline, and an opportunity to learn to be just like them. So that concept is what drove me to be into the public school system. And as I mentioned also, the president of the board, the previous one, who was also a McNair's colleague of mine, had pushed people out of the private sector. You go to a school, you want to go into big tech, you want to make money, but at the same time, that can be one way of living your life. Another could be an opportunity to return back, make change, and create a space for other students to see where they can end up. And that's what really pushed me towards being a teacher.
Serving the community is a wonderful, wonderful skill. So you spoke about public policy. What would be something that you would promote in public policy in terms of supporting education or any other area for that matter?
So right now I'm in a program with the Savis team that we have. They've dedicated a lot of time and resources to gather insight both from the high school and the middle school levels. As we know, there's huge deficits when it comes to inner city schools and especially the public school system. If we're able to craft an understanding of how to bridge the gap between that middle school and high school transition, that would solve a lot of literacy issues and higher discipline issues. So to get students ready in terms of analytical skills, critical thinking skills, higher order thinking skills, we need to be able to make sure that they have the resources from a younger age, the right proper response and intervention to progress through the high school level properly. So certainly, in terms of public education and public policy to go together, bridging that gap is right now where my focus is. Understanding what resources are needed, how to correspond collegial visits between different levels, right? The high school meeting the middle school teachers, bouncing ideas off of each other, learning to have a space and environment to professionally develop one another. We get ideas from middle school teachers how to interact with students and get them appropriated to the new high school level demands. And they get that idea of what concepts that they're going to be in terms of their demand, how they can reach those goals, and how we can start with small goals that eventually can lead to hopefully a more collective growth. Because we have students that are very excelled, and we have students that struggle, but not because of the fact they can't do it, but just because of the fact they weren't dealt with the proper accommodations at a younger age. So if we can go in with the right intervention there, be it from the state level in terms of resources, right, the public policy, and obviously the professional development space for intellectual ideas to be bounced off one another through the high school, middle school level, we'll be able to appropriately address those issues early on and make sure our students grow properly as they, proceed in their education.
So, how would you communicate this need for preparing students for academic success? What would you encourage parents to do to support academic success?
So in terms of being a teacher at William L. Dickinson High School, I think, one, I serve at the largest comprehensive high school in the city.
Yes, you do.
I have the most in terms of diverse student population and the most in terms of number. So we see all cases when it comes to how students are affected from family and home life to the classroom and how it progresses from the two in terms of a relationship. I think the first thing in order to do well with the parents is to establish good teacher-student relationships, because our liaison between us and the parents first are the students. If the students have good things to say about us or they want to talk about us at home, that already makes the parents understand a sense of comfort and security. And there's the beginning of a development of trust. Then eventually you would want to progress the teacher-to-parent relationship. So making time, besides open houses and report cards, you want to build a rapport. That could be either through, weekly emails, or it could be through, host nights. We haven't really done this idea yet, but I was thinking about it, where students are able to allow parents to come in, have interactive games, or have, some sort of event affairs where parents are like, okay, I want to take my child there, see this teacher they keep talking about, and understand what's going on in school. Once we can build that rapport, then they'll also understand the expectations of the classroom. That's the key, right? Because if you want parents to be devoted, you want students to be devoted, the teacher must be devoted. Because otherwise, those expectations are not clear or they're not set. So hence the student and the parents don't know what's expected of them. So it's not fair to, put the position on them when we have work to do on our end.
So it is obvious that why the teachers selected you as their representative for Teacher of the Year. Any final words you would like to share with our community?
My final words would be, number one, I think that our city is extremely rich when it comes to our demographic background. And that is something that's exclusively in only a few parts of the U.S. So we have the ability to learn about people, to learn about different cultures. We have the ability to teach one another and to grow together.
That's great. We don't need to travel so much because we're living together. The world is living in one place as the most diverse. So thank you very much. It is a pleasure to meet you and have this interview. I wish you the very best as the Teacher of the Year, and I am sure you will represent our profession with the highest standards. So thank you so much, and here we go, another phenomenal teacher.
amazing French cuisine, the former site of Madame Claude Cafe. Madame, enjoy. Terrific.
Congratulations. Miss Carolyn Mary Del Piano is the honoree from Ferris High School.
I have the pleasure of interviewing Miss Carolyn Del Piano, Murray Del Piano, I apologize.
Quite
It's
all
a
right.
pleasure to have you. You have been selected by your colleagues at Ferris High School to represent the faculty as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for all that you do. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. This is my 25th year teaching. My original degree was in elementary education.
Okay.
I spent 10 years in an elementary school in Bayonne. Right around the third or fourth year, I realized I am not quite as equipped as I thought I was going to need to be with inclusion and ESL, and went back for my master's in special education. I also got a middle school math cert while I was in Bayonne. So when I moved to Jersey City, you guys paid a little bit more money. I was a special education math teacher in Snyder High School.
Oh, great.
It was right the same year as SIG arrived in Jersey City, and I was quickly a teacher leader in Snyder. Stayed there for about 6 or 7 years before transferring to Ferris, where I've been happily ever since.
So what are you currently teaching?
Special education math.
Wow, that is a great field, one with a teacher shortage across the nation.
Yeah.
Teachers of the handicap special ed are difficult to find. So thank you so much.
I love
So how do you help your students as high school math teacher for students with disability? How do you help them?
I think I relate first and foremost because I joke with them right from September that I don't know how I got here because math was the one subject I could not stand when I was in high school. So sometimes when you have to teach yourself to struggle to get through things, I'm just able to break it down to a level that they can understand. And I also always make it about the person before it's about the content. So it's about our relationship.
Okay, here we go back to relationships. How do you build that relationship with your students so they take risk and they push to their highest potential?
I think first and foremost, I understand deeply that every one of them has a story. They all have a story and I respect it immensely. And the minute I know more about them, the more, and I share myself. They know all, by this time in the year, they know my kids, they know my drive, they know my parents, they know the dog's name. So the more we know each other, the more I can motivate them towards what ultimately they want to do with their life, because it might not be math, but it doesn't mean it's not important, you know? So connecting the dots and figuring out where they want to go with their own futures and helping them sort of set long-term goals. They know I'm invested in who they become for their future.
So they may not do a career in math, but we all need math.
Yeah.
Because it's financial literacy is so important.
So important. And in high school, I literally tell them that Algebra 1 and geometry are the maths of the rest of your life. You're going to want to do your taxes and you are going to want to decorate your house, period.
That's it. It's a way of life.
Yeah.
So really, you're going to need repairs. You're going to really invest in this. So what would you say? Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes. 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 I was teaching swimming lessons by the time I was 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what prompted you with that passion? It was just innate?
That's when it started. So I was an athlete growing up, and I grew up in Brooklyn, and my parents moved us to North Jersey, and we went to summer camp and played all the sports. And you could graduate from like a counselor to like a junior camp counselor. So I was selected, and at 13, I was like coaching them in basketball and in swimming, just helping the counselors to do it. And I loved that moment. Like that moment when they went from like not being able to dive in the water to being able to dive in the water, I was like, I want to do this forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you know today and mastered that you wish you had known when you started out teaching?
That's a good question. I've always been this good. No, I'm just kidding. That's a good. I think that it's hard to say because it's such a process. You know, like if COVID taught us anything, it's like the learning and the growing is such a process. I wish, for myself, I wish there was a point in my past where I had my supervision certification, and as a country, we were sort of going in the direction of tying teacher evaluations to student test scores, and things were changing, and I pulled back, thinking my best impact will be in the classroom, and I almost wish I had continued.
It's never too late.
It's never too late.
It is
That's
never
true.
too late to
That's
continue
true.
to grow. It's always important. And performance is tied to student achievement.
Yes.
Whether we quantify it or not,
Right.
that really is.
That's what I mean. Like that point was a naive decision, I think. Like when I look back, you know what I mean?
So.
Because you can make more of an impact the more students you have. I learned that through Middle States and INRS and the other things that I do in Ferris. Like the more umbrella students underneath you, the more impact you have the possibility to make.
Absolutely. So are you involved in other activities at Ferris besides just teaching?
Yes, I chair the INRS committee, and we just finished our Middle States
Yes, you did.
accreditation.
And-
I actually saw it in the paper this morning, so that was really nice, and I was the internal coordinator for that. And I step up all the time, whether it's the special education department or the math department. Yeah, it's a community. It's a really great place.
And so, can you talk a little bit about INRS? Because the public doesn't know what INRS is. So.
Sure. Intervention and Referral Services is the state-mandated committee in every school in the state of New Jersey. And the analogy that I like to use is that it's sort of the toll booth or the gateway between special education and general education. So if there's a general education student who's presenting as problems in the classroom and a teacher thinks, well, the teacher will put modifications in place on their own because professionally that's what they do, but they seem to think it might be deeper. They'll write a referral and we'll put that into the system and they'll bring that to the committee. The committee has to comprise of a nurse, a child study team member, an administrator, a couple teachers, case managers, and we discuss the case, look into the history, involve the parents, and try to put modifications in place to support them in gen ed. And if that does not work, then the child study team takes the case and potentially tests.
Thank you for explaining that in such a thorough manner. We tend to use acronyms for everything.
Yeah, we do.
But our public doesn't realize all the steps that we take to support students in general education as well as the students with disability. But what is the process? How do we go about it?
Right.
It's not one day saying, oh, you need this or you need that. No, the students tell us what they need.
Yes.
So thank you for explaining it so thoroughly. What would you recommend to someone who thinks they may want to go into teaching? What would you say?
What would I say to some?
Would you recommend it? Would you say, go find another career, or welcome?
I think I would first say, do you love children? I think
That's a very good question.
The first thing I would say is, do you love children? And do you love all types of children? Because if you're just here for the 3 o'clock and the summer's off, that's not going to be your reality. So if you love kids and this is where your passion lies, to make a difference with education and learning and growing, then go, 100%.
Great. So thank you so much.
You're
It's
welcome.
obvious that you enjoy your job. Your career means a lot to you, and it is very obvious. Thank you so much for everything that you do for our students.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure, and now the community gets to see you and meet you as well. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you'll be celebrating at Hudson Hall on Marin Boulevard. All right, have fun.
Mr. Michael Castillo is the honoree from Infinity Institute.
I'm here with Michael Castillo, who has been nominated by his colleagues, the faculty at Infinity Institute, for Teacher of the Year to represent the school. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, Michael, what do you currently teach at Infinity?
I currently teach math with the middle school department for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Have you been a teacher for a while?
Yes, it's actually my 25th year with Jersey City Public Schools.
Oh, wow.
Yes, a long time.
It's a good amount of time. Not as
Yes.
much as me, but
Yes.
a good amount of time. So
Yes.
thank you. And so, how do you reach your students? Some students may find it a little more difficult than others. How do you reach your students?
Well, I actually try to always remember to when I was a student. And I always knew that there were some students that may or may not sort of connect to the teacher. So I always look for moments where I can sort of find where me and the student could sort of make a connection so they can be more comfortable, so I can sort of teach them the concepts that are important to them.
That sounds great. Do you communicate with the parents, and how do you stay, get the parents to support the students and support you as their teacher in making sure students succeed?
With the technology, it's very easy to sort of keep in contact. So every time there's a test or quiz, the parents are always aware of what's coming up, projects, quizzes, so there's no surprises. So the parents are actually very supportive of all the contact that I give them.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. I mean, from a young age, I found some satisfaction in helping students sort of achieve their goals academically.
So tell me, what do you attribute to your techniques or styles or personality that made the teachers recognize you as Teacher of the Year?
I think what it boils down to is my rapport with not only the other teachers, the students, and the parents as well. I've always been someone who you can reach out to and contact at any time of the day. So I think my connection with families, students, and teachers stands out.
Is there something that you love teaching that is really your passion?
I do love math because so often many students are saying, oh, math is not my subject. So for me to see them achieve any of their goals, whether it's an A+ or just passing a test, I think I find great joy in helping them achieve that.
You said something that is so popular. Math is not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was never good in math.
Right.
And it seems it's almost acceptable
Right.
to say, I wasn't good in
Mm-hmm.
math. How can we change that perspective?
I think what students don't realize is that the world is surrounded by math. And when they realize it, I always bring up their cell phone and how their math is there's many algorithms based in the applications that they use. So when they start to realize the connection, I think they become one with math is everywhere. And it's not about whether you like it or not, but it's here and it helps them every day.
So that's good. So how do we change it for the adults? Our colleagues who may say.
I mean, for adults, I think once you get into sort of financial literacy, it can give them more interest in terms of how they can make the math work for them in terms of saving money, just sort of how the algorithms, the rules can help them in their everyday life.
That sounds phenomenal. Is there something that you wish you knew when you started teaching?
I mean, only that it's not only about the academic. I used to think that the grades were the most important part, but I think where the kids are in terms of their mental approach to the classroom, are they comfortable in the classroom? If I paid attention to that, I know I can get to them and help them achieve better if I knew that.
So, do you like making that connection with the student?
Yes, 100%.
It is obvious that you do. Once you open up about the subject, you become passionate. So
Yes.
thank you so much. And it is a pleasure to meet you. And now I understand why the school selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The honoree from Innovation High School is Miss Janine Gannapin.
I'm here with Janine Gannapin, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year for Innovation High School. Her colleagues have recommended her as the Teacher of the Year to represent the school. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Yes. So this is my 9th year teaching with Jersey City Public Schools, my 8th year at Innovation. I had my first year at Lincoln High School. I'm a special education teacher, and I'm currently teaching in the history, the math, and the science classes, although I've taught ELA before also.
Oh, so you have a diverse population.
Yes.
So, so currently you're teaching what is it?
So this year I have biology, environmental science. I have algebra 1, algebra 2, and chemistry. And then I also have world history this year.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So how long have you been a teacher?
So this is my 9th year teaching.
The 9th year overall. You've
Yes.
only taught with us. Thank
Yes.
you. Did you always want to be a teacher?
So growing up, I kind of had like a lot of different interests. I was testing out a lot of things. I have a lot of hobbies. And it wasn't until around my high school years that I started considering education as a profession. There would be times when my classmates and I would study for exams, and then I would give them like notes for things, or I would rephrase assignments or like lessons. And when it would click for them, it made me realize like, oh, I have like a talent. This is a thing I can help other people with learning.
So how do you get your students to master the standards and to really succeed with their classes?
Yes, so the main thing I try to focus on is that like getting to know my students well enough that I know how they learn best. Because a lot of the times, like, it's not that they're bad at any sort of specific subject or that they're struggling with a topic, it's that they need a different way of having it presented to them or a different opportunity to express that they've learned the topic. So the best way I've been able to have is kind of the personalized learning of approaching each student with, oh, okay, I know it helps them if I give them more videos or if I give them an opportunity to speak to me directly instead of having to type down something. And then just like working well with my co-teachers to make sure that the material is getting presented in more than one type of way so that the students have other opportunities to get the information and then also express the information.
That sounds great. So how do you work with your colleagues? Is there shared time for planning, professional growth? How do you interact with your colleagues?
Yes, so especially because I teach so many classes and so many different subjects, it helps that I've been at Innovation for so long that like I've gotten to know everyone very well, my coworkers. In the departments where my schedule fits and we have a planned meeting time, then I meet with my co-teachers and then we can like plan together. Other subjects, Like they'll check in with me during our lunchtime or advisory periods, or I'll check in with them. I am one of the teachers in our building who's known for like running around all the time. I'm trying to go to all my different classrooms to make sure I'm like seeing my coworkers and seeing my students. And it helps that as time has gone on, I've accumulated like the curriculum and also a lot of different activities and lessons for the various subjects. So besides me making sure that my coworkers know things that they can do for the class, they're also giving me ideas for things. And it's very like collaborative. It's nice that I'm able to have input in the classroom when we're working as two teachers, and then I do have classes where I'm also teaching alone. And for those, I get to like use my resources of what I know and also what other teachers have used, since I've co-taught with with most of the staff that we have at Innovation.
There's no need to reinvent the wheel.
Yes.
So if there's a great technique, it's always wonderful to share. So with that in mind, what would you share with anyone who wants to be a teacher, who thinks this may be their career, or who's not too sure about it?
Okay. If someone was considering becoming a teacher, I think the main thing to know is that as the teacher in the room, that you're also still learning. I know a lot of first-time teachers struggle in their first several years because they feel like they walk into a room, they should be like the expert in their subject, they should be like in charge of all these students, but they have to also learn those methods and those techniques that they learn classroom management as they go on. You can get methods from that from like your professors in college or your program that you do or in textbooks, but you don't really like get it until you start it. So definitely it's a thing, like you should give it a chance, like if someone's not sure. I had a lot of classmates in my college cohort who wasn't sure whether they wanted to teach or not until after they did their student teaching, when they had a chance to be in the classroom and to actually have to lesson plan and have to stand in front of the room and then grade all the assignments and then do all the paperwork and go to all these meetings. And it gives you a real sense of, like, are you willing to do all these things and then to continue doing it well? Because this is also a job where if you don't have your heart in it, then it just becomes difficult for you and it isn't fair to the students. So it's always important to stick with it and then to also really care about the profession.
No, that's so true. Thank you for caring and letting everyone know. So how would you promote, what are the benefits of being a teacher?
Yes. So one of the most fun things for me is the fact that I can interact with so many people. Because we're in a high school, we have new students come in every year, and then new students older students graduate every year, and you get to, like, being around so many different types of people and new people all the time, it lets you grow as a person, and you get to like encounter new, you get to encounter different challenges and scenarios too, or like, because sometimes, especially if you, like, there are some jobs where you only have your coworkers, but in a school you do get new students every time, and so as time goes on, you'll encounter different things going on. Maybe students will have struggles. Maybe you'll get students who have a very different personality than what you're used to. There's very different family situations and politics and just people's opinions, but also you'll also get students who match you, where like you're on the same vibe, but then as the adult in the room, you should also be able to accommodate everybody. So you learn to become a person who can accept others and be able to handle many different types of situations.
Absolutely. So it's obvious why they selected you to be the Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
You speak very eloquently about your profession and definitely your belonging, your sense of belonging with Innovation High School. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for being a dedicated educator. Yes. We truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you to the incredible Vietnamese restaurant, the Corner Pho.
Our next set of honorees will be introduced by my colleague, Mrs. Terry Watkins-Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Ruane, and congratulations to all of our educators and educational support professionals. Continuing with our program and honorees, from Liberty High School, Dr. Matilda Fogliani.
I am here with Dr. Matilda Fogliani from Liberty High School. It is a pleasure to meet you. You have been nominated as Teacher of the Year by your colleagues at the school. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Would you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Yes. I am a teacher at Liberty High School. I teach Italian and Spanish. Currently I'm teaching Spanish 1 and Spanish AP. As you can hear from my heavy accent, I come from Italy. I was born and raised there, and I came here to study. And then I got stuck with a husband.
I don't think we want to say stuck. You
No,
fell in love.
Exactly.
You fell in love. So Italian is your first language.
Yes.
English and Spanish were your second languages?
Yes.
That's wonderful. And so how long have you been working at Liberty High School?
I've been there for 4 years currently, and I've been teaching also previously when I came to the United States in college, and I'm still teaching at Pace University, and then I decided to switch to public schools.
Thank you so much. So altogether, how many years have you been teaching?
13 years.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So you have a good history.
Yes.
College level as well as, what is the biggest difference that you see between teaching at the college level and high school?
I feel actually that the students in high school are more motivated, believe it or not. I can see them every day. I'm very lucky to be teaching in Jersey City with a very diverse population, and the students are empowered to learn Spanish or Italian, and then they can even practice it in the community. So I think it's wonderful. So that's the big difference. Sometimes in college they take it because they have to, and here the students are committed to learning.
I'm glad to hear that. As a speaker of Spanish as well, it's always good. We have a very diverse city, and so giving that value to learning other languages is so important. What do you, are there any lessons that you wish you had known earlier in your career as an educator?
The importance of how you relate to your students. And it's something that I came to improve with my teaching throughout the years. So one thing that I do the first days is I want to get to know you. So I ask them specific questions related to their interests, their cultural background, and also their weaknesses academically. They might be shy, so I know that I have to poke them more to have them participating. So the importance of connecting with students is not just about what we are teaching. We're creating a relationship that is lasting for years, also after high school.
Yeah. Did you always want to be a teacher?
No. My mom was a teacher. One of my grandmothers was a teacher. I was surrounded by teachers. I didn't like going to school until I went to college. And then I found myself taking an internship in a high school in Italy, and I just loved it. And I kept going, and here I am.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you found your passion, even though I think your mother probably knew it before you did.
Yes.
I'm sure she encouraged you.
Yes, she did, because she saw that I'm always being outgoing. Even at school, I was helping other people. I felt very comfortable reviewing stuff with my classmates. And when I took the internship, I really found the call that I wanted to pursue.
So, since you bring a different perspective, how does education in the U.S. differ from education in Italy or Europe, for that matter?
So when we work here is more student center. We are more used to take lectures in Italy, both at the high school level and in college. So for me, it was a big trauma when I came to the United States for my PhD, and they said, okay, your turn to speak. And I was like, why is the teacher not teaching us? And it's all on me. And it took me a little bit, and I find it very motivating and uncomfortable. And this is something that I'm telling my students, I want you to feel uncomfortable. I say, why? Because then once you master the skill, then you are more empowered and willing to use them. And that was a big difference for me that I had to adjust.
Oh.
So before I was mute in class, and then I was forced to speak.
Yes, well, I think teaching has changed in this country. It used to be more lecture-centered. But in the last, I would say, even 20, 30 years, we've centered more around student voice and giving them a voice so that they can participate. Why do you think your colleagues selected you?
Well, I've been participating a lot in school since I started teaching Liberty High School. I've been part of the SKIP committee. I found my voice there to support and help both the students and the staff members. I think also the big thing was last year I taught AP for the first time, and all my students passed with very high grades, so that has been a great achievement. But honestly, when I do something, I do it because I feel like doing it. It's not because I wanted the recognition. So this feel a little bit uncomfortable. I feel honored to be here, especially before being tenured. So
it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And I'm forcing you to find your voice.
Yes.
But no, it is a pleasure. Is there anything you would like to add to this conversation?
No, I'm just very happy, and it was a pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you. It's understandable. You're very personable, and so we're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that the school selected you as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you
We're
very
very lucky to have you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
At this next restaurant, I recommend the spicy rigatoni. That's what I get every time. Chickies in Hamilton Park. Enjoy a night out at Chickies.
From Lincoln High School, Miss Lena Miola.
Today, I'm interviewing Lena Miola, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at Lincoln High School, as Teacher of the Year. You will be representing Lincoln for this year as the Teacher of the Year. So, Lena, it's so nice to meet you. How long have you been a teacher, and what do you teach?
So, this is my 12th year in the classroom. I'm an English teacher. Right now I'm teaching 11th and 12th grade, and I also teach AP Lit. I'm also dual certified, so I actually started out mostly doing special ed. I did inclusion, I did self-contained. So for the first half, I was really mostly doing special ed in the different schools that I was at, and then the last half I've been in a gen ed classroom, so I've had a very unique experience where in the English sphere, I've kind of gone from special ed, inclusion, and then all the way up to like gen ed, AP Lit, things like that.
That's wonderful. How do you use your training that you have as special ed in a gen ed class where you have such a diverse student body?
I think the biggest thing that I learned when I was doing my special ed certification is the idea of equity, equity versus equality. So, you know, when you're constantly thinking of how you're going to deliver the same material to a class of like 25, 30 kids, obviously they're all going to learn it differently. But the idea is that they have equity in what they're learning. So if I present it one way to 5 or 10 students, and then I present it a different way to 6 or 8 students, but they come out on the other side having gained like a lot of the same knowledge, that's perfect for me. So that's something that they obviously hammer home a lot with special ed. You're differentiating your instruction, but you can carry that over into gen ed because you're always going to have kids who learn differently, even in the gen ed setting. There are going to be kids who really still are like, I learned best by taking notes. There are going to be kids who are like, I learned best by hearing you read this to me and then I read it myself a second time. I learned best with visual examples. So it has actually been super helpful. I think that it really is something that if someone is going to school to be a teacher and they just get even a chance to take an elective about teaching special ed, the stuff you learn is so helpful.
That's phenomenal. So you individualize your lessons to the students' needs and learning style. That's magnificent. So what is your favorite English lit to teach?
Oh my gosh, that's such a good question. I really enjoy doing short stories that have twist endings because the kids' reactions are just so wonderful to watch. So one of the stories that we've done is The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, where in the beginning when we talk about a lottery, I'm like, you guys would love to win the lottery, right? They're like, yeah, I would love to win the lottery. To us, we think of the lottery as, you're winning the jackpot, a bunch of money. In that story, it's not the jackpot. It's not a bunch of money. And when they find out what it is at the end, they're just like, they can't believe it. And it's just exciting to see them get really into a story and then have that feeling. That's why we love reading, right? When it has a huge impact on you, whether it's something like a twist ending where it's like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that, or you're reading something that impacts you emotionally. You're crying, you're connecting with these characters. And it's really enjoyable to see them go through that process, especially as someone who loves to read. And I understand that not everyone loves to read. So it's also exciting when you see the kids who, this might not be their favorite class, and then they're perking up a little bit like, what is this story about? And then by the end, they're all just locked in, as they would say.
I think, and I've never taught high school, so I've taught up to 8th grade, that all students love a good story. They may not necessarily like to read, but they do we all enjoy a good storyline.
Yes, because a story is a movie, a video game. Those all have storylines. And we know that students like those, it's exactly like you said, they might just not enjoy the actual reading of it. And that's where I come in, because that's okay. It's okay that you don't enjoy it. I'm here to help you facilitate. And, we all have to go through English in high school, and it's okay if you don't like it. I think that's why the teacher is there, not just for the kids who are great students and who love your subject, but for the ones who are going to be interested in the content. They're just going to need a little bit of help with everything else.
Well, even in today's world when we don't have time to read, I know I do my audibles because I love a good story. I just don't have the time until bedtime, and by then I fall asleep after 2 pages. So,
yes.
But when I'm in the car, that's my my story. So that's a great concept. So it's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
And your passion comes through with the interview. So you've done a phenomenal job with your interview, and thank you so much for being such a valuable member of the Jersey City Public Schools.
Thank
We're
you.
very happy to have you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to the Ashford for their amazing generosity.
From McNair Academic High School, Mr. Christopher Katska.
I'm here with Christopher Kachka, who has been selected by his colleagues, the faculty at McNair Academic High School, as the Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. So, Christopher, what do you teach?
I'm a mathematics teacher. I've been teaching at that school for 21 years. My first experience in education was with the Snyder kids, actually at NJCU. When I was attending NJCU, I actually was a mentor, and I kind of shuffled students around from class to class. I met Principal Gadsden there and saw him as a teacher, and it was the experience there that made me want to get an education certification. So that was my first experience. Student taught in Union City, and I got hired in Jersey City. It's been 21 years, and I love it.
Really? Was it your first choice education, or you came about it?
Well, I mean, I'm the first one to go to college in my household, so I really didn't know what I wanted. I got a nice job with Upward Bound at NJCU, and I was like, man, I like this. I started tutoring students. I got a job at Proyecto Science, and then I was like, this was it. It made me feel good. I enjoyed doing it. And once I had that heading, I knew that's what I wanted to do.
You knew how to. It's interesting that, how we all find our profession differently.
Yeah.
So some people know from childhood that this is it. They want to be a teacher. Others may be a second career or third. So with that, how do you reach your students in terms of mathematics? It's a subject that some students may say, oh, I'm not good at it. I know a lot of adults feel it's not their subject. But
yeah, I mean, that's a complicated question to answer. I do think in any subject, if you're going to learn from somebody, it's important that they feel comfortable in the environment they're in, that they're cared for, respected. Some mathematics classrooms that I was in as a child, there was bullying and kind of unsettling atmosphere of fear. You were afraid to take chances. And something that I find myself saying a lot is that I have the high score for mistakes, because I've attempted more problems than probably all the students put together. And it's that ability to just get started. Like if you're writing something down, if you're taking a chance, but a lot of students are afraid to take that chance because they have negative experiences in mathematics, whether it was, like a bad test grade or maybe an experience where a teacher made them feel bad. Like, you don't have to make it a personal matter, and you could help kids grow by helping them take chances. And I think to me, that's an important thing, that a student is comfortable enough to take that chance, begin a problem, win, lose, or draw, have something there just to begin.
Yeah. I thank you for that. So McNair Academic High School, it's an admission school.
Yes.
Students from around the city come, and they are very diverse in ability. Well, they're all very able, but still, even with that, the idea of challenging students who already are successful. So how do you really empower them to continue to do their very best?
Well, I mean, I'm an AP statistics teacher, so that's one of the highest level classes that we have there. It's like up there with physics and AP calculus. And you just, at that school, there's going to be kids that make you humble and that ask questions that really floor you. And then there's going to be kids that need more help. Maybe, like you said, they're English students or history students, and they haven't ever tried something like that before. So you have to be ready for good questions at that school. And it's some of the best people I've met in my life in 21 years. And now some of them have been my doctors.
Oh, that's great.
I remember I got a COVID shot at the beginning of COVID. I don't want to talk about COVID, but But I remember the doctor going, "I got him," and it was a student from one of my classes that I taught, which was a very humbling experience.
That's, very interesting. As I meet the students and, the teachers of the year, some of them were our former students.
Yes.
And so, it's always great to see our students be adults.
Yes,
in whatever field.
Absolutely.
It's
one of the pleasures of my life, seeing that, and you have a grown person calling you Mr. K.
Yes.
That's a doctor. Like it's very amazing.
No, it's great. So, why do you think the teachers selected you as the person to represent the school this year?
I live, breathe that school. I've dedicated 21 years of my life. I love it. I love this school. I love Jersey City. This is my home. I never want. I didn't even come in here today. I don't like missing work. I just live, breathe that school.
Well, don't worry. You're not missing work. I'm sure you gave them assignments.
I did.
I am sure.
They got a college board to work on right now.
Yes, it is. But then again, statistics, not my favorite subject, I have to say. But, however, I do have to say, there's so much it clarifies for you. Yeah. When it really puts clarity on any project that you're doing. Yeah. Statistics are so important.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
well, that's the reason I love it is it's interdisciplinary. Nurses use it, doctors use it, political
we
scientists.
use it as educators. Politicians use it.
Yes, absolutely.
So it has a world of applications.
Absolutely.
So it's very clear. You love your subject.
I absolutely do.
And I'm sure your students also pick up on that love and find it. And when we enjoy something, we try our very best. And that's what it is in life. It's about continue to grow. So with that, thank you so much for being such a valuable member of the Jersey City Public School. It is a pleasure to have you.
Dr. Fernandez.
Thank you.
And just a short walk from McNair to Hudson Hall for a night out.
Our honoree from Renaissance Institute, Miss Kelly Newman.
Today, I'm sitting with Kelly Newman, who has been selected by her colleagues at Renaissance Institute to be Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. Could you share a little bit about yourself, who you are, what do you teach?
I teach phys ed and health. I've been in the district for the past 13 years. I did 10 years at Ferris. My last 3 years were at Renaissance. Mainly teaching, at Renaissance, I mainly teach driver's ed and health 4.
Oh, okay. And so, did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes. So I was actually a student in the Jersey City Public Schools growing up, and I had a few teachers that really had an impact on my life that made me want to do that for others. Like, they believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and it just allowed me to want to give back to my community.
Where did you go to school?
PS 27.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. What year did you graduate?
2000.
Oh, okay. I taught at PS 27, way before that, way before. I left in 1990, so you were not there. No, you were not. So, have you ever taught anything else besides physical education and health, or that has been your focus?
I went to school. I got certified for K-12, phys ed and health, and driver's ed.
Oh,
so it's the only content area.
So how do you keep your nerve teaching driver's ed?
I feel like driver's ed is I don't want to say the easiest because you have your good days and bad days, but you have the kids, they want to drive. So it's one of the classes that you actually keep their attention. They want to do the work. They want to learn it. Even on the days that they really don't feel like doing anything, they know that they need to do what they have to do in order to obtain their permit and get their license.
You have a very captive audience. There is not a teenager who doesn't want to have a driver's license. So that's, so how do you reach? Renaissance has students who need a smaller environment for many reasons. They can do the work, but there may be issues. How do you reach those students who may feel a little disaffected?
Me personally, I feel like a lot of the students at Renaissance are misunderstood. Everyone goes through certain things, but allowing them to feel seen, feel valued, using some of their experience as life lessons, and just allowing them to realize like your past doesn't always mean that you can't do something with your future.
Okay, so you form connections with your students, or how do you reach them?
Getting to know them beyond the content area of health and phys ed, like getting to know what they're into, what they like, just form and build relationships with them to really get to know who they are as people beyond the content area.
It's, you know, that seems to be a common theme throughout most of the interviews. No matter what school, what content area, it's about human connections. How do you see ways to, for other teachers, to help students who may be misunderstood in their schools? What would you give them as advice?
Every day is a new day. Like, sometimes you don't know which personality might be walking in the door, like approaching every day as a new day. Like, if yesterday maybe a kid was unmotivated, today they sometimes might come in and be ready to go. Or realizing that not everything is gonna work for every student, like differentiating instruction, like giving them options to show that they know the content area, they know the knowledge and what is being asked of them, but maybe not through an open-ended test or multiple choice test, like allowing them to have a say too in like lesson ideas and like getting the students involved as well.
Okay, that seems very helpful. If they're engaged, if they're motivated, whichever way that is, through personal relationships, we always feel good having a connection with someone. So students are no different. And what would you say to a parent in terms of helping their students succeed? What can parents do to make the experience easier for students in school?
Be involved. Yeah, like be there for the kid, not necessarily only if they're not doing good, or, you know, continue to encourage them. Provide assistance. A lot of it starts at home, but just being there to support the children within the district.
Thank you so much for being such a dedicated teacher. It is obvious that you love your students and you're their champion. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you as one of our schools.
Thank you.
And now the community gets to meet you as well. Thank you.
And we say thank you to O Cafe in Hamilton Park.
From Snyder High School, Miss Danielle Scott.
here with Miss Danielle Scott, who has been named by her colleagues, the faculty at Henry Snyder High School, as the Teacher of the Year. Congratulations on that nomination. The faculty must be very proud of you and the work that you do. Would you be able to speak about what you do? What do you teach? And
So I've been in the district for, it'll be 24 years in September.
Wow.
I've been at Snyder for 23 years. I started off at public school number 14 at Krista McAuliffe, Ali Colbert. And I thought to myself, you know what? I need to work with high school students. I really enjoy them. I want their energy. I trained as an art therapist in art education. So I worked at residential treatment centers. So I was like, I really want to be around older students. I don't want to be around the younger ones. So that's why I made a choice to come to Snyder.
So what are you teaching currently?
So I teach murals. I teach creative development. I used to teach painting, sculpture. We had interior design. We had stage set design. We had a few different things, but right now it's murals. So when everyone comes in the building, the murals from the basement to the third floor is all created by my murals class.
Well, actually, I was taking pictures, and I have to thank you for the Words Matter mural. It's so important for me how we use our words.
Yes.
And putting and having it in the art, I truly enjoyed it. So thank you so much for that.
The mural kids love it. They love, getting out into the hallways, adorning the hallways. People come in, they see the kids in the hallway painting, and the kids or adults will ask, when we have our interviews in the building, people will say, what are you doing? What are you working on? And it's nice to hear them speak and say, this is what I've learned, and now I'm taking it into the hallways. And our murals also are extended to the Jersey City Murals program. So we have murals on Newark Avenue. We work with the mural program. So our students from Snyder go into the mural program in Jersey City.
Oh, wonderful. So we don't just see them here at Snyder.
Oh, no.
We see them across the city.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So you're talking about murals. Is that your favorite way right now, or your favorite medium to use, or is there something else that you're very passionate about?
I want to say painting is one of them, but I like to teach my students about all different mediums. I am an art teacher, but most people know I'm a professional international artist as well. So I'm an interdisciplinary artist, so I use all mediums. So I'm at the point where in my classes, I want my students to understand all mediums, from paint to sculpture, photography, digital art, video, whatever we can get our hands on so that they can express themselves. I don't want them to just be contained into a box of one thing. We still, of course, I'm covering my curriculum, but I want them to be themselves. I'm a part of the Jersey City Public Schools. I went to 28 school, so my art teacher was Freda Tone. And
I worked with Freda.
Oh, I love Freda. Yes. So she was very entertaining. And she was the one who, I was in 3rd grade and I did something and she pulled me aside and she goes, I want to test you. And I was like, really? For what? And she sat me down. She was like, I want you to sit still. And she had me draw something. And she was like, oh, my God. She was like, I want you to be in our ATC class. Mm-hmm. So being in her class, getting to know her personality, I was like, I want to be like Miss Tone. And then I went on to the JC Arts program, which led me to Arts High School in Newark. So I did elementary school, Jersey City, and then Arts High School in Newark. And all of my mentors and art teachers inspired me to be an art teacher. And, so it's been wonderful.
So I have a question. What year did you graduate from 28?
93.
Okay. I was a 1st grade teacher.
93. I went from the old building to the new building, and my gym teacher was Dr.
Elder.
Dr. Elder.
Yes.
Which I'm still close to now. So I'm still close to Freda and also Dr. Elder.
Oh, great to hear. Dr. Elder, Janet and I taught together. We both left the building, and at one point, we both came back as principals to that
Yes,
building.
yeah.
So you touched briefly on being an artist in your own right. Could you give our public a little bit about what you do privately?
Yes, so I am from Jersey City. I have a studio at Mountain Contemporary in Jersey City. I've been a professional artist for now 10 years. So I have work in about 10 museums across the country. I have taught in different countries as an artist and also as an art teacher. Right now, the biggest thing is I was nominated for NAACP Image Award. So my documentary about my life as an artist and as an art teacher will be premiering on PBS American Masters. So between being an art teacher and an artist, it's like I'm filling my soul with everything that I wanted to do. I wanted to teach, and I was born to be an artist. So those are two things that I just totally enjoy. Snyder High School has supported that, so I get art teachers who come out. I'm able to teach some of the art teachers. My supervisor allows me to share these experiences. So if I travel, my last travel teaching was in Africa, so I was teaching in Angola. The only difference is I don't speak Portuguese, so my little bit of Spanish from being Cuban is it doesn't help me out when I'm speaking Portuguese at all. And it was wonderful to teach there, but to teach as an artist, but also to teach as someone who wants to give back to an area that kind of doesn't have American artists coming there always, or American teachers coming there always.
So it's phenomenal that our students have an internationally renowned artist as their teacher.
Yeah.
And so it really is, it's amazing why they selected you.
Thank you so much.
I understand completely. I've met you over the years, but it's great to see the talent that really is meeting our students' needs in Jersey City.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for all the work that you do.
Thank you. And thank you and our building for selecting me as well.
No, it is my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And once again, we thank George and Adriana from GP's Restaurant in Guttenberg.
From Early Childhood, Cunningham Center, Ms. Damaris Nunez.
I'm here with Damaris Nunez, who has been selected by her colleagues at the Glenn Cunningham Early Childhood Center as the Teacher of the Year. Damaris, why did your faculty select you? Why do you think that's so important?
I would hope that they chose me because I'm a dedicated teacher who shows up for my students every day, that I'm open and willing to help anyone if they need any help in any way that I can. I take challenges and I try to make the best of them, try to find the positive in it, and just, try to, help and just be there for the students and communicate with the parents and try to get them involved. So I would hope, those are some of the reasons that they chose me.
That's great. So what are you teaching, and how long have you been teaching?
So I'm pre-K 4 teacher, and I'm fairly new to the public school. This is my third full year in Jersey City Public School, and I've been doing pre-K 4.
We're very glad to have you. So what does a pre-K day look like in your classroom?
So arrival time, the children come in, and it's just, greeting the children and just checking in with them, asking them how they're feeling, how their night was, just to be aware of what you're expecting from them for the day. And then we get into our normal routine of having breakfast, and then we start our academics with our message board and just, a lot of conversation with the children, asking questions back and forth, just getting a feel for them and just getting to know where their head is at. And then we get into our small group. We'll work on all the skills that they need and problem solving. We go into work time, and this is the fun part where you get to interact more with the children, you get to play with them, and then you get to go down to their level, and they want you to play with them, so then you start doing things with them. It's just a lot of building skills and working on everything they need to know, what they need to know for kindergarten.
What they need to know. So you talk about play. How does play tie in to school for early childhood?
So a lot of times children, when at this age, it's hard for us to have them sit down and just focus on something specific. So I think through play, it's more engaging, and the children are more open to accepting what you're telling them. So I could easily be teaching them a math lesson just through playing in the house area and asking them, I would like 2 apples, So the children, without realizing, they're actually learning. So it's, they're playing and they're having fun, they're engaging. But initially they're still learning something.
That's great. How can parents support their child's learning in school?
So I honestly love when parents are very open and they participate and just, we're always inviting them into the classroom. Would you come read, do an activity with them? So I always encourage them to do the same thing at home. Maybe keep like a schedule at home and always read to your child. Encourage them to write, encourage them to draw, even maybe sit with them, draw pictures with them, and ask them questions. I always tell them, ask a lot of questions, just pull it out of them, just so that they have that open communication and they're building vocabulary at the same time.
So what made you want to become a teacher?
I feel like I've always kind of known as a young child that I wanted to be a teacher. I always used to play school at home, and I would beg my sisters, please be the student so I can be the teacher. But initially, I feel like it was my 5th grade teacher who inspired me. I feel like just watching her and seeing how she was with her students and how she motivated everyone to be better. And she saw where you maybe needed a little help, and she encouraged you, you can always do better, you can strive for this. So I feel like she motivated me to be better in my academics. And then I always said, if I get the chance to be a teacher, I would love to, have a classroom where I can encourage my students to be better and, push them to move forward.
Thank you so much. It's obvious that why you were selected. What would you say to someone who wants to become an early childhood teacher?
I would just tell them, be prepared. Always be prepared. Know what you're going to teach. Make sure you're flexible, because there's always going to be a challenge that you may not want to deal with, but just try to look for the positive in that challenge and how you can make it better.
So, thank you so much. So much for all the work that you do. It's very obvious why you were selected, and it's a pleasure to have you as one of the teachers in the district.
Please enjoy a night out at Uncle Momo on Grove Street.
Early Childhood Center, Danforth Avenue site, Miss Madeline Ventura.
I'm here with Madeline Ventura, who has been selected by her colleagues at the Danforth Early Childhood Center as the Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
I'm a pre-K-3 teacher, and I've been in the district for 16 years. I started off from the bottom as a group aide in a daycare center at the age of 16. And then I just started climbing the ladder and ended up being a teacher.
Okay. So what do you mean when you say a pre-K-3? For our community who doesn't know what a pre-K-3 is.
Pre-K-3 teachers are students of 3 years old.
Oh my, they're quite young, aren't they?
Yes, and beautiful.
How do you structure the day in school for a 3-year-old?
We follow the high school curriculum. So we just daily basis, it's basically based on the children's interests. So for example, if the child is coming in and he wants to know about rabbits, then I'll come up with a lesson about rabbits. And we all learn about rabbits.
Okay.
So it's basically based on the children's interests.
And how is the day structured?
We start from the bus. On the bus, we start laughing. We start a classroom with a smile. After the bus, we go inside. We eat our breakfast. After breakfast, we do morning message, some small group, large group, then prep time, which will go downstairs for outdoor time.
Okay. So children choose what they want to learn about?
Yes. Based on their conversation during work time, that's where I pick up their children's interests. So, like I said, if they're talking about rabbits, we're going to learn about rabbits.
So each day you select the topic for a different student, or you select a few topics for a day?
We select a few topics because we are learning throughout the day.
Oh, okay. So you have 15 students in your class max, and so you may be talking about rabbits, tigers, and oh my,
dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs, whatever it is they like. What would you say to a did you always want to be a teacher?
It all started because I come from a big family, and I am the oldest cousin. So we was always playing teacher and student. I was always the teacher, and when I was 16 years old, I received a call from a family friend if I would like a job at the daycare. So when I said yes, I'm like, oh my God, it's coming to life, me actually becoming a teacher. So when I went in and I was learning how to become a teacher, and I would take little ideas from teacher, their structures, how they teach, and I would write it down. And then after that, the director seen the experience I was having, and she gave me the position as a teacher aide. So I was still in high school. I ended up doing the co-op program. So the co-op program allowed me to go to the daycare at 12 in the afternoon, and I was learning more. Then I applied to the Board of Education 60 years ago and became an individual aide. After individual aide, I became an aide in the classroom. After the classroom, a principal gave me the opportunity to become a prep teacher. Became a prep teacher, and now I'm a teacher.
So, but you went to college to...
Went to college. I went to NJCU, and I'm actually enrolled now in the master program for the urban education.
Okay, great. So that's wonderful. And for people who don't know, the co-op program is where high school students who've met their credit requirements can spend their senior year half the day working. And so you get an opportunity to experience a real work environment. What would you say to anybody who's thinking about maybe becoming a teacher or is afraid of it? What would you say to them?
Be yourself and do not go in it for the money. Go into teaching if you really like teaching and like being around the children. And that's about it. And just have fun with it.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Well, you get to play every day.
Yes, I love it. Yes, I get to play.
Where's the other job where you get to play every day?
I know, and be a kid again, all over again, every day.
That sounds great. What can parents do to help with the child's success at school?
I do advise my parents a lot, do not drill your children out. Just, like for example, if you're in the car, can you read me the license plate? Like, use the learning environment around you. do not drill your children at home, and they will eventually get it.
So as you continue to grow, you think you would want to teach older students?
No.
Why not?
I love the little ones. I feel like this is my calling to be with the little ones.
Okay, don't worry, I'm not going to.
Don't take me out. No, I love the little ones. Never picture myself with the older kids.
No. Okay, that's okay. We all have our own specialties. Don't worry about it. So it is a pleasure to meet you, and I understand why you were selected Teacher of the Year. It's obvious that you love your craft. So congratulations on the selection, and we are very proud to have you as one of our lead teachers as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
And you'll be with all your colleagues at that big party at the Ashford.
Early Childhood Anthony Infante Site, Miss Nashika Roberts.
I'm here with Nashika Roberts, who has been selected by her colleagues at the Infante Early Childhood Center as the Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, Nashika.
Thank you.
Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Well, I'm going to start off by, I've been in the system for 22 years. I started off at PS15 as a pre-K teacher. 8 years ago, I moved to Anthony Infante, and I became a prep teacher, and I love everything I do.
Thank you. And so what does the pre-K day look like in your classroom?
Well, it's busy, busy, busy. And what I love that every day I touch someone and I get a smile. So from them greeting them in the morning time to dismissal time, I feel like I'm molding them and I give them everything I can.
That's wonderful. So what does the day look like? Do they play? Do they sleep? They do homework? What do they do in pre-K?
Okay, yes, we do. We play through creativity. We learn through our play, and we just stay active all day long. They do have nap time, they have lunch time, and also they have playtime.
Oh, did you always want to be a teacher?
You know what? My degree is in sociology.
Okay.
But at the age of 15 years old, I did community service in a daycare center, and they wound up hiring me part-time. I would go there after school every day until I graduated, and through college, I worked at this daycare center, and then I felt like I wanted to move towards the Board of Education. So all my life, I had experience in early childhood.
So what made you go into a degree in sociology?
I don't know. At that time, that's something that I wanted to do, but my passion was children.
So, okay. So, you know, every degree is important. So you went back and then did a
P3 certification.
Oh, great.
Yes.
That's wonderful. That's why we get to have you now.
Yes.
What would you say to parents about helping their children be successful in preschool?
You know what? What I would do is ask them every day, what do you learn in school? And have them modify their day, and then from there, they can carry on and they can just extend what they learn.
That sounds like a great thing. Very practical.
Yes.
Not just great, but practical, easy to do. What about individuals who may be thinking about the profession, early childhood, becoming a teacher? What would you say to them?
Personally, I love children, so I would tell them to go ahead, put everything into it, and just do it if that's your passion or whatever. But I have no problems, and I will give them some good advice.
That sounds great. At a time when there's a teacher shortage, I think people are afraid of the profession, or, it's not glamorous.
You know what? Until I have to say, when I first started, I was intimidated. But once I got into it and I started off and I went with the flow, and every year I think I got better and better.
I think we always do.
Yes.
We learn something new each and every day.
Yes, we do.
So thank you so much for all that you do. It's a pleasure to have you as a Teacher of the Year, and we are very happy to have you. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, and I just thank you guys for the opportunity.
No, thank you so much.
Okay.
It is our pleasure. Okay. So it's realistically obvious why you have been nominated as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again to our friends at Brightside Tavern, Tommy and his amazing crew. Thank you, Brightside Tavern.
Early Childhood West Side Avenue site, Miss Carmen Garita.
I'm here with Carmen Garrido, who has been selected by her colleagues, the faculty at the West Side Early Childhood Center, to be their Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Thank you. I start as a pre-K teacher assistant at Head Start close to 25 years ago.
Wow.
And I started because I have my son enrolled in the program, and I love how they treat the children, how they plan the meals, going to a field trip. So I ended up doing so many volunteer hours that I got offered a position. At the beginning, I didn't see myself a pre-K teacher because I have other plans. But then when I got involved in it and I got the training and I got hired, I couldn't leave the job, and I've been doing that since 1999.
Oh, so you've been a teacher for a long time.
Correct. So then I moved to Newark for 4 years when I was getting certified, and I came back to Jersey City, and I feel like I went back home, because this is my hometown. My children attended to McNair Academic and all high schools in Jersey City, and they did very well. So I was very proud to come back to the community and offer something. And I like pre-K because children tend to be from home to us.
Yes.
And it looked like nothing, but it's a big step. They just come crying, they just come like really distressed, and little by little, they grow that relationship with us, that they trust us, and we guide them, and we teach them the first step of learning. And eventually, they show you that whatever you have been doing worked for the most part.
It is. So for our members of the community, what is a typical pre-K day in your classroom?
We have a daily schedule that we follow through most of the time fully, because children don't do well with new things. They need a transition for almost every part of the day. So you have to let them know what to expect. And first we do like a little greeting, breakfast, small group time, large group time. They play for over an hour between planning and doing and recalling their activities of the day. And during that time, that is where the really learning takes place, because they can show whatever we apply during those small and large group time, they take it over and they construct more. They build a little bit extra. And then you see whatever we were talking about, even as a science activity, or they can move over and they do it freely. And eventually you see how much they have put knowledge into their play. So then we assess that, and based on that, we help them to move from whatever they reach that level to the next level.
That sounds phenomenal. What part do parents play in making the school experience successful for pre-K?
We invite them for formal and informal meetings, open house. We have the virtual meetings. We have newsletter. We have a poster with information. And but for me, the most effective way is in the morning when you greet them and you say, we had this going on for you guys today. And I would like you to participate, because parents are the first teachers.
Absolutely.
So we just come to continue the job and let them know that we're there to support them as best we can. And we provide all these necessary tools for them to be successful.
Thank you. What would you say to someone who's thinking of teaching preschool?
They need patience. They need to have a lot of care and love for the children, because they tend to be, very sensitive at the beginning. They've never been in school before, most likely. And even if they have a little bit of knowledge, academically speaking, like letters, numbers, and things like that, they're still not ready to see mom and dad go, or family members. They still feel like, I want to be with my mom, even if I want to play. So you have to be very, very mindful of that and keep every day as a brand new day and start new, because they're going to need that support from you as a leader in the classroom.
Carmen, it's obvious why they selected you as the Teacher of the Year. Your passion for your craft, it's evident. So thank you so much for what you do for our youngest learners. So thank you so much, and we truly appreciate it.
Thank you to our friends at Cangiano's Marketplace, providing gift cards for you for all the delicious Italian specialties in their store. Cangiano's Marketplace.
Okay, now introducing Dr. Galano, who will continue with our educational services professionals. Dr. Galano.
Good afternoon. From PS3, Ms. Suzette Mora, ESL teacher. From MS4, Mr. John Bengen, crisis intervention teacher. From PS5, Ms. Esther Rentas, paraprofessional. From PS6, Mr. Anthony Carano, teacher assistant. From MS7, Ms. Kenya Matos, school counselor. From PS8, Ms. Pradima Kolesar, school psychologist. From PS11, Ms. Linda Miller, speech therapist.
Thank you. Congratulations.
From PS12, Mr. John Davis, paraprofessional. From PS14, Ms. Olivia Brooks, paraprofessional. From PS15, Ms. Juanita Ferdinand, school social worker. From PS16, Ms. Kristen Brennan, school nurse. From PS17, Ms. Jennifer Dowell, crisis intervention teacher. Congratulations, Kristen. From PS20, Mrs. Julia Mark, library media specialist. At this time, Dr. Ruth Hippolyte will come up and continue reading the honorees.
Good afternoon. It is my esteemed honor to present these awards, and congratulations to all the honorees. First, from PS23, Ms. Patricia Myers, teacher assistant. Congratulations. From PS24, Ms. Lakeisha Rosario, school counselor. From PS25, Ms. Shannon Williams, reading specialist. From PS26, Ms. Mary Gerges, paraprofessional. From PS27, Mr. Joel Carwas, CIT anti-bully specialist. From PS28, Ms. Lisa Verlingo, CIT anti-bullying specialist. From PS29, Mrs. Suzanne Slazinski, math coach. From PS30, Mr. Jose Ortiz, pull-out replacement teacher. From PS33, Ms. Agnes Negron, teacher assistant. From PS34, Ms. Melissa Rosnak, reading specialist. From PS37, Ms. Rebecca Todd, ELA support teacher.
And just across the...
From PS38, Mr. Talib Ahmad, crisis intervention teacher. From PS39, Dr. Cherise Robinson, crisis intervention teacher. From MS40, Ms. Jennifer Thomas, crisis intervention teacher. From the Martin Center for the Arts, PS41, Ms. Talin Simonian, speech therapist. From Regional Day School, Ms. Shawn White, teacher aide.
Yeah.
And now I get the chance to introduce to you to Mr. Morales, who will continue. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Good afternoon to everyone. Congratulations to all. It is my honor now to continue to call up and honor the following individuals, professionals. From Academy 1, teacher aide, Mr. Ruben Concepcion. Accepted on his behalf will be instructor Damian Sistero.
I will.
From William L. Dickinson High School, school counselor, Miss Maria Rabbit. From James J. Ferris High School, school counselor, Mr. Harold Ramirez. From Innovation High School, Miss Maria Watt, instructional coach, now vice principal at Henry Snyder High School. From Liberty High School, paraprofessional individual student aide, Miss Bellicus Balcom. From Abraham Lincoln High School, school counselor, Miss Jamila Matthews.
Let's hear it for those Lincoln Lions. Come on, Lincoln. Javi is a proud Lincoln Lion right there.
From McNay Academic High School, crisis intervention teacher, Mr. John Hughes. From the Renaissance Institute High School, school social worker, Miss Michelle Peavy. Congratulations, Ms. Peavy. From Henry Snyder High School, school counselor, Ms. Stephanie Madison Pereira. Congratulations, Stephanie. All right. From the Early Childhood Center, Cunningham Center, school nurse, Dr. B.B. Manger. And from the Early Childhood Center, Danforth Avenue, teacher aide, Miss Yolanda Harper. From the Early Childhood Center, Infante Center, teacher aide, Miss Haiti Candelaria. From the Early Childhood Center, Westside Annex, teacher aide, Miss Melinda Acosta. And from the Early Childhood Department, preschool instructional coach, Miss Cynthia Thompson. Congratulations, everyone.
At this time, it is tradition that the former, this is like a Miss Universe, the passing of the baton. So we begin with a message from the Teacher of the Year. So at this time, it is my honor to present to you the Jersey City Public School Teacher of the Year for the 2023-2024, Ms. Susana Tejera-Vizcaya. Unfortunately, she could not be here with us today, but has sent a message to all the Teachers of the Year and educational support personnel with a message. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenos días. Good morning, Dr. Fernandez, board members, administrators, colleagues, and friends. First, I just want to say how sorry I am that I cannot be there with you today. As many as you know, I am currently on a medical leave. Even though I can be there with you in person, please know that I'm with you in spirit. Gratefully, honored, and so incredibly proud to be part of this community. Last year, in 2024, I had the honor of being named Teacher of the Year. And when I think about what this really means, it's not just about me. I carry this award for every student who's ever been made to feel like their identity was something they needed to hide. And for every educator who believes, like I do, that our identities, our languages, our cultures, our stories aren't things to overcome. They are our superpowers. I was born in Galicia, Spain. My first language was Gallego. From the time I was little, I knew what it felt like to be different, to have an accent that didn't match what people thought was right. When I moved to the United States at 16, it happened all over again. I had learned English in school, but living it, trying to find my words in a new place, trying to explain who I was, it was hard. And it would have been easy to feel small, to hide. But those moments taught me something I have carried with me ever since. Who we are is never something to be ashamed of. It is something to be proud of. Today, I teach Spanish to newcomer students, students who come from all over the world, students who are starting over in a new country with new dreams. Every day, I see their bravery. Every day, I see not just the challenge, but their strength, their stories, their beautiful mix of worlds they carry inside of them. And it reminds me that teaching isn't just about a textbook or a lesson. It's about seeing our students. It's about helping them recognize that they already have everything they need inside of them to succeed. Their voices matter, their culture matter, their identities matter. This award honors that belief. It honors every teacher who creates a classroom where students don't have to choose between being themselves and being successful, where they are taught not to erase who they are, but to lean into it proudly. Teaching isn't just a profession, it is a calling. It is a promise we made to every child that their dreams are possible and that who they are is more than enough. Congratulations to all the incredible teachers and to the Teacher of the Year 2025. This award is a reminder of the power we have and the lives we're lucky enough to help shape. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias, thank you, congratulations to all.
Well, is the pressure on? But before I go to that special moment, I'd like to thank the committee who made this possible. The administrators who reviewed all the applications to select the District Teacher of the Year, as well as Ms. Shiv Kumar, Indra, who organized and created everything behind this. I'm sure she got on your case about not getting this or not getting that, and making sure that everything was there. Also to the JCE TV team, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the communications department, thank you once again for everything that you do. It doesn't seem like much, but there's a lot behind the scenes. And to the reproduction staff who put together this booklet, who provided all the samples. So at this time, I am going to announce the 2024-25 Teacher of the Year. Yes, drum roll, and when? Okay. And at this time, I'm going to ask Miss Courtney Halliday Oro to come to the stage. If the principal would escort the teacher, that would be great. Trustees, if you could join me in congratulating Miss Courtney Halliday Oro.
Congratulations. Wow. Wonderful. Well deserved.
When I said it was a lovely, colorful picture, you didn't get my congratulations.
Hi, I'm Carlos Pineda from JCTV. I'm here at the District Teacher of the Year event. I'm here with Mrs. Halliday Oro, the newly appointed Teacher of the Year for Jersey City Public School District. Mrs. Halliday Oro, how are you doing today?
Oh, so blown away, so excited. I mean, when they said my name, I was so honored, so thrilled. I was doing the little drum roll. I had no idea they were going to call my name, so I was just so honored, so honored. The school is wonderful. I'm so happy with it. You know, my career has been incredible so far, and I'm really, just so thrilled, honored. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm really happy for you. So I have a question, right? Because you were appointed Teacher of the Year for PS number 6.
Yes.
So naturally, that begs a question, right? Did you believe you were gonna win this when you found out?
No.
About it?
No, not at all. I mean, I love my students. I love teaching, but there's so many incredible teachers in this district. And I'm a drama teacher, so I'm a specialist. So, we do we see the special subjects. So, I was thinking, they would give it more to a math or a science teacher, or, just a general different kind of teacher. So, oh my goodness. So I'm so thrilled and honored.
I have one last question for you. When you go back to school on Monday, how do you think your kids are gonna react to the news?
They are going to be just like me. They're going to be on the floor. They're going to be so excited. I mean, they were cheering so much for me when I just got the School Teacher of the Year. No, Mr. Apruzzi's amazing. He gave us a wonderful award ceremony. And, myself and Mr. Carano, the educational service professional, we had a ceremony at the school already when it was just us, and the kids were all behind us and so excited. So the fact that I got the district teacher of the year, the kids are going to be blown away like me, I think. Yeah.
Well, once again, I want to congratulate you because
Thank you.
District Teacher of the Year is no easy feat. So congratulations to you.
Thank
Congratulations
you so
to you and your kids and your school.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you taking your time to come over here.
Sure, thank you so much. I really
So
loved it.
once again, I'm Carlos Pineda from JCE TV. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.